Chapter 566. At noon the next day, a piece of news was posted online. #Qinzai beat up the famous director Zhao Yuqian #Qinzai might be held responsible for his impulsiveness #What happened? The grudge between Qinzai and Zhao Yuqian #This matter couldn't be hidden at all. Not to mention other things, just Tianfeng's side couldn't hide it. The director and scriptwriter didn't come to work during the preparation of True Yellow Legend. After asking, they found out that they were resting at home and were too ashamed to come back. When they asked again, the big boss beat them up. The news spread like wildfire and quickly spread throughout Tianfeng Entertainment. Whether it was the ordinary employees, executives, or cleaning aunties, everyone was discussing this matter. The popularity of this gossip was even more attractive than topics like, why do old sows howl every night? Why do old ladies in their 80s have their underwear stolen? Is it the distortion of human nature, or the decay of morals? A few people noticed that among the backup artists, there was a girl named Siyu who didn't come to work. Maybe she was on sick leave? That was the guess of the backup artists. Mou was actually the one who knew the most. Last night, CEO Qin called him and asked if he was at Liyue Hotel. As someone who had been in the workplace for a long time, he knew what was going on even if he used his toes to think. At this moment, he was still a little scared. If he was also involved, he would have been done for this morning. Mou had been in this industry for almost 10 years. Although he wasn't like some big directors who would hide every time they met a beautiful woman, among the top directors, there were one or two who were famous for being slutty. The number of female celebrities who had slept with them could circle the earth. But he wasn't a gentleman either. In this day and age, where would there be a gentleman? If the situation allowed it, he would be more than happy to open a room with a female celebrity to talk about the script. However, both CEO Qin and CEO Qin disliked this kind of phenomenon and explicitly forbade it. Therefore, even if the company's executives wanted to, they didn't dare to be too flamboyant. At most, they would contact the female celebrities in private. After all, they couldn't stop the female celebrities from working hard to improve themselves. If they forced them, it would be over if they were found out. Speaking of which, only Qinzai and Qin Bao had such confidence and ability. Would another entertainment company be able to do it? There was a lot of discussion about this matter online. It would definitely make the headlines and become a trending topic. This kind of thing was much more exciting than having an affair, getting her hair done, or sleeping with her manager. It was about Qinzai and a famous director. Fighting. You may be held criminally responsible. Every word was filled with excitement and gossip. Qinzai is up to something again? What's going on this time? Why are they fighting for no reason? It has to be fake. So far, neither Qinzai nor Zhao Yuqian have come forward to say anything. But there's no clarification either. Besides, there's so much news. It can't be groundless. If this is true, then Qinzai might be in trouble. Intentional injury, even if it's only a minor injury, will put him in jail for a few months. Then they will be banned. Fighting is considered a banned artist. Does that mean we won't be able to hear Qinzai's songs in the future? Of course. The banned artists have no choice but to appear in front of the public in any form or production. They are completely banned. Under the huge public opinion, it meant huge traffic. The online media and paparazzi were like flies that smelled rotten meat. They swarmed excitedly and clamored. Soon, someone secretly took photos of Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda with bruises and bandages on their heads. Their actual injuries were not clear, but their appearance was very scary. Now it was lively. All the major online media platforms pushed all kinds of relevant information in time. There were articles and videos. While confirming the truth of the incident, they were also guessing and analyzing the troubles and difficulties Qinzai would face. For example, being locked up in a small dark room. For example, being banned. Then the entertainment empire that he created would go into decline. Through the exaggeration of the editor and relevant people, it was clear and reasonable. Some people even said that Qinzai's era was over. He had only been famous for a short year, but Qinzai's name was known to everyone. He created the legend and era of a fast shooter. Especially the industry insiders in the entertainment industry and countless songwriters. Whenever they recalled the past year, they would think of the shame of being suppressed by a fast shooter and the fear of not being faster than him. Some people gloated and felt proud that they were finally no longer suppressed by a fast shooter. Some people regretted that a musical genius of a generation might have to bid farewell to the entertainment industry. It's over. The loyal fans felt a chill in their hearts. They really beat people up and they looked quite miserable. If they were to pursue legal responsibility, Qin might really have to go to jail for a few months. The anti-fans were overjoyed. Bah, this kind of person should be banned. Young success, arrogant and reckless. He should pay the price for beating people up. Ban him, hurry up and ban him. I like director Zhao Youqian's work very much. This time I will support him no matter what. I strongly request that Qin be banned. It's wrong to beat people up for no reason. They are all adults and should pay the price for their actions. So Qin is done for. Old Master Qin was a respectable person when he was alive. Burn some incense before you leave. Lu Sun once said that China people are ignorant and arrogant, inferior and proud. It's so disgusting that it makes one's hair stand on end. I can't make up any more stories. Lu Sun is more wrong than Do Yi. Anyway, we just need to ban Qin. There were too many people waiting for the follow-up of this incident. However, this matter could not progress too quickly even if Qin was secretly pushing it. According to the normal process, the case verification, investigation, and injury evaluation by the judicial department should be done in half a month. The government could not be blamed for not doing enough. China was so big and there were so many things to do. They were very busy and did not provide private services. Similar government agencies such as hospitals. It was said that medical treatment was free for Americans and the government would pay for the medical expenses. However, you definitely did not know that from the time you got sick to the time you queued up, you would have to go to the crematorium 100 times. It was not a joke. Hence, most Americans who had some money would choose private hospitals, the kind that spent money. Qin could not possibly wait for half a month for such a trivial matter. He asked people to speed up the process and strive for the evaluation results. Even if there were connections, it could not be done in a day or two. The evaluation was not a big deal, but the process had to be followed. This was the most time-consuming process. In these 2 days, Qin received many calls. His friends in the entertainment industry, his friends in real life, and especially his university roommates. They called to ask about the situation. They were not the gossipy type but were concerned about his situation. The friends people made when they had nothing were the most precious. Then there were the calls from his parents and grandmother. Qin told his parents the truth but not his grandmother. Qin Ma was worried about his situation. She asked him to see if he could reconcile. If he could pay some money. It was better than going to the police. The old master only said 3 words. Good call. Oh. In the villa. Zhao Youqian and Sun Wuda were on the phone. You've seen the news online, right? Zhao Youqian asked. I've seen it. It's impossible for this matter not to leak out, Sun Wuda said. Seeing Qin being criticized miserably on the internet, the two of them felt a sense of satisfaction from revenge. However, in reality they did not want this matter to be exposed. Things like the unspoken rules would ruin their reputation and embarrass them. He didn't make a statement. He didn't criticize us. Zhao Youqian found it hard to understand. He probably wants to wait for the injury report to come out before he talks to us in private. So he should leave a way out, Sun Wuda analyzed. If it were not for the beating incident, the two of them really could not afford to offend Qin. But now they did not panic. At least, they did not panic before the injury report came out. After a few words, Zhao Youqian asked, Did you pick up the call from President Huang? Yes, he wants to be the middleman and let us settle it in private with Qin. 100 million, or don't even think about settling it in private, Zhao Youqian demanded. Can it work? 100 million is not a lot to him. And once our injury report shows that it's a minor injury, he's finished. Okay, then you'll talk to President Huang? Of course I'll talk to him. Qin received a call from Huang Yizong on the morning of the 3rd day. These two bastards, I'll teach them a lesson later. Huang Yizong's tone was angry. Before you send people over, don't you know what kind of person they are? Qin's tone was full of dissatisfaction. Hey, that's childish. Huang Yizong said. Which director in the entertainment industry is a gentleman? Do I need to say something that's common? Isn't your company like this? All right, I'm sorry for asking, Qinze said. What's the matter? Just an apology? This matter has made us brothers look bad. It's okay, we'll settle it ourselves. Huang Yizong coughed softly, cleared his throat and said, I thought about it. Although they did something wrong, it's not good for you if this continues, whether it's your reputation or the subsequent lawsuit. Before I made this call, I talked to Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda. They're willing to settle it in private, but they want 100 million in compensation, 50 million each. Qinze, I think it's a good deal. 100 million. Do you really think that my money grows on trees? People don't even dare to sell their diamonds at such a high price. What, are you two made of ginseng fruit? Qinze had already lost 300 million this month. If he had to pay another 100 million, he would definitely lose a lot of money. Thank you, Mr. Huang. Qinze expressed his gratitude and then refused. I refused to settle it in private. Tell them to wait. He had to wait for the injury report to come out. If it didn't constitute intentional injury, there was a set of procedures. If it did, there was another set of procedures. So he had to wait for the report to come out. This was the reason why he hadn't responded to the heated public opinion on the internet. He didn't want to say anything before the report came out. Huang Yizong. Why do I feel that both sides are difficult to deal with? Anyway, this condition of mine is still valid. Before the court accepts the complaint, I can help you with this. Huang Yizong sighed. You're on your own. Thanks. Qinze hung up the phone. Chapter 567. After dinner, they asked you to go upstairs to read the script, right? The bespectacled fat policeman sat behind the glass counter and asked while typing in the computer. Yes. On the other side of the glass, Suyu sat upright with her legs together and her hands placed on her lap. During that time, did they give you explicit hints to sleep with them? No. Suyu tried hard to recall and shook her head. They just said that I'm a good seedling and that it's not easy to be an actress. The fat policeman nodded. His fingers nimbly tapped on the keys, making crackling sounds. After a while. What happened after that? After that, they asked me to go to the room to talk about the script. Suyu lowered her head slightly. Her face was slightly red and burning. The girl was thin-skinned and felt that it was too embarrassing. You wanted to talk about the script with them? The fat policeman chose his words carefully. The meaning of his words was actually asking, are you willing to do a deal? It was not good to be too direct. After all, the other party was just a 17-year-old underage girl. Suyu's expression was blank. The fat policeman said helplessly, are you willing to do that kind of deal? No, I'm not willing. Suyu quickly shook her head. What did they say after they went upstairs? They said that if I sleep with them, they will give me the role. Suyu's face was red and her voice was weak. Tell me the details. Okay. A few minutes later, the fat policeman said, last few questions. Did they do anything to you? There were a few times, but I avoided them. Then after they talked about that matter, I wanted to leave, but they blocked the door and wouldn't let me go. They even pulled me. Suyu said angrily. Understood. The fat policeman typed and finished. We have filed a case here. We will send them a message later. You go back and wait for the news. Suyu nodded and got up. Then I'll leave? Goodbye. Goodbye. After leaving the police station, Suyu slowly exhaled and looked up at the national emblem. The national emblem seemed to be shining and exuded a kind of aura called King Tyrant. Using Xuanhuan language to describe it, condense the fate of all living beings, inherit the essence of history, and absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Under the mandate of the heavens, the words spoken were all heavenly laws. For example, after the founding of the country, no one was allowed to become a spirit. Once this decree was issued, the words would become law. Look, which animal dared to become a spirit? They were all suppressed. A sense of pride that came from being born as a human involuntarily rose in his heart. Except for single dogs. Except for the programmer ape. Her cousin's car was parked by the roadside outside the police station. The car window was lowered slightly, and wisps of green smoke curled out. Qinze's face was too eye-catching. It was inconvenient for him to go out in public, so he stayed in the car. Under the scorching sun, Suyu quickly walked to the car, opened the door and got in. Are you done? Chinze reached his hand out of the car window and flicked the cigarette ash. It's done. Suyu's voice was soft, crisp and a little sweet, just like her flower season. In a few more years her voice would be less crisp and sweet, and more magnetic and gentle. Her voice was good for singing, but unfortunately, she was not talented enough. She always sang out of tune just like Wang Zijin. What a pity. Otherwise, Chinze would consider training her. In this day and age, anything could be more profitable than being a star. Being a civil servant, crossed it out. And judging from Suyu's appearance, she was not traumatized. But she definitely had a new understanding of the filth in the entertainment industry. Let's leave it to fate. Will the police arrest them? I wasn't bullied. Is it a false accusation to sue them for attempted rape? Suyu asked weakly. Timid and introverted, Suyu's biggest flaw. A girl with such a personality would be at a disadvantage when she got into a relationship and started a family. She was so pretty and delicate. Qin Baobao and Suyu's personalities were completely opposite. In terms of personality, Chinze preferred his cousin's type, gentle and delicate. His sister's personality was too bad, mischievous and narrow-minded. No, that was used to describe men. Narrow-minded, possessive, easily jealous. She thought of herself as a fairy. Whining. There were so many of them that they could fill a basket. Don't worry, your cousin will take care of it. Just cooperate with me when I need you. When it comes to acting with me, don't pretend you don't see it, understand? Oh, send her home. Chinze flicked the cigarette but out of the window and started the car. So you only said that she was on leave and didn't tell her mom and grandma the truth. Other than being embarrassed, she also wanted to cover up for Chinze. It was embarrassing to say that his cousin encountered such a thing in his company. Did Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda think that the unspoken rules were common in the industry so they selectively forgot about it? Did they think that after being beaten up they would take the initiative? Did they think that nothing would happen if they didn't do anything to sue you? Yes, nothing would happen, but even if nothing happened, Chinze could still do something. If Suyu was really led by the two of them, it would be classified as luring a girl to have sex. Luring a girl to have sex was not illegal, but it would be morally condemned. If she resisted, it would be classified as rape. In the current situation, the charges might not be established, but as long as they were involved, it would be enough to make them suffer. This move was taught to him by Big Boss Bai. After all, it was not good to pin the crime on them, because Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda were well-known public figures. Chinze would be stupid to suppress them with his power. Unless he was already the son-in-law of the Wang family, or the descendant of a legendary big boss. Cousin, why didn't you respond online? Many people said that you hit people and became arrogant, even more arrogant than a newspaper seller. Suyu hesitated for a long time. I will. It's just that this is the first time I've encountered such a thing, so I can't understand what to do. I want to wait for advice from an expert, Chinze said. The expert he was referring to was Uncle Bai. He had just finished a call with him this morning. Suyu nodded. Chinze sent Suyu home and drove to Tianfeng Entertainment. A phone call summoned the plain-looking assistant. 2 things. Do it immediately. The assistant looked like he was all ears. First, release a statement on the company's official Weibo, condemning Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda for sleeping with underage female artists. Second, hurry up and contact a well-known film and television director in the industry. 3 days. I want to see them in 3 days. Focus on 3 days, Chinze said. Understood, President Qin. The plain-looking assistant took his leave. You're finally going to clarify things? Qin Baobao, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa and playing games on her phone, turned her head and shouted. Yes, sister. I already know how to deal with this trouble, Chinze said. That's good. Come, let's go solo? Qin Baobao chuckled. Sister's skills have improved a lot recently. Chinze was stunned. He went over to take a look and found that his sister was playing a mobile game that imitated Honor of Kings. The style was different, but the controls were the same. These days, anything could be pirated. Anything that was popular would be pirated. This game. Chaos World. His sister said crisply. The characters in it are all legendary figures. It's quite fun. The controls are the same as Honor of Kings. Last year there was a mobile game called Honor of Kings that was very famous. However, Qinze and his sister did not play it because last year was a turning point in their lives. They both gave up on League of Legends. Who knew that that period of time was the final glory of League of Legends? Thinking back, it was quite melancholy. After all, the siblings spent a year and a half of their youth in that game. What's so fun about this kind of imitation game? Qinze said disdainfully. Are you sure you don't want to play it? There are quite a lot of people playing it. Qin Baobao was dead. No, her game character was dead. She looked up at Qinze and said, "It's a mobile game developed by Purple Crystal." Qinze. There was no game that could not be copied. If there was, then he would buy it. Sister Ziwei's impassioned voice rang in his ears. Sister Ziwei had finally taken that step. "Let me download it and take a look," Qinze said. It was hard to believe. How long had it been? Wasn't making a game a waste of time? With a few clicks, 10 to 20 minutes would be over. Those who said they took more than half an hour were inexperienced. Because that was the ability of the Teddy Kidney Pregnant Me. Even if it was plagiarism, it would not be so fast. The only possibility was that Sister Ziwei had been planning this for a long time. That day, she was just reminding him. After all, whatever path the company took in the future, she had to inform him, the founder, loudly. Qinze thought to himself, "Damn, although I gave you purple crystal, Sister Ziwei, you can't let yourself go like this. Like Brother Ma, you will be criticized behind your back in the future." The company's network was fast. It downloaded in 10 seconds, registered, logged in. His sister pulled him to sit down and started the game excitedly. 2 people solo. The old rules were that the first to destroy 2 towers or die more than 3 times would be considered the loser. Qinze chose Xinyuanzi, a girl in a busty crab Taoist robe. God knows why Xinyuanzi was a girl. The designer may have some misunderstandings about primitive characters. While playing, he looked at the details of the skills. His sister played a mage. She stepped on a lotus platform, Guanyin in white fluttering clothes. The skills were very gorgeous. Lotus flowers and willow branches flew together. Qinze persisted for 2 minutes and was exhausted to death by his sister. Qin Baobao pinched his thumb and middle finger and gave out the signature thick laughter of a green tea bitch. Your sister is still your sister. Your uncle is still your uncle. Qinze curled his lips. In the next game, he was exhausted to death again, and then a tower was destroyed. Qinze died twice and lost a tower. Guanyin stepped on the lotus platform proudly. Suddenly, a girl jumped out from the grass diagonally. She simply used a set of combo moves and killed him instantly. Qin Baobao's eyes widened. Got it. Got it. Qin Baobao put away her pride and played seriously. But at this time, she was no longer playing under the tower. She had to follow the army line to Qinze's second tower. Xinyuanzi burst out of the bushes again. Qin Baobao has learned his lesson this time. He has low HP and flashes away before he dies. Qinze followed her with displacement skills. He beat her all the way, killed her under the tower, flashed away and pushed the tower. Qin Baobao bit her lip and stared. Bastard, I pushed your tower and chased after your sister halfway. The result of the solo game was undoubtedly Qinze's victory. Qin Baobao's hand speed was good. She was better than other women, but she couldn't beat Qinze, who had a unique skill. The times are calling. Qinze patted his sister's shoulder and looked at her pouting expression. He said earnestly, "Your brother is still your brother, but he will occasionally become your father." Chapter 568. Then Daddy, do you dare to play a second round? Qin Baobao was unconvinced. Wow, this daddy is so coquettish. Holy Paladin will definitely like it. Come on, Qinze said. The outcome was predictable. After familiarizing himself with the skill, Qinze finished off his sister as quickly as possible. I lost again. His sister knelt on the sofa, her body lying down softly with her butt sticking out. The dress wrapped around her round and perky but making it look like a full moon. Qinze thought of a picture he saw online for some reason. It was a girl's back view with an extremely perky, but that was no worse than his sister's. It was clear that there were still many awesome people in the world. There were endless beauties. There was a comment below. This is the most beautiful but I've ever seen. Promise me don't use it to poop. It exploded instantly, outshining everyone else. If this was applied to Qinze himself, this is the longest, thickest, and scariest weapon I've ever seen. Promise me don't use it to pee. With that thought, Qinze smiled happily. After finishing the game, Qinze sent a message to Wang Zijin. I've played the company's mobile game. Have they started making it long ago? A few minutes later, Wang Zijin replied. Yes, they've been making guilty expression for 2 months. Sure enough, she's already started her horse learning plan behind my back. 2 months. Although Qinze didn't know much about online games and mobile games, he knew that making a mobile game in 2 months was as crazy as those authors who wrote 10,000 words a day. Considering that it was plagiarism, it was understandable. It was like writing a 3,000-word novel and typing a 3,000-word novel. Of course, the former was brainless and the latter was faster. What do you expect? Nothing, it's just practice. If it's good, I'll continue to operate it. If not, I'll cut it. I've played the game. It's quite fun, and they put a lot of effort into making it. Hehe, because your sister killed 2 programmer apes to worship the heavens. Killing programmer apes was good. Programmer apes were the best offerings to worship the heavens. If there were programming apes in ancient times, there would be no need to worry about droughts and floods. They could guarantee a bountiful harvest every year. Back then, he was determined to become a programmer, but unfortunately, he was led into the finance department by his grandfather. How are things going? She asked without thinking, and Qinze knew what she was talking about. I just brought Yia to the police station today. All right, try to follow the procedure. Don't use your privileges and don't do anything unnecessary. Recently things have been tense. Understood. That afternoon, Tianfeng Entertainment's official Weibo released a statement. On the night of August 22nd, Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda used their power and authority to force our company's reserve female artist, a minor, to have sex with her. Our company's president, Qinze, rushed to the hotel to take the female artist away after hearing the news. Our company once again announces that from today onwards, any artist who cooperates with Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda will forever be blacklisted by the company and all collaborations will be rejected. A few hundred words. Like a meteorite smashing into the already turbulent internet, it set off a huge wave. First, this Weibo post received widespread attention. The number of comments exceeded 10,000 in half an hour. Then it was reposted and became a trending topic on Weibo. Next to it was hashtag Qinze beating people hashtag. At night, all the major internet media platforms and mobile apps released articles and videos about this incident to gain popularity. This statement revealed 2 pieces of information. First, it indirectly explained the reason why Qinze beat people up. Second, Tianfeng Entertainment wanted to ban Sun Wuda and Zhao Yuqian. When the netizens saw this statement, they were all stunned. There was actually such an inside story behind the Qinze beating people up. They were all waiting for the follow-up of the incident. Unexpectedly, they received another piece of shocking news. All crows are black. The director and screenwriter are dogs. These 2 used to have unspoken rules with female celebrities. They have a criminal record. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda are scumbags. They won't even let an underage girl off. *CK, so that's what happened. Beat them up well. Support Qinze. It's best if they are beaten to death. Qinze is really a clear stream in the entertainment industry. The public opinion quickly changed. The people who criticized Qinze for being young and frivolous and beating people up disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by cheers, angry voices, and angry voices. There were also people who expressed their doubts. They said that without evidence, they couldn't believe it easily. After all, the entertainment industry was famous for its public relations. It was common for people to distort black and white. No one suspects that Tianfeng's public relations is behind this? That makes sense. It's also possible that Qinze is trying to clear his own name. Remember how Little Elk washed her hair some time ago? Inexplicably, the blame was placed on Little Elk's best friend. The 2 of them kept quiet and kept a low profile, perfectly removing themselves from the storm. Most people just wanted to watch the show. Everyone only pursued the more exciting news, but very few people thought about the whole story. If you look at the whole story from the beginning, it's terrifying. Their public relations ability is too strong. In the office, Yilu and Qian Shirshir sat on the same sofa, scrolling through Weibo while eating desserts. High-calorie desserts. You should gain weight, Qinze said. It was all for the role in True Pornography. Yilu had a sharp oval face. She would be beautiful and fashionable in modern clothes, making people's eyes light up. However, she couldn't really pull off ancient costumes. Hence, she had to make her face rounder so that the audience wouldn't miss the show too much. Qian Shishir and Yilu were just acquaintances. They met when they were filming a variety show in Hangzhou. Ever since they were poached to join Tianfang, their relationship improved rapidly. They had the intention of hugging each other. The two talked about cosmetics and fashion. They went to the beauty salon and talked about Qinzai. Weibo, look at Weibo. Qian Shishir screamed. What Weibo? Yilu asked and picked up her phone. Our company's official Weibo. Qian Shishir was excited. Yilu opened Weibo and checked the official Weibo. Her mouth opened slightly and her beautiful eyes widened. So that's why he hit someone. Yilu thought. Xiao Qin is so domineering. He's going to ban Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda. Qian Shishir sighed and then frowned. These two are so disgusting. They won't even let an underage girl go. Because of this, the entire production process was stopped. While the two of them were studying the script, they were also worried about whether they could successfully start filming. If they started filming, would they be able to film well? Because of this, they even complained about Qinzai. After all, he was the one who hit people. No one said what happened. Most of Tianfang's artists and employees only found out about the cause and effect of this when the company's official Weibo released the statement. Only he has such confidence and dominance. When he banned Zhao Yuqian, he rejected almost all of Star Art's artists. At the same time, it also ruined our chances of working with Star Art. Yilu said. But it gives you a sense of security, right? Qian Shishir said. Yilu nodded silently. Female artists like them felt especially safe when their boss was such a man. Because of the hidden rules in the entertainment industry, even if they could avoid it, they would be tired of dealing with it. When Qinzai publicly expressed his attitude and set an example, would the other executives and directors still dare to openly violate the hidden rules? Unless they didn't want to continue working in Tianfang. But I'm also very disappointed. Qian Shishir smiled evilly. Such a handsome boss. If he doesn't want to sleep with me, I want to sleep with him. Yilu added. And talent. The two of them smiled at each other. It was like a man talking about a beautiful woman. She had big breasts and a perky butt. Then they smiled at each other. In the afternoon in the villa, Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda were drinking. Sun Wuda put down his phone. The netizens' comments just now made him very angry. What made him even angrier was that Qinzai rejected the idea of compensating them privately. He's really fearless. The public opinion online is so big. Even if he has connections, can he remove himself from it? Yes, we're using the hidden rules. But is that illegal? Which law says that we can't use the hidden rules? Sun Wuda drank a mouthful of wine. Ban us. Zhao Yuqian sneered. Qinzai is really arrogant. Who does he think he is? Guangming Bureau? Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda were from Star Art, but Tianfang Entertainment still wanted to ban them. How overbearing was that? Star Art's celebrities definitely wouldn't refuse to work with them, which meant that Tianfang and Star Art were going to turn against each other. The injury report isn't out yet? Zhao Yuqian asked. Sun Wuda. It'll be out tomorrow. There was something that he didn't say. In this day and age, everyone knew a little about the law. Even if they didn't know, they would still check it. Whether it was enough with minor injuries or not, they knew in their hearts. They weren't as confident as before. The doorbell rang. Zhao Yuqian's wife walked past the study and the living room to open the door. There was a delivery man at the door. Zhao Yuqian, please sign for it. Zhao Yuqian's wife signed for it and closed the door. He entered the study and threw the list on the table. It's yours. Zhao Yuqian ignored his wife. He took the list and opened it. 2 days ago he was beaten up. His wife looked distressed and angry, because she didn't know why he was beaten up. Today, after Tianfang Entertainment's official Weibo released a statement, his wife exploded. Of course she couldn't do anything. What could a woman who was a full-time housewife do? He bought the house, earned the money, and raised the children. What could she do? Opening the list and taking a look, Zhao Yuqian's expression gradually froze. He looked at Sun Wuda, who was drinking leisurely, and said bitterly, "The police station has issued a summons." What? Zhao Yuqian gritted his teeth. The police station has issued a summons. We have to go again. Why? Attempted rape. Chapter 569. On the second day after Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda gave their statements at the police station, there was news on the internet that they had been summoned to the police station for investigation. They were suspected of rape. It was obvious how powerful the paparazzi were. Not only them, but also Qin Zhe and his sister's house were surrounded by paparazzi 24 hours a day. 2 vans were parked outside the community. One was empty, and the other had 5 people in it. Only the driver was still staring at the gate of the community. The 4 of them were playing cards, and the seats were scattered with Grandpa Mao notes. King Bomb. Fuin Pei Pei. Laughter and curses were heard. The winner gave cigarettes to the loser, and then shuffled the cards. Damn it, we've been here for 2 days and we didn't get any news. A guy with a cigarette in his mouth took a deep breath and cursed. If you want to dig out valuable news from the siblings, you have to be patient. The guy who shuffled the cards said, Old Chi and I have been here for 3 months. We get a guaranteed salary every month and nothing. Right, Old Chi? Old Chi in the driver's seat nodded. Yes, they are different from other celebrities. Then we came here for nothing? Look at Zhao Yuqian's colleagues. The news they dug out today is enough for them to eat for a few months. The other 3 looked like they had bad luck. The paparazzi in the car didn't come from the same studio. They gathered together because they were too free these 2 days. Brother, you've been here for 2 days. You've been digging for information about Qin Zhe and Qin Bao, right? Brother, you're the same. Hey colleagues, let's talk? Just like that, they gathered together. The other 3 new paparazzi asked the 2 seniors, Is there really no useful information? No. The guy who won the cards, whose surname was Zhu, sighed. Have you seen the news about their private affairs in the past few months? Although they often dominate the headlines and trending searches, it's always a quarrel. That's true. I heard that Wang Feng cried tears of jealousy every time he saw their headlines. We've come for nothing. I'll tell the boss later that we should just leave. Old Chi, who was in the driver's seat, retracted his gaze, took out a cigarette and lit it. He said faintly, We also want to withdraw, but the boss won't let us. He said that if we continue to squat, we will definitely gain something. The other 3 were interested. What do you mean? They knew who the boss of the other party was. He was very powerful. It was said that he was the one who exposed the hairstyling incident. With his excellent professional skills, he had dug out a lot of hot news. Among Jia Baoyu, 2 of them were his masterpieces. The boss said that no one is absolutely perfect. Everyone has secrets. This is the creed of our line of work. Even if you don't see it, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Even if it doesn't exist now, it doesn't mean it won't exist in the future. Everyone fell into deep thought. That's a matter for the future. Shall we come again in the future? Tisk, if you don't squat now, you will have nothing to do with me in the future. That makes sense. Everyone was talking at once. Let me tell you, in the near future there will definitely be hot news. The man with the cigarette said. How old is Qin Bao Bao now? 26 years old. In the entertainment industry, this age is still very young and immature. But for a woman, it's time for her to fall in love. If we continue to squat, we will definitely be able to get some hot news about Qin Bao Bao and her mysterious boyfriend. What if she doesn't find one? Someone asked. She's not Guanyin Bodhisattva. Is she pure of heart and few desires? The cards are shuffled. Let's continue. If Qin Zhe knew that there were so many paparazzi eyeing them covetously, his knees would probably go weak. He would not even dare to flirt with his sister outside. So far, he and his sister had been acting quite well. Although Ying often hugged his arm, this kind of intimate action showed that the relationship between the siblings was very good. Hugging his arm was much more open than holding hands. Things like holding hands could not be done too often in the country. They could try it when they go to Turkey. Wasn't there a song that went like this? I want to take you to romantic Turkey. Then we can hold hands and act cool together. This afternoon, Qin Zhe had 2 things to do. First, there was a reporter interview later. Second, he wanted to meet a well-known director in the industry to let him take over the production of True Yellow Legend. The public opinion that he, Zhao Yuqian, and Sun Wuda had triggered on the internet had almost come to an end. From being attacked by people and blindly followed by netizens to revealing the truth of the matter, he had deliberately arranged for people to wait outside Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda's house, as well as outside the police station to capture their backs as they entered the police station. It was actually an operation to manipulate public opinion. Public opinion really did not have the concept of justice and truth. It was very easy to be led by others. Fortunately, Qin Zhe had a good public relations department. Also, he represented justice and truth. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda could not beat him. Now the internet was full of people attacking the two. Some people said, "Hurry up and die. Go back to your mother's womb and do it again." Some people said, "This kind of people pollute the entertainment industry. I hope the Bureau of Guangming will ban them." Some people said, "Qin Zhe is doing great. I will always support him." Some people said, "Heh, netizens." Then Qin Zhe posted 2 injury reports on his Weibo. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda's injury reports. Fortunately, it did not constitute a minor injury. In fact, even if it was a minor injury, he could use the operation of the king to settle it. However, this matter damaged the harmony of a harmonious society. Qin Zhe omitted all the indescribable things. "I'm not sister man. I'll throw you into the Huangpu River all day long. Heh, stupid woman." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a few reporters came to the company as promised. Qin Zhe summoned them to the big conference room. Qin Baobao's assistant personally served tea and left without saying anything. Qin Zhe also ignored her. He did not even know the name of this assistant. He did not know her surname. Her surname might be Xiang. "President Qin, what is your attitude towards this unspoken rules incident?" the reporter asked. "My attitude is already very clear," Qin Zhe said righteously. "Unspoken rules are the most controversial topic in the entertainment industry. It is also the most criticized area. I think it's a very bad behavior. But if everyone does it, won't you appear to be a maverick? And I remember a female celebrity once said that unspoken rules are a trade where everyone takes what they need." The reporter was nitpicking. "I can't change others, but I can change myself. At least in my company, in my territory, unspoken rules are not allowed. I can guarantee all artists here that all resources can be obtained with their own abilities, and not by selling their bodies. This is my personal attitude, and it will also be Tianfeng Entertainment's attitude. We should create a healthier and more positive industry environment. Celebrities speak with their acting skills, directors speak with their works. In this aspect, Hollywood is better than us. The moon in foreign countries is rounder than in China. It's too extreme, but it makes sense. At present, the domestic market environment is getting worse and worse. While the industry is developing rapidly, it has also gone astray. Directors and investors are keen on hyping up IP, and entertainment companies are keen on selling false personas. They only care about the image of the artists and have no requirements for acting skills. The reporters kept asking questions, fighting to put the microphone next to Qin Zhe's mouth. Then the topic was brought up to Qin Baobao, who was ignored at the side. "Baobao, can you talk about your feelings about A Chinese Odyssey to the West?" Qin Baobao was at a loss for a moment. She attended this interview as a vase. "I'm quite satisfied." Qin Baobao smiled politely. "Those who have watched A Chinese Odyssey to the West should have been touched by your love. I have a question that I've always wanted to ask. You don't have a boyfriend yet, right? Is Qin Zhe your ideal partner?" The reporters perked up. This topic was more interesting than resisting unspoken rules. "Qin Zhe. Qin Baobao." The siblings looked at each other suddenly. There was a sense of panic as if he had received a fatal blow. Qin Zhe was shot in the knee. "First of all, it should be the love between Zixia and Joker. Then why did you ask this?" Qin Baobao asked. "Because we have watched A Chinese Odyssey to the West. We can all see that the look in your eyes when you look at Qin Zhe is not just acting. There is definitely true love in it." The reporter who asked the question said, "That was the most amazing acting I have ever seen. It was not the scene of life and death, but the scene in the cave where you silently stared at him. The last time I was stunned was in If I Become Memories, when you cried in the room." He said, "I always feel that your love scenes are very amazing." The reporters nodded. Seemed to be true. Qinze thought to himself. Amazing? Don't say it. Do you believe that I will throw you into the Huangpu River? Qin Baobao smiled and said, how to grasp the psychology of a character is the self-cultivation of an actor. Perhaps it is because I have acted in too few scenes and have only worked with Qinze that you have the misconception that we are very amazing. Actually, that is not the case. The reporter immediately asked, then do you have any other works in the near future? The ones that are not with Qinze? I heard that you are preparing for a TV series. Qin Baobao said, I'm not acting in it. The reporter said, is Qinze also not acting in it? Qin Baobao looked at Qinze helplessly. This person is so amazing. Kill him first in a team battle. Otherwise we will lose for sure. Qinze added, I am not a celebrity and will not be active in the entertainment industry for long. But we are indeed preparing to start filming a TV series soon. This will be Tianfeng's first attempt at creating a TV series. The reporter said, the script was also written by CEO Qin? Yes. The script for Journey to the West was also written by you. The same goes for the TV series. We are looking forward to the day when you become a director and act in it yourself. Qinze chuckled. It's actually quite easy for me to do that. Ding Divinity Show 1515. Within 3 months you have to direct and act in a movie. If you succeed, you will be rewarded 5,000 points. If you fail, you will be deducted the same amount. The system's voice said. Damn salted fish, I finally got my chance, the system said happily. The smile on Qinze's face disappeared. CEO Qin, do you mean that you intend to direct and act in Tianfeng's next movie? The reporter's eyes lit up and he stood up. Qinze looked at his sister silently. That's right, this person is too amazing. Let's get rid of him first. CEO Qin? Don't say anything, Qinze said angrily. Sit down and let the comrade behind you say something. Chapter 570. After the interview, Qinze, who was mentally and physically exhausted, asked his sister to send them off. According to the usual practice, everyone was given a red packet. Actually, it was fine even if they didn't give out red packets. This interview was recorded in video mode, and every word and action was recorded in the video. But as for the unspoken rules, there was no choice. There were unspoken rules everywhere in the world and they couldn't be completely blocked. If the water was too clear, there would be no fish. If a man was too cheap, he would be invincible. For example, Lu Shu. Qinze knew that he was not as despicable as Lu Shu. Thus, he occasionally had to follow some unspoken rules that did not hurt him. Qin Baobao sent everyone to the door and returned to the office. She found her brother scratching his ears and cheeks like an irritable monkey. She thought that her brother was uneasy because of the question just now. She went forward to comfort him. No matter what the reporters say, we are open and above board. Don't bother. Qinze couldn't help but glance at her, thinking about the meaning of his sister's words. What did she mean by open and above board? Whether we are open and above board, doesn't his sister know? Forget it, I can't be bothered. Qinze wasn't worried about the interview with Mao Zedong. He was worried about the system's mission. Mission details. No cheating, no letting others write the script. Please use your own talent to self-direct and self-act in a movie that doesn't belong to If I Become Memories. Although compared to those real cheats, Qinze's cheats were as insignificant as a small patch. But cheats were cheats after all. No cheating meant that he couldn't redeem the script in the points market. Not letting others write the script meant that he couldn't adapt the popular IP like If I Become Memories. I don't have the ability to complete a script on my own. I don't have the experience of being a director. I'm just a funny salted fish struggling under my sister's crotch. Qinze was a little flustered. He had the panic of being beaten back to his original state after getting rid of the system. He felt that the system must want to get rid of him and then happily change the host. What a rebellious system. You can do it, the system said in his mind. You are no longer the salted fish you used to be. Even if you lose me, your physical fitness, your knowledge, your experience, your intelligence, and your range of knowledge are far beyond that of a normal human. In fact, you've long become a Superman in another sense, but you subconsciously feel that you're still a salted fish. You can't do anything, you're just one of the millions of mediocre mortals. So, host, whether or not you can get rid of the title of salted fish depends on this mission. Chinze. I don't want to get rid of the title of a salted fish. I want to get rid of the title of a fast shooter. Do you have any ideas? The system was silent for 3 seconds. Let's continue talking about salted fish. Chinze said unhappily, I say, can you not always give me these messy missions? At least give me a series of missions. This makes it hard for me to perform. The system said helplessly, the divinity show is a series of missions. You spent an entire year to complete the first series of missions. In other words, you spent an entire year in the novice village with the village chief who gave out the beginner missions. Your rhetorical skills are problematic. Your language was taught by your physical education teacher, wasn't it? The system said, don't change the topic. At the end of the day, it's because you don't have any dreams. If you want to destroy the entertainment industry, or destroy Big Ma and Little Ma, you won't need to perform anymore. Chinze said, then I'll choose to perform. The system said, heh, salted fish. Chinze said, you're the salted fish. I had a dream in the past too. My dream was to be a D-cup, but now, the system said, I don't have OCD, but please finish your sentence. Otherwise you'll look like an idiot. Chinze sighed, but now I'm still an airport runway, and my sister has become a D-cup. The system said, so your dream is to get her? Chinze was speechless, breast-grabbing dragon claw. I'll use both my hands to fulfill your dream. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the well-known director in the industry arrived as promised. The director's surname was Zhen, and his name was Zhen Deshuang. This fame was like a joke. His parents were really careless. Chinze met him alone in the meeting room. Chairman Qin, the reason why I'm here is because of the script. Director Zhen went straight to the point. It sounded arrogant, but he was actually flattering Chinze without leaving a trace. For example, there was a video online where my future father-in-law said that my daughter was unruly and willful, and that she was bad. Then the male lead slapped him and said angrily, don't talk bad about my wife. Not only was the father-in-law not angry, he actually admired him. That was what it meant. Of course, this was just a video, so don't imitate it. Otherwise, the single dogs would be overjoyed. The only regret is that I can't choose the roles myself. Director Zhen said. The female lead and some important supporting roles will remain unchanged. As for the other roles, Director Zhen can decide on your own. Chinze smiled. Zhen Deshuang was asking for benefits. The director, investors, scriptwriters, and other big shots could decide on the roles. This was a huge power, and because of this, they could sleep with celebrities. Of course, the benefits were definitely not limited to sleeping with celebrities. This kind of cultured director liked to sleep with women the most. Since ancient times, those who called themselves cultured were all dumas. In ancient times, if you didn't go to a brothel, you would be embarrassed to call yourself a scholar. Reciting poems in a brothel and discussing the world's major events was carefree. But now, brothels were illegal, so the backbones of all scholars were broken. Lamentable, lamentable. In modern times, a literary big shot once said that his greatest wish in life was to sleep with a few women. If one wasn't a loss, 2 would be a gain, and more than 3 would not be a waste of his life. That was the general meaning, so there shouldn't be any misinterpretation. Salted fish say. Since the big shot said so, why are they calling me a scumbag? Currently, the main lead and important supporting roles have been finalized. You want to use some unimportant supporting roles to sleep with them? Only a fool would agree to sleep with you. Zhen Deshuang understood and smiled, not mentioning the matter again. Chairman Qin. When do you think is the best time to start filming? The sooner the better. After that, the two discussed some details and were satisfied with each other. Chinze asked the female assistant, who seemed to have the surname Xiang, to bring the contract in and sign it on the spot. Chinze turned back and continued to think about his mission. To finish a movie in 3 months, he definitely couldn't choose something as coquettish as Xianxiao or mythology. He also couldn't choose some brain-burning mystery or mystery script. Ignoring the box office if he wanted a good reputation, it seemed that only romantic or literary films were the best choices. But he and his sister already had a youthful pain movie, and it was in this genre. First of all, the audience would be tired of it. Moreover, Chinze himself wasn't cut out for this kind of script. Actually, there was a genre that would be very popular and would definitely have a good reputation. For example, Tokyo Hot. For example, a bento. It would definitely have a good reputation. Shinzei returned to the office and asked his sister, who was sitting behind the desk and reading documents, "Bao Bao, what kind of movie do you think has a good reputation?" Qin Bao Bao's delicate body trembled and she inexplicably blushed. "Crazy Bao Bao is for you to say that? Lunatic crazy." It was as if a bolt of lightning had split open his mind, bringing with it a tidal wave of inspiration. Generally speaking, for a movie that had a good reputation and a movie that didn't make a hit, the more unpopular the better. Romantic, hipster, hot-blooded, paranoid, crazy. A movie with these elements, if it could be made with the essence, would have a good reputation. Shinzei had seen a movie before. The entire movie was shot in one room. It was a heart-to-heart talk between a female technician and a male drifter. It was a very artistic and cold film. The box office wasn't high, but the movie had a good reputation and won an award in the end. Shinzei felt that he could make a movie with a crazy theme. There were many such movies in the country. Some were flops, some did well at the box office, but they belonged to the unpopular series. The key was that as long as you made it crazy, paranoid, and capture the essence, it would be easy to get a good reputation. "Bao Bao, let's make a movie." Her delicate body trembled and she was angry. "Bao Bao, who are you to say that? I'll hit you if you say it again." "Sister, let's make a movie." "What movie? I've thought of the theme but not the script. Give me half a month." "Oh." His sister responded and continued to look at the documents. He remembered that when he called her sister last year, she would shiver and have her hair stand on end. Now she was calm. If he called her Bao Bao a few more times in the future, she would probably get used to it. Indeed, when it came to going offline, one just had to get used to it. Shinzei couldn't help but think of Wang Zijin. That sister's offline was a little difficult to break through. His greatest achievement so far was to rub shoulders with little Fatty in between. If it wasn't for little Fatty, his little brother wouldn't just rub shoulders with her, but would fight on the spot. For the whole day, Shinzei didn't do anything. He hugged his sister's laptop and watched a movie with a crazy theme. He came to a conclusion that the only way to make a movie with this theme was to have schizophrenia. At night, Shinzei's interview was quickly uploaded to various major media platforms. "My attitude is already very clear. Unspoken rules are the most controversial topic in the entertainment industry, and it's also the most criticized part. I think this is a very bad behavior. I can't change others, but I can change myself. At least in my company, my territory, I don't allow unspoken rules to appear." The bullet screen slid past. Netizens praised Shinzei for being a clear stream in the entertainment industry. These days, everyone knew about the unspoken rules in the entertainment industry, but no star or director had discussed it in depth. Because it was inconvenient to say if you scolded, your peers would be unhappy. Moreover, how many of them could be untainted? If you didn't scold, the audience would question you and criticize you. Most of the time you chose to avoid talking about it. Shinzei was probably the first to stand up and criticize this behavior in recent years. He wasn't putting on a show. He was really disgusted. Because of his sister, he changed his way of doing things in the beginning so that he could protect his sister from the unspoken rules. In the second half of the video, during the segment where the reporter asked Qin Bao Bao questions, the bullet screen was obviously several times more popular. Netizens joked that this was a series where lovers finally became siblings. To be honest, Shinzei and Qin Bao Bao are quite compatible, if you don't consider their sibling status. Let me tell you a secret. Qin Bao Bao has a brother complex. The crazy brother flaunting has already exposed her brother complex. I'm always envious of them. They have such a good relationship. They are the model siblings in the entertainment industry. This reporter is crazy. He's always looking for trouble. Look at Shinzei's embarrassed face. I don't think he's looking for trouble. I know what the reporter is talking about. After watching Journey to the West, I really felt that there was no problem with them being a couple. There was no sense of disharmony at all. That gaze is so classic. It's definitely true love. The person who said it was probably just joking, but the person who watched it was a little flustered, probably because of a guilty conscience. At midnight, the air conditioner blew cold air. In the room under Qin Bao Bao's recommendation, Wang Zijin pulled Qinze to watch the video together. Salted Fish Zhe said angrily, "Isn't there a real name system on the internet? I'm going to sue them for slander. My girlfriend is obviously Sister Ziwei." Sister Ziwei. Wang Zijin exited the video software expressionlessly, locked the screen and crawled under the quilt. "Sleep." Salted Fish Zhe. "Then can I sleep here? Aren't you afraid that your sister will check the room? What's there to be afraid of? Slap her to death." Omen. Then there was a muffled sound under the quilt. Qinze crawled under the quilt and hugged her slender waist from behind. The summer quilt was very thin, and his abdomen felt her firm and perky little butt. "Can I rub against you? Get lost." Chapter 571. One city. This was a city full of controversies. The city's infrastructure could only be considered third tier. It was not even as good as some small counties, but it had produced many rich people. Since the reform and opening up, this city, which had always been mediocre in history, rose and became the pioneer of China's private economy and the front line of reform and opening up. The rich people who left one city had a strange phenomenon. They did not seem to be interested in returning to the city where they grew up. Other than returning to the city during festivals, they spent most of their time outside. They bought houses outside, started companies outside, and developed their businesses outside. The people of one city had a special characteristic. When they became rich, they liked to bring their relatives to make money together. They were very united. In other places, when you brought your relatives to make money, it was rare for them to part on good terms. It was common for them to set up their own businesses. It was good enough that they did not poach you. Black Crystal Building. On the top floor, in an office that was nearly 100 square meters, Su Guang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window with a glass of wine in his hand, overlooking the prosperous central business district. On the leather sofa behind him, Su Yao flipped through a magazine. There was a glass of Yamazaki watercut in his hand. Yamazaki watercut. Ace taught me how to drink it. It's not bad. Su Guang raised his glass. The ice ball in the glass reflected a diamond-like light. Try it. When Su Yao heard this, he immediately took a small sip from his cup. He was not used to drinking this. The wine was brought by Su Guang. This morning he suddenly visited, and Su Yao pushed away a few meetings to accompany him. He did not feel that it was a pity. Money was endless, but the number of old friends was limited. In this world, like old wine, the only things that could change over time were old friends. Back then we were poor boys with nothing. Now I still have nothing, but you are worth tens of billions. Su Guang sighed. We grew up in the same village. You only scored a few points more than me. Su Yao corrected him. It's not just a few points more. You barely passed and I got full marks every time. This is the difference between a top student and a bottom student. Su Guang rolled his eyes. Did the bottom student eat your food? Su Yao sneered. The bottom student took my money. A few million. Su Guang chuckled. We are brothers. We've been friends for decades. Besides, you used to be a man who wanted to be my brother-in-law. Su Yao frowned. Does your brother-in-law agree with what you said? Su Guang was speechless. If my brother-in-law heard this, he would probably give me a big slap. And because I owed him too many favors, I didn't dare to fight back, just like when I was young. I was too cowardly when I was young and felt that I couldn't beat Qin Jianzhong. There was a reason why Su Guang didn't like the old man. The man behind him had been secretly in love with his sister since they were young, and Su Guang had grown up with him. Naturally, Su Guang would side with him. It was just that this guy was too cowardly. He had always buried that love in his heart and treasured it like a treasure. But was there any value in not saying it out loud? Later on, Su Guang met Qin Jianzhong, the man who was filled with the aura of a scholar and a little ruffian. Only then did he know that this was his sister's taste. It was over. Su Yao had no chance at all. On the day of his sister's wedding, Su Yao came to attend her wedding. At that time he was still a loser and had nothing. He watched his sister, whom he had liked for many years, and another man walk into the wedding hall expressionlessly without saying a word. After the wedding he dragged Su Guang out to drink. As he drank he started crying like a fool. Su Guang said, "Why bother? My sister is 6 years older than you. You don't match at all. Did you develop this sister complex habit from Sister Ru?" who you depend on for survival. He was beaten up. Then the two men cried together like fools. Why are you looking for me this time? You can forget about borrowing money. I won't lend you money in the future. Su Yao said, there is something I need your help with. Is gave me a task. He probably wants to use this as an excuse to punish me. Su Guang explained the task that Qinze gave him in detail. He said helplessly, you know that although I have been out for so many years and have a lot of bad friends, there aren't many brothers who can really help me. Then reject it. Find a job and take on the responsibilities that a man should take. Su Yao said, don't. It wasn't easy for me to get back on my feet. Can you bear to see me continue to fall? You have a lot of connections and have a lot of connections. You can definitely help me. Su Guang said bitterly, you don't know. After that kid became a big boss, he became very arrogant. He doesn't care about me anymore. A few days ago, he called me and scolded me, saying that I'm useless. You're really useless. How much can you eat? You're already 40 years old. You should be satisfied. Su Yao said helplessly, can't you just work in peace? Su Guang took a sip of wine, smacked his lips and said proudly, it's impossible for me to work. It's impossible in this lifetime. I don't know how to write or be a boss. I can only follow A's and maintain a decent life. Su Yao was speechless. Whatever, as long as you're happy. I'll keep an eye on this for you. I'll give you an answer in a week. Su Yao took small sips of wine. The morning sun shone in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. His back was straight, and his hair was already slightly gray. A man in his early 40s was at the peak of a man's charm and career. Even if his body was declining, he shouldn't have gray hair so early. It was obvious just by looking at Su Guang. With his thick black hair and handsome appearance, when he went upstairs just now, the female employees kept looking back. Su Guang was overjoyed. We're brothers in this lifetime. Is this how it should be? Su Yao said in a low voice, I want to meet him. Su Guang's smile gradually disappeared. Su Yao said, it's just a meeting. Su Guang's smile gradually became ferocious. Su Yao said, really? Su Guang sighed. Why? Why? You're still as stubborn as before. Don't disturb their peaceful life. Sister and brother-in-law respect each other and love each other. Ace and Bao Bao have a good relationship. Their family is harmonious. What does it have to do with you? But since you asked, I'll agree. Who knows? I might even meet Ace's girlfriend. I'm not sure if she counts as a girlfriend. Su Guang sighed. This guy isn't loyal enough when it comes to relationships. He's not like me or you. He paused for a moment and didn't continue. Although Su Guang was good-looking, he wasn't a womanizer. Otherwise, with his looks, the number of rich women who would throw themselves at him would be uncountable. He could rely on his looks to make a living, but he chose to rely on his strength. In the end, he failed for more than 10 years. When God opened a window for you, he would also close the door. It made sense. Knock, knock, knock. There were a few knocks on the door. Su Guang and Su Yao both fell silent. After a few seconds, Su Yao said, come in. It was a 17 or 18-year-old girl who pushed the door open. She was dressed fashionably, with curly hair and no makeup. Dad, Uncle Su Guang. The girl greeted them and sat down on the sofa. She hugged Su Yao's arm and asked, when will my acceptance letter come? Su Yao said lightly, probably in a few days. The girl didn't ask any more questions. She let go of her father's arm and played with Su Guang. TSK. My niece has grown up. Not bad, not bad. Su Guang laughed. Have you become prettier? You look 60% like your dad. How am I pretty? The two guys who were a few rounds apart in age were fooling around without restraint. The girl's name was Su Yanyan, Su Yao's eldest daughter. She had graduated from high school and was going to college in September. Su Yanyan's grades were not bad, but they were still far from Fudan University. However, this girl was determined to go to Fudan University in Shanghai. She didn't dare to argue with Su Yao, so she went to her mother. In the evil capitalist society, the cutoff points and whatnot were just floating clouds. Su Yao had no choice but to ask his connections to get her an acceptance letter. There was nothing in this world that money couldn't solve. If there was, then it was not enough. After that, Su Yao asked his daughter why she wanted to go to Fudan University. If I go to college in Shanghai, I can meet Qinzai. I can take a picture with him and get his autograph. Su Yinyan replied. Su Yao was in a bad mood. Yinyan, I didn't bring much money with me. I came to one city on my own. My boss didn't reimburse me. How about you lend me a few thousand? Su Guang said shamelessly. Huh. I don't even have my pocket money for this month. I'm not lending it to you. I know you have some money. Be good, just a few thousand. I'll help you get Qinzai's autograph. Su Yinyan giggled. You're bluffing. If you can get Qinzai's autograph, I can lend you 100,000. I'm not lying. If you lend me 100,000, I'll let Qinzai go on a date with you. Really? Can I really go on a date with him? Then I'll give you all my money. Su Yinyan smiled. She and this father of hers liked each other very much. Perhaps it was because he didn't have the dignity of an elder. Every time they met, he would smile and even bring her gifts. Su Guang didn't learn much, but he had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Every time he was rejected by Su Yao, he would go to his house and ask for money. Ahem. Su Yao coughed twice. He thought helplessly that Su Guang didn't know how to act like an elder. He was too casual about his life and work. He lacked rigor and wolf nature. That was why he was such a failure in this life. For example, when the economy was in recession, he advised Su Guang to withdraw his funds first and wait for the market. In the end, this guy didn't listen and lost everything. Reading was too important. Reading wasn't about books. It was about knowledge and thinking. Thinking determined the way out. Su Yinyan transferred $10,000 to Su Guang and waited for him to bring back Qinzai's autograph. Actually, she didn't expect him to really get the autograph. It wasn't like people from Shanghai could definitely meet Qinzai, let alone get an autograph. But she just liked this handsome uncle. After Su Yinyan left, Su Guang held his phone and smiled happily. I'll transfer this $10,000 to my daughter as her pocket money, he said. Do you have any shame? I'm taking all the money. I'm making a legitimate deal. I'll give her a stack of A's autographed photos. Su Guang sighed. In the blink of an eye, Yinyan is also going to college. How's your little brat's academic performance? Is there any hope of getting into college? Su Yao answered bluntly. There's hope for a diploma mill. Su Guang gloated. Hey, these two kids of yours aren't smart at all. It's not like you. Although my Yiya isn't as smart as her cousin, I never have to worry about her studies. The same goes for her brother. Although I lost to you, my daughter and son are smart. Haha. Su Yao glanced at him and sneered. Did you really win? Su Guang was stunned. He shook his head and laughed. Not as good as him. Chapter 572. Qinzai had been in a state of madness for the past few days. He wrote the script until late at night and then pushed it all back to the beginning. He racked his brains to come up with the plot and highlight the distinctive parts of the script. Difficult. Super difficult. The system did not leave him much time. He could not be like other screenwriters spending months or even years to come up with a script. Cross it out. If screenwriters put in so much effort, there would not be so many bad movies in the country. Although he was a science student, he was good at writing essays. After all, he was a big shot who won an award in junior high. He was the pen man who enjoyed the envy and admiration of the girls in his class. But writing essays and writing scripts were two completely different things. Previously, he did not find it difficult to modify the scripts of Journey to the West and Legend of the True Yellow. Instead, he was complacent because he found the logical loopholes in the scripts. It was not difficult at all. It was just that, when he started to write a script from scratch, he realized that it was a very difficult and brain-burning task. His current situation was like the difference between traditional writers and web writers. Traditional writers could spend a few years writing slowly. They had enough time to settle down and deliberate. Web writers, on the other hand, had to write 2 chapters a day. They had to write until they ran out of ideas, until their kidneys were weak. They had to write every day without hesitation. Then the readers would say, "Boring, I give up." Damn it. The best way is to experience the feeling of schizophrenia. The system gave him an idea. It's not that. I can't write the script now. Qinzai was troubled. I know nothing about schizophrenia. That's right. Even if you're good at acting, you don't know how to act. The system said. So, can I withdraw the mission? You're thinking too much. Schizophrenia patient. Schizophrenia patient. Qinze murmured a few times and walked to the mirror in the wardrobe. He looked at his tall and handsome face in the mirror. He saw a big handsome on his face. How could he be a Prince Charming if he was not handsome? Stop joking. He kept thinking, what was a schizophrenia patient like? Crazy? Extreme? Two selves? He closed his eyes and opened them a few seconds later. Miss, from the first time I saw you, I knew that you were the other half of my life. At this time, Qinze's eyes were deep and meaningful. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his expression was focused and affectionate. Buddha said that the 500 times we looked back in our previous lives, we only passed by each other once. I believe that we must have an inseparable fate in our previous lives. In the next moment, Qinze's affectionate and focused expression collapsed. His meaningful and deep eyes turned ferocious. Haha, Xiaobai. Qi, it's your blessing that I have taken a fancy to you. Be obedient and wait for me to *CK you in the future. Buddha said that if you look back 500 times in the previous life in exchange for passing by in this life, in our current situation, we must have *ket each other until the end of time. Wahahaha, scream all you want. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. No one can escape from the Hei's king's crotch. Wild laughter echoed in the room. At this moment, he saw a figure at the door from the corner of his eye. Ha 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 ha. Burp. Qinze's laughter suddenly disappeared, as if someone had grabbed his throat and choked him. He turned his head stiffly. It was Sister Ziwei. Standing at the door was Sister Ziwei. Damn. Why is she standing at my door in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? I didn't close the door? Wang Zijin stared at him blankly. Her expression was strange and complicated. Shock, astonishment, disbelief and sluggishness. Translated into one sentence. I didn't expect you to be such a dog. I didn't disturb you, did I? Wang Zijin hugged the pillow in her arms tightly and said timidly, I'm just passing by. I'll go back to sleep first. Sister Ziwei turned around and fled as if her butt was on fire. It was so embarrassing. Qinze reached out his hand and made a gesture to ask her to stay, but in the end, he was too embarrassed to say anything. In the room there was a dead silence. It's so embarrassing, so embarrassing. I'm just acting. I'm just trying to experience being a schizophrenia patient. However, it was precisely because he was proficient in it that he could imagine how terrifying his face had been when it had crumbled just now. Would it leave some sort of psychological trauma on Sister Xian? This was even more embarrassing than being caught by his girlfriend playing with poop and licking his nose in private. 2nd Battalion Commander. Where's your Italian cannon? Shoot me, shoot me. I don't have the face to see anyone. How should I say this? Although your acting was a bit exaggerated, you did manage to grasp the madness of schizophrenia patients. The system comforted him. Qinze. Wang Zijin slipped back to her room, covered her head and fell asleep. She told herself that it was an illusion, that what she saw just now was an illusion. However, the image of Qinze's ferocious and deranged face lingered in her mind. Is he really ace like that? Is he that scary? This feeling was like having a virtuous and cute girlfriend, only to find out that she was actually a crazy woman. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't feel at ease. So she slipped out of her room again and opened the door to Qin Baobao's room. The three of them never locked the door at home. It was especially convenient for a night attack. At 11 o'clock at night, Qin Baobao was already asleep. She was covered with a thin blanket, with her back facing the door. One could vaguely see the beautiful curves of her body. Wang Zijin closed the door, turned on the lights, lifted the blanket and got into bed. She shook Qin Baobao awake. What's up? I was sleeping soundly. Qin Baobao opened her eyes in a daze and mumbled unhappily. There's something that I don't know if I should say. Wang Zijin hesitated. Don't say what you shouldn't say. Sleep, sleep. Qin Baobao pulled the blanket over her head and nudged her butt. But I don't feel confident if I don't say it. Wang Zijin said mysteriously. It has something to do with A's. Qin Baobao poked her head out of the blanket. Her messy hair covered half of her face. On the other half, a pair of bright eyes could be seen. She asked, "What's wrong?" Wang Zijin said carefully, "I just saw him in the room." Qin Baobao was invigorated. She chuckled and said, "He was having sex in the room? Brother is a 24-year-old man and has never had a girlfriend. He must be thirsty." Wang Zijin knocked her lightly on the head and said unhappily, "It's much scarier than that. Just now when I passed by his door, I saw him standing in front of the mirror. His expression was horrifying, and the words he said were unbearable. Then he started laughing. In short, he looked like he was crazy." Of course, she would not say that she was hugging a pillow and preparing to sleep with her brother. Recently, they had been sleeping together every day. Either Qin Zhe or Wang Zijin would crawl over in the middle of the night. In any case, Qin Baobao was in good health and did not usually wake up at night. In the morning, she would wake up late, so their little actions would not be exposed. Wang Zijin was afraid of being f***ed, but she also wanted to be intimate with her boyfriend. Sometimes she would even take the initiative. "Oh!" Qin Baobao pulled the blanket over her head. Wang Zijin was speechless. "Oh!" Wang Zijin pulled the blanket down and pinched her daughter's face. "Is your brother crazy? Why are you so calm?" Qin Baobao rolled her eyes and said, "He must be acting." "What do you mean?" Wang Zijin asked. "He said that he wants to film an unpopular but well-received movie. The theme is about mental patience. Didn't you notice that he has been daydreaming recently? He is thinking about the script. Don't make a fuss. Sleep. It's not good for a woman's skin to stay up late. I don't have a boyfriend yet. I need to take good care of myself." She pulled the blanket over her head again. "Is that so?" Wang Zijin was enlightened. She heaved a sigh of relief. "There is nothing wrong with my boyfriend. Are you going to sleep? If not, go back to your room. If you want to sleep, turn off the lights." Qin Baobao pushed her best friend's belly. "Go to sleep. I haven't slept with you in a long time. You must be missing me." Wang Zijin chuckled. "Pa!" The lights were turned off. Wang Zijin quickly crawled under the blanket and hugged Qin Baobao from behind. She said fiercely, "Little girl, who are you showing off your big breasts to? I will help you rub them and see if they are fake goods." Qin Baobao shrieked, "It hurts. Don't pinch." "Ouch. Ew. Who are you showing off to with such a big butt? Oh, it feels good to touch." Wang Zijin stopped fooling around. "I want to sleep. Why are you so naughty today? Rub against me. Rub against me before you sleep. Where did you learn such dirty words?" "Your brother." Chapter 573. At the end of August, Qin Zhe received a call from his uncle, saying that he had found a suitable VR manufacturer in Shancheng. Shenzhen a bit far. In fact, Qin Zhe's ideal location was in Shanghai, but Shanghai was a city with a strong smell of money. It was definitely the best choice to engage in finance in Shanghai. However, the R&D and innovation of such high-tech products were first in the coastal cities. Among the coastal cities, Guangdong and Shancheng were the best. Shanghai was a bit worse. Each of the first-tier cities in China had different characteristics. The best way that Qin Zhe and Su Yu discussed was to buy a factory in Shanghai, then acquire a team in other places and move the chassis to Shanghai. However, this kind of situation was more troublesome. It was equivalent to building a team. Shenzhen was too far away from Shanghai. Executives may not be willing to leave their hometown, let alone ordinary employees. But because it was too far away, Qin Zhe's team was currently all in Shanghai, and Shenzhen was not easy to manage. Baoza investment. "Su Yu, come with me to Shenzhen tomorrow," Qin Zhe said. "My uncle found a VR equipment manufacturer willing to sell. I heard that the equipment is good, but because of long-term poor profitability, the investors did not play, causing the manufacturer to be short of funds. They are struggling at death's door and intend to sell it." So you thought that it was finally time for her to appear. She had been sitting on the bench for a long time. "Is your uncle reliable?" Su Yu's tone and expression were like a little daughter-in-law, who was disgusted with her unreliable relatives. The people of the inspection team sent the evaluation report. Qin Zhe logged into his personal email, opened the email and pushed it to Su Yu. There were financial statements, asset evaluations, equipment evaluations, etc. Most of the pros and cons were included. The final answer was a red tick. However, the acquisition price required the boss to personally negotiate and field inspection. In the end, it depended on the boss's wishes and the results of the negotiation. Let your assistant buy a ticket, Qinze said. Halfway through, he didn't seem to remember the name of Su Yu's assistant. He was the president of Baoza, but he didn't have an assistant himself, or Su Yu was his assistant. Su Yu had two assistants, both of whom were older, in their 30s. They looked very good, much better than her sisters, but they were a little older, and their figures were a little out of shape. Wearing an office lady suit, they couldn't look graceful and sexy. Oh, women. In some ways they were all the same. Su Yu grabbed the landline on the table and dialed the phone. Help me book 2 tickets. I will arrive in Shunqing before 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The departure time will be after 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. You decide. After hanging up, she said, I still have something to do at the company. I'll try to get it done by tomorrow morning. There's no rush, right? You didn't ask your 2 assistants to go? You're just a troublesome light bulb. Why are you calling him? Qinze nodded, thinking that it would be great if he could have a private jet one day. In the morning, he would go to Turkey to show off. In the afternoon, he would go to Japan to eat Japanese food. In the afternoon, he would go to Paris to experience the most romantic city in Europe. Then at night, she would bring her sisters to Beijing to breathe in the smog. She would be full and happy. The villagers are really bad. The air pollution is caused by our lack of straw. Sir, the office fell into a quiet state of work. Su Yu occasionally went out for a while, then came back and continued to read documents and sign. During this period, there was a short meeting, probably to explain tomorrow's matters. Qinze was holding a notebook and writing his script in the office. Since Baoza was on the right track and flourishing, he was a bit like a hands-off shopkeeper. The company was managed by Su Yu, and the business was handed over to the department manager. As a boss, he needed to do everything by himself. The boss was like this. When he started a business, he poured his blood and sweat, laid a foundation, and then handed it over to his subordinates to manage and operate. It was a bit similar to the ancestors in Xuanhuan novels. They lived in seclusion for a long time. Once something happened to the family, they would jump out to turn the tide and help the building to collapse. What are you writing? Su Yu didn't know when she sat next to him and leaned over to look at the screen. Script, Qinze said. I'm writing a script. After the acquisition is over, I will concentrate on writing the script, and then make a movie. Then can I be the heroine? Su Yu's eyes were shining. This is not a romance film. Qinze scratched his head. I don't have a heroine. Let me see your script, Su Yu said. Qinze's script was just a draft, outlining a general story framework. The hero in the story had a bad childhood. His father was a gambler. Because he owed a huge amount of money to loan sharks, he hid all day and lived the life of a stray dog. Later, he was caught by the forces of loan sharks and sunk in the Huangpu River. The one who sunk him in the Huangpu River was a ruthless strong woman. Hey, your character is based on Sister Man, right? It must be her. I'm going to send the script to her. Su Yu laughed. Is it really good for you to hate Sister Man so much? Do you want to be a widow at a young age? Qinze glared at her. Then the protagonist's mother went crazy. She wandered around the village all day with disheveled hair. The protagonist lived silently, went to school, and took care of his mother. One day, when he came back from school, he found that his mother had been defiled by a ruffian in the village. She was pregnant for 9 months and gave birth to a daughter. It was undoubtedly a devastating disaster for a family that barely survived and relied on the government's relief. Wow, it's the kind of literary film at first glance. I hate tear-jerking movies. When I wrote novels, if I wrote a little bit of abuse, I would call it poison. Su Yu frowned. I'm not writing a novel, I'm making a movie. In the unpopular movies that win in content, this kind of plot is nothing. Qinze said. He's not making a comedy, and he has no comedy talent. The system's task is to complete a movie independently. If Qinze has comedy talent, he will make a comedy. Maybe it will be a box office hit. During this time, he has studied many movies with excellent reviews. First of all, the content can't be plain. There must be twists and turns and bitterness in it. His father was sunk in the Huangpu River, and the family lived happily with the subsistence allowance. This part was scrapped. Qinze has to admit that he actually plagiarized. No, how can a scholar's matter be called plagiarism? It's reference. He referred to a short clip of a movie that he saw when searching for similar movies in the point store, and then modified it and added it to the script. That's it. So you held the mouse and pulled it down. The script ended here. Just a beginning. She looked at Qinze speechlessly. I can't write it, I'm stuck. Qinze scratched his head. Wisdom limits my imagination, and I can't guess the world of schizophrenia patients at all. The reason why he was stuck was that he didn't know the specific symptoms of schizophrenia patients, their words and deeds, their state after the illness, and what they imagined. You need to go out for a walk, or go to a mental hospital for a field trip. Suyu suggested. It makes sense. Qinze nodded. He turned his head and kissed Suyu on the cheek. Sure enough, behind a successful man, there is a smart woman. The plane crossed the blue sky and the white clouds. Qinze, sitting by the window, looked down. Houses, fields, and high-rise buildings became mini-models. During the flight, the fuselage would have a stronger shake and tilt. The scenery was very good. Qinze held on for a few seconds and pulled down the window cover. It was terrible, and he always felt that he would fall at any time. Taking a plane was not a good thing for people with acrophobia. But Qinze felt very excited while his heart was beating wildly. The feeling of both fear and yearning. Do you have acrophobia? Next to him, Suyu's eyes were bright, as if she had found something interesting. Yes, didn't I tell you? Qinze took off his mask and took a sip of water. His beating heart calmed down a little. What does acrophobia feel like? Suyu asked. She didn't have acrophobia. Why do you think there is such a symptom? It's like people who don't get carsick. It's hard to understand when they see someone vomiting because of sitting in a car. It's the kind of... Qinze put the mask back on and tried to describe. The heart will jump to the throat, the breath will be blocked, the legs will be soft, and sometimes it will be accompanied by breathing difficulties. Suyu tilted her head, thought about it, and wondered. Isn't this the feeling when you and I have sex? Qinze. Is this the feeling? Suyu whispered. It's true, every time I have sex with you my heart beats very fast, and you hit me so hard that my breathing is intermittent. After that, my legs are soft. Qinze. It turned out that the symptoms of acrophobia were the same as the feeling of having sex. The long posture. Husband, would you like to bungee jump with me? Suyu whispered. Psycho. Qinze rolled his eyes. But Suyu couldn't see it. He was wearing sunglasses blocking his eyes. You really love Wang Zijin more. If she asks so, you will definitely agree. Suyu pouted and looked pitiful. No, if she asks for this, I won't agree. Qinze waved his hand. What if I die suddenly? Even if Wang Zijin asks so, he will refuse. Bungee jumping makes him feel weak in the legs. In his life, he has only ridden a roller coaster with his sister. But at that time they were brother and sister, and after they came down, both of them became mentally retarded. Qinze leaned against the seat and closed his eyes to rest. Last night, he thought about the script and wrote intermittently until 2 o'clock in the morning. At 5:30, he got up for a morning run with Sister Ziwei. He felt a little tired. Physically he was okay, but mentally he couldn't bear it. So you felt a little bored and happened to see a girl in the next seat watching Journey to the West on iPad with relish. After Journey to the West was taken off the shelves, the online version was put on the shelves and sold for a high copyright fee. This girl can sit in first class and she is certainly not short of money, but she still watches Journey to the West, which shows that she really likes this movie. Your country's movies, the special effects are very good, but the plot is not good at all. Next to the girl, a foreign man said, I think it's very good. The girl said, I've seen this film and the logic is not very good. The foreign man said, this is a mythical love movie, not a mystery movie. The young girl retorted. The two of them conversed in English. Chapter 574. Behind the young man and woman, another blonde foreigner with blue eyes said, I've seen this movie. Several actresses are very beautiful, but the plot is not good. The special effects are good. His judgmental tone was filled with disdain. The girl turned her head and said unwillingly, China's box office is the first, and it broke the record. That's because Hollywood's blockbuster happened not to be released at the same time. Otherwise the first place would always be in our country. The foreigner behind him was a little older, but only relatively speaking. He was at most 30 years old. And its foreign box office should not be good. China's movies don't sell well abroad, but your country's market is very big, so even if the quality of the movie is not good, it can sell high box office. It was really an irrefutable statement. The foreigner also specially checked the box office of A Journey to the West on the internet. After that, he showed his mobile phone to the girl and proudly said, "Look, the box office is very average." The girl curled her lips and did not speak. So you added a sentence and asked the girl, "Do you also like to watch A Journey to the West?" The girl was obviously stunned. She turned her head and looked at the beautiful sister who was a little blind. She smiled politely and said, "Well, I'm a fan of Qin Zhe." "Well, I'm also a fan of Qin Zhe." Suyu nodded. "Really? Do you like his movies or songs?" "I like both. I listen to every song of his and watch every movie." In this way the chatterbox was opened. The two of them were separated by a woman and chatted in a low voice, trying not to disturb the people around them. The first-class seats were large, but the space was not big, but there were few seats. They spoke in a low voice and did not disturb others. Talented and good-looking little fresh meats were always especially popular with girls. There was a very strange phenomenon in the entertainment industry. Although little fresh meats and popular actresses couldn't escape the evil hands of trolls, 90% of the trolls were male creatures. Female fans were higher quality than male fans, although there were often people who scolded women for being brainless and blindly chasing stars. The people who said these words were all envious and jealous male comrades. After the male comrades finished trolling the little fresh meat and the female actresses, they trolled everything. Qin Zhe listened to Suyu's fancy flattery. His face was burning and he felt embarrassed. However, the girl seemed to have found a kindred spirit. They talked about everything from music and movies to Qin Zhe's private life. Suyu said, "Qin Zhe is a man with a very clean private life. Unlike other little fresh meats, who are shining on the screen, but their private life is very debauched." The girl nodded. It could be seen that Qin Zhe had a good reputation. Suyu added, "We are both siblings." For example, a certain senior became famous and became an outstanding alumnus in the photo cabinet. Listening to their conversation, Qin Zhe felt like he was listening to an interesting story from another world. It was indeed different from the universities in China. The foreigner was a little older than Suyu, so he was a senior. He was good at flirting with girls. He asked Suyu for her number, although Suyu didn't give it to him. Taking advantage of the gap between Suyu drinking water, the two foreigners communicated with their eyes, and the other foreigner pouted at Suyu. The foreigner behind the girl immediately got up, walked over and said in broken Chinese, "Hello. Can you change your position?" He was talking to Qin Zhe, but Qin Zhe was sleeping and didn't know. The foreigner pushed him on the shoulder, and he opened his eyes and looked at him blankly. "Can you change your position?" The foreigner repeated. "No," Qin Zhe said. "Is it different?" The foreigner said, "She and I are alumni and we want to chat." "Thank you." Qin Zhe was disgusted by his confident tone. He remembered that when his sister was still working in a foreign company, she complained to him one day that foreigners were particularly difficult to get along with. Their words often had "thank you" and "good," but you couldn't feel the slightest sincerity. It was as if those words were just words, but in fact they were very domineering, especially the executives in the company, who were always used to being superior. Qin Zhe had no idea about this. From the perspective of an experienced theorist, he comforted his sister and said, "That's because the superiority of foreigners is innate. More than 10 years ago, they were even more domineering." "I'm sleeping. It's very rude of you to disturb me," Qin Zhe said in not very fluent English. His English was not bad, and he could read foreign books, but his spoken English was terrible. The Westerner muttered a slang, and turned around to go back. Suyu whispered, "He said you are a dog." Qin Zhe didn't believe it. "Nonsense, do foreigners know the word dog?" Suyu said, "It means that." Qin Zhe sneered. "Is this the quality of a foreign famous university?" Suyu joked, "Well, the moon in foreign countries is the roundest." Foreigners are all highly qualified talents. You speak in a strange way. Qinze pinched her thigh. On the other side, the foreigner muttered discontentedly. The girl muttered with her foreigner companion, which meant that Suyu and Qinze knew each other, so it was normal that they wouldn't change seats. Suyu sighed. I miss the days abroad. Is there someone or something worth remembering there? I don't have many friends abroad. Thinking about those years, it was very lonely to be alone in a foreign land. But after all, it was a part of my life. Suyu wanted to lean her head on Qinze's shoulder, but the seats in the first class were very spacious, unlike the seats in the economy class. She couldn't lean her head on Qinze's shoulder. Otherwise, her neck and waist would be broken before they reached Shancheng. Everyone would have feelings about the days of studying, but Qinze wouldn't have such feelings for the time being. He had only graduated a year ago. Maybe in a few years, he would also sigh about the years when he was a passerby in the University of Finance and Economics. That was his lost youth. He really missed the past, unknown and carefree, unlike now, where he was the center of attention. It was really tiring to be a celebrity. Such a feeling. What about now? Qinze asked. Now of course it's good in China. With you, I have nothing to be dissatisfied with. Suyu rolled her eyes. Sensible. Qinze touched her head. Obviously, she was older than him. But Suyu acted like a girl who needed love and pampering in front of him. Qinze still enjoyed this feeling, although he was a sister complex. Qinze took a nap on the plane and was suddenly awakened by the noise. Suyu looked around, but because the economy class and first class were blocked by the door, she couldn't see the outside scene. The girl next to her got up, opened the door and looked outside, turned her head and spoke English to another foreigner, and then the two went out together. With Qinze's poor English hearing, he could roughly understand. XX and the people outside are quarreling. Just at this time he wanted to pee. Out of the Chinese mentality, he said, I'll go to the toilet and eat melons. Suyu nodded and didn't join in the fun. She just said, come back and chat with me. Qinze, you talk like an ant in Beijing. He stepped out of the first-class cabin. Chapter 575. There was someone in the first-class toilet. Qinze's intention to watch the show after going to the toilet fell through. Then he went to the economy class toilet. The aisle of the economy class only allowed one person to pass, so Qinze found that the way to the toilet was blocked. Many people in the economy class straightened up and poked their heads out to watch the conflict. The two air hostesses were trying to mediate. One of the two parties involved in the conflict was the top student from Yale University in the first-class cabin, a foreigner. The other was a gentle-looking middle-aged man wearing glasses. I just went to the toilet and he kept knocking on the door. After I came out, I said a few words to him and he even pushed me. The man explained to the stewardess with an agitated expression. He obviously did not understand English, and the foreigner's Chinese level was limited to simple communication and daily greetings. If he was angry, he had to rely on his mother tongue. Qinze roughly understood. The foreigner was probably in a hurry to go to the toilet. There was someone in the first class, so he came to the economy class. In the end, he found that there was still someone in the economy class, so he knocked on the door. There was nothing wrong with this person having 3 urgent needs. But his behavior of knocking on the toilet to urge him to go angered the middle-aged man in the toilet. Anyone would be angry. So the two quarreled, and it seemed that the foreigner even pushed the middle-aged man. The two air hostesses tried to communicate with the foreigner, but they could only speak a few words of English. Then a tall stewardess stood on the side and struggled to communicate with the foreigner in English. Although every airline interview had an English conversation assessment, the level was not too high. From high school to university, this was just a domestic flight. The foreigners were cursing and swearing. Even those who didn't understand English could hear them shouting, F***CKU. Sorry. The girl in the first class squeezed over with another foreigner and said, he is my friend. What's wrong? Your friend quarreled with someone. Can you tell him to go back to his seat first? We are in the air, so let's go back to our seats first, said the air hostess. The girl communicated with the foreigner in fluent English. The foreigner shook his head, pointed at the middle-aged man, and mumbled something. The girl's face showed anger and displeasure. She looked at the two air hostesses and air hostesses. My friend said that person insulted him. You have to give him a satisfactory answer. The middle-aged man was furious. Who insulted him? When I went to the washroom, he knocked on the door with all his might. Everyone outside heard him. He made me feel uneasy when I went to the washroom. When I came out I said crazy and he pushed me. The foreigner said in English. The girl translated. You're occupying the toilet. Don't you have any civility? The middle-aged man's eyes widened. Using the toilet is called occupying? Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Kongbao hurriedly said, It's just a small matter. Forget it, let's hurry back. The Westerner stood still and spoke in English. Even ordinary people could recognize the curse words that were mixed into his words. The girl said, My friend asked him to apologize. The middle-aged man couldn't believe it. Why? They had been quarreling for a while. Once the mood of watching the show passed, the passengers couldn't take it anymore. After all, the economy class wasn't big. Who could stand a group of people standing next to you chattering and tugging? Can't you just apologize? It's not a big deal. He's not a girl. Is it so hard to say sorry? So annoying. Apologize to him. After all, he's a foreigner. Our countrymen have manners. The surrounding passengers were all talking at once. The middle-aged man straightened his neck. What's there to apologize for? It's not my fault. I haven't asked him to apologize yet. Pretentious. Security, don't just watch. Hurry up and get them to leave. So annoying. The passengers said impatiently. The air hostess looked at the middle-aged man and said, Why don't you apologize to him? The middle-aged man was stunned. Another air hostess persuaded, Let's not lower ourselves to the foreigner's level. They might be serious and don't know how to be tactful. Why bother? The foreigner who came out with the girl said, Apologize. He said it in Chinese. The two foreigners pursed their lips. They had been in China for so many years and had always received the best treatment and the best environment. When they had difficulties, there would be a bunch of Chinese colleagues to help them. When they had gatherings and fun, there would also be a bunch of people around them. They had lost a bicycle in China and the whole country had mobilized to help them find a car. In their own country, who would care? They did not spend a single cent and enjoyed top-notch VIP treatment. Awesome! In their own country, they could not enjoy such treatment at all. When they encountered trouble, they had to solve it themselves. If they cursed, the women in their country would despise them for being impatient. But in China it was not like that at all. When they cursed a few times, a bunch of people would laugh and give them a thumbs up. Come on, that was clearly a swear word in their country. China was so good. Although it was a foreign country, they felt like they were the masters. When foreign dogs came over, they could look down on the local dogs of China. They waited for the middle-aged man to apologize. They did not know much Chinese. Otherwise, a sentence would have appeared in their minds. Call me daddy. The middle-aged man looked around. The passengers on both sides of him looked impatient and annoyed. He looked at the air hostess and also wanted him to apologize. Their tone was very gentle and patient when they spoke to the foreigners, but when they spoke to him, their tone became very normal. But because it was too normal, it showed the difference between the two sides. Why? Am I wrong? Just because they were foreigners? But this was China. Weren't they all Chinese? We have the same skin and the same pupils. Only then are we on the same side. Shouldn't they be on my side? Why did their family blame their own family when they had a conflict with others at home? Why? F***CKU. The middle-aged man roared angrily. His face was red and his neck was thick. He looked like an angry clown. In the eyes of most of the passengers, he was a clown. After all, they had stayed in China for a few years. They could still understand the two words F***CKU. Just like how most of the Chinese knew how to say F***CKU. Say that again. The foreigner pushed the middle-aged man's shoulder, causing him to stagger. The middle-aged man wanted to fight back, but he was stopped by the air hostess. Two air hostesses blocked both sides. The middle-aged man was blocked by the air hostess. He listened to the warning, don't cause trouble. Otherwise, you will go to the police station when you get off the plane. The foreigner cursed, F***CK, then he changed to broken Chinese. F***CK your mother. As if still angry, he cursed, Chinese pig. Chinesepik. Each curse was harsher than the last. The younger air hostess's face flashed with anger, but she held it in. They were staff, not passengers. If they did something reckless now, they would be fired by the manager later. It would be fine. The reason was that they treated foreign friends rudely, tarnished the country's reputation, and caused a bad impact. The surrounding passengers were angry, disdainful, and indifferent. There were all kinds of people, but no one stood out to meddle. It did not concern them, so they did not care. There were also people holding up their mobile phones to take videos. If the video was uploaded to the internet, it would cause public anger. But most people who were boiling with passion on the internet would choose to be aloof and indifferent when they encountered such a thing in reality. They were commonly known as keyboard warriors. I think you should take back what you said just now and apologize to us. A voice interrupted. It was full of energy and instantly attracted everyone's attention. It was a young man wearing a mask and sunglasses. The foreigner recognized him. He was the very rude man in the first-class cabin. His small request was rejected. This was a very ungentlemanly Chinese man. He was far inferior to his friends and colleagues in China. What does it have to do with you? His broken Chinese was domineering. Qinze pushed the air hostess aside and stood in front of the girl and the foreigner, saying, "Because you scolded me." The foreigner did not react, and neither did the passengers. "Chinese pig," Qinze said. "Take back that sentence, apologize, and I forgive you." Looking for trouble. The foreigner was stunned at first, but he cleverly avoided the topic and said something in English. The girl beside him listened and translated. He said that the China people united to bully him. He wants to file a complaint against you. The foreigner looked at Qinze arrogantly. According to his experience, as long as he threatened to file a complaint, most Chinese people, not including individual investors, would choose to compromise. Because foreigners like them had a high status in China, unreasonably high. If they complained together, Chinese people's complaints would be ignored, but foreigners' complaints would be taken seriously. "Sir, please go back to your seat." The air hostess looked at Qinze with dissatisfaction. Qinze was silent for a moment. "He scolded us and said that Chinese people are pigs." "Sir, please go back to your seat," the air hostess repeated and then said, "We will handle it ourselves." Qinze ignored him and looked at the foreigner. "Apologize. Chinese pig." The foreigner was firm. "I'm warning you, others will attack you," the air hostess warned. But as soon as he finished speaking, the foreigner next to him was kicked away. He crashed into the passenger seat on the side, and in an instant there were screams. Qinze pounced, pressed the guy against the passenger and punched him. Two air hostesses went to stop him. Like the police subduing a criminal, they pressed down on his shoulders and tried to twist his hands behind his back. Unfortunately, their strength was not comparable to Qinze's. Instead, they staggered. It was chaos. Many people took out their phones to take videos. Another foreigner saw the situation and went to help. Taking advantage of Qinze's unpreparedness, he launched a sneak attack and punched him in the head. It hurt a little. Qinze stood up angrily and glared at him. His sunglasses fell off, revealing half of his face. Then for a moment, the cabin fell into a strange silence. Everyone was looking at him. Everyone was looking at him. There were all kinds of expressions. Astonishment, shock, disbelief. Their expressions froze on their faces. Especially the girl who was with the foreigner. Her mouth was wide open and her eyes were wide as she stared at him in a daze. Of the two air hostesses, one was still lying at the feet of the passenger, and the other was standing firmly beside Qinze. But they all saw Qinze's face. Qinze. Chapter 576. As a young hunk whose popularity was comparable to the S-list, he carried the title of God of Stocks, Fast Shooter, Music Genius, and Outstanding Entrepreneur. On this flight from Shanghai, there was almost no one present who did not know him. Although Qinze was wearing a mask, it obviously could not prevent others from recognizing him. The upper half of his face was easier to recognize than the lower half because the eyes were the window to the soul, and the most important part of a person's facial features. In the entire cabin, there were probably only two people who did not recognize him. One was lying down and the other was standing. The one standing had his hands clenched into fists and was in a fighting posture. It seemed that he had practiced a few moves. The foreigner was tall and strong. Qinze was already 182 meters tall, but he was still half a head shorter than him. After getting into a fighting posture, the foreigner stared at Qinze. He thought that if he came over, he would reward him with a left hook, then a right hook, and then a gas heel. He would simply KO him. Qinze took a step forward. The moment he stepped in, the foreigner's left hook flew over. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. As soon as the combo started, it was interrupted. The foreigner's nose was punched. His vision turned black and his whole body fell backward. The girl behind him wanted to support him, but she could not. The two staggered and fell together. Qinze knows Kung Fu. Someone among the passengers shouted. How can he beat him? It was impossible. After recovering from the shock, the air hostess quickly grabbed Qinze's arm, one on each side. Don't do it, don't. The passengers all stood up, took out their phones, took photos, and recorded videos. The passengers on the other side of the cabin door were a little far away, so they did not react. They pulled the people in the front row and asked about the situation. Asked, what's going on? Why is there such a big reaction? Answered, Qinze is on the plane. He hit someone. Quickly record a video. Qinze turned his head and asked the two air hostesses, do you want to send me to the police station? This was what the air hostess threatened the middle-aged man just now. The two air protectors smiled bitterly at each other. After he finished speaking, he looked around. His gaze swept past the passengers and the phone cameras in their hands. He said loudly, since everyone has recognized me, I'll say a few words. Everyone, please be quiet. Since his identity had been exposed, he might as well say something. According to his plan, he would only reveal his true identity to the staff in the cabin. Then, through operations, the impact of this matter was eliminated. The cabin quieted down a little. Qinze said in a clear voice, just now this foreigner shouted Chinese pig. Chinese people are pigs. I don't know how you feel, but I feel terrible. He's not only scolding that big brother, but he's also scolding me and everyone here. In our country there's a saying that goes, if you don't teach, you'll be punished. So I gave him a chance to apologize, but he didn't. Instead, he insulted us even more. I can only use my actions to tell him that Chinese people are not pigs. Clap, clap, clap. Qinze frowned and glanced at the passengers. But what makes me the most uncomfortable is not his insults but your silence. Just now I was on the side shouting in my heart, don't be silent, stand up and refute. But you didn't. You listened to him call you Chinese pigs. But you just kept silent and acted as if it had nothing to do with you. If a person doesn't even have the integrity of a race, if he doesn't even have dignity, then it's too sad. Most of them were ashamed and speechless. Very good. Qinze said. Lu Sun said that money can't make your knees hard. If you want to stand up again, you have to stand up from the bottom of your heart first. Lu Sun. F***ck, who's pressing down on my coffin? I'm a public figure. I know that hitting people will have a great negative impact on me, and I'll even be classified as a banned artist and banned, but I still have to do it because someone has to stand up. Have you ever thought about what would happen if no one stood up for him? After the incident, he would talk to his companions about it and say with disdain, not a single Chinese person dared to stand up for me at that time. They really are like a bunch of pigs. Qinze said in a deep voice, dignity is something you have to protect yourself. Face is something you have to fight for. In the future, when I meet such people who insult Chinese people, I will beat them up one by one. If I shout a section of I Have a Dream, it will be more emotional, but that's too stupid. I'll recite it later. What if I cross to the Republic of China? Silence, silence. But this silence is different from the silence just now. That silence is indifference, and this silence is shame mixed with boiling blood. One face, each with different expressions. The middle-aged man with glasses had wet eyes, not pretentious but moved. At the other end of the cabin, Suyu stood at the door of the first-class cabin, looking at the crowd, the man with emotion. Her eyes were unprecedentedly infatuated and adored. After that, Qinze said to the two air hostesses, how to deal with it, I will take the responsibility. He brushed past the infatuated stewardess and the flustered girl. As soon as he left, the two foreigners stopped pretending to be dead and angrily said to the air hostess, call the police when you get off the plane. I'm going to sue him. This time the air hostess didn't answer but called the stewardess. Take the medicine box to stop the bleeding and rub the medicine. The foreigners repeated in Chinese. Sue him. The air hostess ignored them. Please go back to your seat, or we will forcibly send you back. We will help you deal with the wounds. One had a nosebleed, and the other had a bruised face. The two foreigners looked at the girl. The girl hesitated for a moment and said in English, I think you should apologize. Fuck. The foreigners were so angry that they burst out swearing. Stupid. Son of a bitch. Go away, brainless. In the passengers, suddenly there was a burst of curses in response to the two of them. Qinzhe pulled Suyu back to the first-class cabin at the door and said with a wry smile, It may take a while to get off the plane later. Sorry, I always make trouble. Suyu shook her head. You hit people again, isn't it immature? Qinzhe said. Because she is weak, women instinctively dislike violence. She feels that it is immature. Suyu hugged his waist and said softly, Fighting also depends on the situation. Are those indifferent people outside rational? Are they men? Are they mature? As you said, they don't even have dignity, and they keep silent even when insulted. Is such a person good? She sniffed Qinzhe's breath deeply and became more and more intoxicated. Foreigners are all like this. I have seen a lot of Chinese people who have been discriminated against inside. They not only discriminate against Chinese people, but also engage in internal strife. The discrimination against black people is very serious. But among those Chinese people who are discriminated against, few can stand up and refute. Other bases I can understand, but if you are discriminated against and insulted in your own country, what is it? Qinzhe scratched his head in annoyance. Why can't I stand up? Suyu said. Why do you think about others? Think about yourself. Will you really be classified as a band artist? Qinzhe shook his head. Politically correct, no. Suyu cleverly said. Oh, and continued to hug him. Not long after, she let go and rubbed her neck and waist. The door of the first-class cabin was opened at this time, and two foreigners and a girl came in. One of them had a hemostatic cotton in his nostrils, and the other had medicine on his face. They didn't say anything, didn't dare to speak, and sat in their seats. The girl peeked at Qinzhe from time to time, and her expression was extremely complicated. Qinzhe? He was Qinzhe? It turned out that she had been in the same room with her idol. At this time as a fan, she should have been excited to ask for autographs and photos, but after what happened just now, it was difficult to put down her face and get close to him. The same was true for the passengers in the economy class. Qinzhe's words just now made everyone's face burn. At 4:50 p.m. They arrived at Bowen Airport on time. After Qinzhe got off the plane, he was asked by the airport staff to enter the VIP room. Qinzhe was taken away alone. Is the police going to arrest him? Let's go and see. The passengers who took the ferry also saw that they and Qinzhe didn't leave on the same ferry. Let's go and see after we get off. It's in that direction. The airport police station is next to it. Let's go directly. Qinzhe waited in the VIP room for the police from the police station. He got into a fight again. The two middle-aged policemen who rushed over to take notes had the same thought in their minds at the same time. The incident between Qinzhe, Zhao Yuqian, and Sun Wuda was still vivid in their minds. Shanghai and Shenzhen were more than 1,000 kilometers apart, but in the era of information explosion, a haircut was known all over the country, not to mention a fight between a famous person like Qinzhe. We received a report that you hit someone on the plane. The policeman said. Causing trouble on the plane was an additional crime. Conflicts between passengers were fine, but if it was a conflict with the staff on the plane, it would be serious enough to warrant immediate detention. I hit two foreigners. Qinzhe said. The reason? They called Chinese pigs. The policeman was stunned. Tell me in detail. Qinzhe recounted what happened on the plane. You didn't hurt them badly, did you? The policeman's tone was gentle. Of course not, it's just a normal fight. It doesn't constitute minor injuries. Qinzhe said with a smile. It was like a joke and the policeman laughed too. Some time ago, countless people were concerned about minor injuries. The two foreigners are next door, we'll ask them later. After the policeman finished speaking, he left the VIP room. When they opened the door and saw the scene outside, Both of them were stunned. There were dozens of people standing at the door. Chapter 577. They're out. A group of people came forward. Officer, it was those two foreigners who scolded me first. They even pushed me. They were the ones who started it. You should arrest those two foreigners. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. He looked very anxious. He was the one who got into a conflict with the foreigners on the plane. He was also the one who gathered the passengers to watch. Before this, he was actually very disdainful of Qinze. He knew that he was a celebrity because his daughter, who was in junior high school, was chasing after this Qinze. It was to the point of blindly worshipping him. Once he heard his daughter talking to her classmate on the phone. She kept calling him husband. As a father, he was very worried. She was so shameless. Calling him husband at such a young age. She was so shameless. Also, that Qinze was that flirtatious B***starred. Later, he found out that he was a celebrity and was very good at writing songs. As a middle-aged man who didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, that was all he knew about Qinze. A few days ago, Qinze hit someone. His daughter was very worried about it. She was afraid that her idol would be banned. It was good to be banned. It was good to be banned for such a scourge of young girls. Until an hour ago, when he was insulted and humiliated by two foreigners on the plane, no one stood up. Only this young man stood up. He was a celebrity and a public figure, but he still stood up. This young man was different. He was different from what he thought of as a young hunk. He was different from most ordinary people. He had guts. If he was caught and banned because of this matter, he would be the first to be indignant and would stand up to speak up. The crowd behind him echoed. Are they going to arrest him? Arrest my ass. Don't let them arrest him. That's still up to you. Let's take photos of these two people first. If Qinze is arrested, we'll post it online and let the netizens search for them. One after another they spoke up. The two policemen looked at each other. They were a little caught off guard. They had received a report from the airport that there was a fight on the plane. The two foreigners were the ones who were beaten up. As it was related to their foreign friends, they took it seriously and hurried over. There were so many people gathered here. Moreover, the crowd looked very agitated. Naturally, it attracted a lot of attention and interest. They gathered around to watch the show. What's going on? Why are you all gathered here? Oh, the police are here too. What happened? Someone answered. Qinze is here. Qinze. A surprised and excited voice sounded. Yes, Qinze. He got into a fight on the plane just now, so the police came. Another fight. In the past, he didn't realize that Qinze was so mischievous. Why was he always fighting? Was he really a bad person? And it's a foreigner, the man added. Whoa, what's going on? Did they hit a foreigner? Two foreigners scolded us Chinese as pigs on the plane. If that's the case, then he deserves a beating. More and more people gathered, and the chatter became louder and louder. When the two policemen saw the situation, they said a few words in a polite manner. The general meaning was that it was a routine matter and they were just asking about it. You guys do your thing and we'll watch ours. Just pretend that we don't exist, the middle-aged man with glasses said. They looked at each other, then turned and went back into the house. On the leather sofa in the VIP room, Suyu tilted her head on Qinze's shoulder and looked at her mobile phone. Qinze hugged her waist and saw the door open again. So he let go of Suyu's waist. Police comrade, is there anything else? Out of curiosity, the two policemen's eyes fell on Suyu first, then turned to Qinze and smiled bitterly. There are a lot of people outside blocking us. We said that we didn't arrest you, but they just refused to leave. Qinze understood and said, You go next door to make a statement first. I'll talk to them outside. He was a little surprised. After about half an hour at the airport, Qinze went out and saw a dense group of people. He couldn't tell who were passengers on the same plane as him and who were just onlookers. Qinze. Seeing him come out, there was a small scream and uproar in the crowd. Thank you for your concern. He bowed slightly. I'm fine and nothing will happen. After all, it doesn't constitute a minor injury. The police have come forward to mediate our conflict, and I can leave soon. Let's disperse, everyone should have something to do, so don't waste time here. Are you really all right? The middle-aged man with glasses standing in front asked. It's all right. Qinze nodded and smiled at him. Then we'll go when it's over. The middle-aged man said. There were no people gathered here but more gathered just like queuing up to buy tickets, a dense crowd of people. The behavior of fans picking up at the airport is to make a show and hype, but the premise is that the star doesn't appear in a high-profile appearance. If you wear a pair of sunglasses and a mask in and out of the airport, no one will notice, but if you don't have any cover and stand in the waiting hall, you will be surrounded by onlookers. Star effect. On the other side, two foreigners with obvious scars on their bodies shouted at the police. I don't accept mediation, you have to detain him. The girl translated in Chinese. Qinze and Suyu were also in this VIP room, sitting on the side, calm and composed. The policeman said, this is not enough to constitute detention. In addition, if you don't accept mediation, the airline will sue both of you for obstruction of public order. You will go back to the police station with me and wait for the airline's prosecution. Or you can go to the court and sue him yourself, at the cost of accepting the airline's lawsuit at the same time. Translate for him. The girl glanced at the policeman and whispered something to the two foreigners. The bias of the police has been obvious, but you can't find any fault with the bias within the law. The two foreigners looked unwilling and finally chose to accept the compensation and apologize. The girl translated awkwardly. They want 50,000 yuan. In fact, she didn't need to translate, Qinze and Suyu could understand. You can go to the court and sue, I'll take it. Qinze said lightly. Go to the court and sue. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Even if I lose, it will only be a matter of tens of millions of yuan, but it will probably take a few months. The prosecution process, the court judgment is too time-consuming, at least a month. Don't think that a lawsuit is a terrible thing. If it's a real fight, even if Qinze loses in the end, the court's judgment is absolutely fair. A little injury may be fine the next day. How can you pay 50,000 yuan? You want to extort money? You think too much. The girl translated for the two foreigners and added her personal opinion. She felt that a lawsuit was troublesome and did not get any benefits. So you took out a pink wallet from a high-end LV bag, took out 5,000 yuan, threw it on the table and spoke English. Qinze can probably understand 5,000 yuan, you take it and you can reward me. I am not short of money. I want to go to court and I am not afraid. The two foreigners looked up at Suyu. It was probably the first time that they felt a sense of oppression from her. This beautiful woman suddenly became strong and fierce. They were a little confused. Looking at the police again, they were expressionless. They were a little disappointed that they didn't get the VIP treatment that they imagined. After judging the situation, they chose to accept the compensation and apology. Apologize crossed out. The front door was blocked, but it didn't matter. The VIP room had more than one door. It had 3 doors. Qinze and Suyu left from the side door wearing masks and sunglasses, 2 people in a suitcase. Qinze pulled and Suyu took his arm. The husband and wife followed, and Suyu also put on a mask and sunglasses. Out of the waiting hall, Qinze found a black commercial car on the side of the road, confirmed the license plate number, and led Suyu to walk over. The car arrived half an hour ago. Almost as soon as Qinze's front foot landed, it arrived at the airport to pick him up. It was the car called by his uncle to pick him up. In the process of Qinze dealing with the foreign incident, his uncle called him several times. Qinze only said that he had something to deal with and asked him to wait. For this reason, the commercial car was driven by the traffic police again and again on and off the Duga, and finally Qinze and Suyu came out. Opening the door in the spacious car, sat the smiling uncle and an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. Qinze froze in place. The man looked over. Across a pair of sunglasses, the 2 men looked at each other, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. Su Guang noticed Su Yao's tense body and involuntarily clenched fists. Suyu also noticed Qinze's stiff arm, and she was holding Qinze's arm. A's come in, don't stand, and President Su, long time no see. You are getting more and more beautiful. Su Guang's laughter broke the silence of the 2 men. After that, he got out of the car, took the suitcase in Qinze's hand, and threw it into the back seat of the commercial car. Qinze and Suyu got in the car and sat down. The commercial car drove smoothly along the Duga, and the airport was left behind, turning into a vague black spot. and then gradually disappearing. Do you want to drink? Su Guang asked, and he had taken out a bottle of champagne, set the glass and poured the wine. This commercial car is very high-end, and it is the same grade as the nanny car used by his sister, starting at 1 million. A's uncle did a good job this time. Don't be too good. Su Guang smiled and pretended to be relaxed. Let me introduce you, Su Yao, uncle's old friend, thanks to his help this time. Don't look at how unreliable your uncle has been these past few years. Not everyone around him is a scoundrel. He handed a glass of champagne to Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe's eyes fell on Su Yao, and he said lightly, I have seen you before. Clang! The goblet fell to the ground, and the wine spilled all over the floor. Su Guang. Chapter 578. The smile on Su Guang's face disappeared. This heartless man for more than 10 years had a rare panic, but he covered it up in a very short time. Oh, my hand is numb. Oh, sorry. He hurriedly bowed his head to pick up the broken goblet. Qin Zhe kicked it and swept the goblet aside. Uncle, let someone clean it up after the car stops. Be careful not to scratch your hand. Perhaps Qin Zhe's tone was too strange and dull. Su Guang's face was uncontrollable panic. His expression and subtle behavior fell into Qin Zhe's eyes one by one. It confirmed some speculations in his heart. His heart was cold. Su Yao smiled and reached out his hand. I've heard a lot about you. I didn't expect a Guang's nephew to be the famous Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe hesitated a little and shook hands with him. It's a small world, we met last time. Yes, we meet again. Su Yao smiled very gently, and his words and deeds gave people a sense of relaxation like a spring breeze, without the oppression of a billionaire. Qin Zhe glanced at his uncle, who was a little confused and nervous, and explained, I saw Boss Su when I was shooting Journey to the West with my sister last time. Thank you, Boss Su, for your help. Otherwise, we might have a little trouble. Right, you? Su suddenly realized and finally remembered this familiar face. That day, she drove and collided with the front of a Rolls-Royce. The two sides had a quarrel, and the traffic police rushed over. She thought that the follow-up would be a little troublesome. Finally, a middle-aged man came over and slapped the Rolls-Royce owner. And then there was no then. The main reason was that Su Yao was too ordinary, and so you couldn't remember him for a while. If he was not handsome enough, how could he attract the attention of beautiful girls? A handsome uncle like Su Guang's uncle can make people remember him. It's purely the degree of visual impact. It's like a very ordinary boy, acting handsome in front of the goddess, and when he turns around, the goddess forgets him. And a handsome boy, if he drives a luxury car, even if he does nothing, his handsome face and chic back will be deeply imprinted in the goddess's heart. The conclusion. What kind of wife is ugly? The conclusion was, if you don't have money, how can you marry a wife? So that's what's going on. Ape dung. Su Guangda shouted and slapped his thigh. His movements were a little exaggerated, and his smile contained 3 parts luck, 3 parts relaxation, 3 parts fear, and 1 part nervousness. Uncle felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Thank you for your help, Mr. Su. Su Yu stretched out her white and tender hand and shook hands with Su Yao. Su Yao also stretched out his hand and held Su Yu's small hand. At the same time, he looked at her wantonly. That was the gaze of an elder looking at a junior. It was also the gaze of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. No, it was the gaze of a father looking at his daughter-in-law. Perhaps because his gaze was too undisguised, Su Guang touched Su Yao's arm without a trace. Su Yao hurriedly retracted his hand and smiled gently. It's nothing. Su Yao was satisfied with his first impression of her. From what Su Guang had said, she seemed to be as a secretary. In addition, A seemed to have a real girlfriend. His smile made Su Yu stunned. This gentle smile had a strong sense of déjà vu. She couldn't help but turn to look at Qin Zhe. Well, it was an 80% similar smile. The car sped on the highway, and they didn't know where to go. Qin Zhe didn't care. He stared at Su Yao and said, Mr. Su is also surnamed Su? He is an old friend of my uncle. Is he also from Su Town? This question made Su Guang and Su Yao's eyelids twitch at the same time. Yes. He's uncle's childhood friend. He used to wear the same pants. Su Guang covered up his embarrassment with exaggerated laughter. When I was in junior high school, his family moved away. I haven't seen him for many years. But in these few years when my uncle was down, I was grateful for his care. Qinze nodded suddenly. I knew it. When I was at Aunt Sue's house, I didn't see Mr. Su. Su Yao's hand holding the goblet was white. Su Guang felt guilty and kept warning his childhood friend with his eyes. He said in his heart, "You have to hold on. Don't collapse." Qinze spoke in a completely casual tone. It was like meeting a fellow villager in a foreign place and couldn't help but talk about the scenery of his hometown to try to get closer. Even Su Yao, who had rich experience, couldn't hear the slightest hint of sarcasm in his words. Su Yao forced a smile. Which Aunt Su? He didn't care about his childhood friend who kept winking at him. Come on, your expression is so rich. Do you think my Ace is a fool? Keep your expression to yourself. Su was a little strange. She saw her uncle winking at Mr. Su. Did he have an eye disease? Su-ru. Qinze said. Oh, I have an impression of her. She is a very gentle sister. Su Yao smiled. It was a forced smile. This was the best time to end the topic. He really shouldn't continue to linger on it, but there was a reluctance in his heart that made him ask again. What do you think of Su-ru? Qinze smiled and said in a normal tone. Yes, very gentle. She is very good to me, just like my mother. Clang! After his fingertips trembled, the goblet in Su Yao's hand fell. Su Guang. Driver, drive steadily. What's the matter with the shaking? Do you want to work or not? Su Guang was angry and turned to the driver and yelled, Driver! At 6 o'clock in the afterglow of the setting sun, the business car stopped outside a hotel. There was a social event in the evening. Qinze was going to meet and eat with the boss of the VR manufacturer. Any business can be discussed at the dinner table. This is the culture of the dinner table in China. From public to private, even if they still have to negotiate and discuss in the bright meeting room, the dinner table is like a process that can never be avoided. There is nothing in the world that can't be solved at the dinner table. If there is, it is on a woman's thigh. After getting out of the car, out of some tacit understanding, Su Guang and Su Yao walked in front, Su Yu and Qinze were behind, and the two sides kept a distance that they could whisper without being heard. Does he know something? I always feel uneasy. Su Guang's voice was very weak. Su Yao was silent for a moment and said in a deep voice, Don't think too much. What can he know? No one said anything about the past. He can't check it. Su Guang said, But my nephew in recent years has been very strange. He used to be like an ugly duckling, but suddenly he became different. Su Yao's face was complicated, and no one knew what he was thinking. Also, your behavior in the car was too abnormal. He will definitely pay special attention to you afterward. Su Guang regretted. I'm so stupid. I shouldn't have promised you. Don't tell my sister about this or I will die miserably. Su Yao shook his head. No. In short, no matter what, you have seen him. After this meal, go back to your city tomorrow. Don't ask him for his number, and don't contact him privately. Otherwise, we can't be brothers. Su Guang warned. I can't go tomorrow. I want to invest in his VR equipment factory. Su Yao said. Hearing this, Su Guang's face changed. Don't be nervous, Su Yao shook his head. It's not too complicated. I just want to help. I owe him too much. Just give me a chance to make up for it. Su Guang gritted his teeth. Not far behind, Su Yu hugged Qinze's arm. She was tall, and she could kiss Qinze's lips with a little tiptoe. She whispered in his ear. That's Su Yao, he looks at you strangely. What's strange? Qinze asked. Su Yu thought for a while and shook her head. I can't say, but he has been peeking at you, looking at you carefully, which makes people feel uncomfortable. She hesitated for a moment. Is he gay? Qinze. You've been reading recently, beautiful? You even know about this? Su Yu said. I just finished reading a book called Devil's Patriarch. 2 men lived shamelessly. That kind of life makes me shudder just thinking about it. How could you girls like it? Qinze imagined 2 men lying in bed, giving each other a handle. I think it's very loving. Where's the love? Su Yu raised her eyebrows, stretched out her hand and slapped Qinze's strong buttocks, and said in a rough voice. Good brother, do you want to do it? Qinze glanced at her chest and sneered. Little brother, wait for me tonight. The topic of conversation inexplicably changed to a completely different topic. I feel that if we make a gay-themed movie, it may be popular. And it will definitely be very popular with female audiences. You're a beautiful man, why are you gay? Chapter 579. Along with the ups and downs of the mountains, the gentle curves. A loud and clear male voice exploded. Qinze was shocked at first, and then found that the voice was very familiar. Wasn't it his song Borrow from the Heavens for 500 years? In front, Su Guang and Su Yao went to get their phones together. Mine, Su Guang said. Qinze. It was a déjà vu that could not be any more familiar. Every time the song of the donkey came to mind, he and his sister would subconsciously reach for their phones because their ringtones were the same. I have a little sister, but I never ride. Then the siblings hurried to get their phones. Su Yao also set this song as his ringtone. They were really good brothers and had the same taste. A middle-aged man stood at the door of the hotel with a smile on his face and came to greet Qinze and others. The vice president of the VR equipment factory, surnamed Go. As soon as they met, he warmly shook hands with Qinze and Su Yao, but when it came to Su Yu, he smiled and nodded. Qinze noticed that his eyes first fell on himself, then Su Yao, and finally Su Yu. He just glanced at them. The small details were very comfortable. With Su Yu's appearance, everywhere she went was a beautiful scenery. It was normal for men to instinctively look at her a few more times. But he didn't. Old fox. By what bracelets? Life just got better and you started to play around. Su Guang's tone was unhappy. Mom said to buy it and you bought it? How long will it take for us to earn 50,000 yuan? Sister's money is not money. What era is it? The family bracelet is not popular, and Ye doesn't need it. Bao Bao, you don't have to worry about it. Su Guang hung up the phone. Qinze asked, Grandma wants bracelets? Uncle waved his hand. Your grandma likes this. She especially likes jade. She said that she wants to buy a pair. She will wear it first and pass it to Bao Bao and Ye in the future. In fact, she wants to wear it. My goodness, a pair of jade bracelets costs 50,000 yuan. Qinze frowned and said, if grandma wants to buy it, then buy it for her. 50,000 yuan is nothing. You can't say that. Our family has been poor for so many years. We can't squander money when we have money, right? Uncle said in a serious tone. Qinze was stunned. He thought to himself, go eat *T. What right do you have to say that? Su Yu's eyes lit up and he wrote it down in a small notebook. He would buy a pair for his grandmother later. The group of people entered the elevator, and President Go pressed the button eagerly. The elevator door closed, and the elevator rose slowly. Qinze was a little angry. You don't have to pay, I'll pay. It was your family's money, said Uncle. My family doesn't have 50,000 yuan. Uncle was a hoodlum. The Su family had been very poor these years. Her aunt's salary was enough to maintain the living expenses of the family of 4. In fact, Qin Ma had transferred the tuition fees to her grandmother's account. Qinze didn't know about these things until later. Qin Ma didn't tell them. Now the Qin family was not short of money. When the siblings went home on weekends, they would occasionally give Qin Ma a sum of money, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Qin Ma couldn't spend it all. She would spend part of it to help her family, and the rest would be saved for her son's wife. Qinze's wife's money, his mother had a copy, and his sister had a copy. He was so happy that he could marry 2 wives. Or should he save a copy with his grandfather? Uncle added, it's not like there are no jades at home. Your grandmother still has a few pieces, but she won't sell them. I remember when you were a child you wanted to buy toys, but your father was black-hearted. He thought it was too expensive and didn't buy it for you. He also beat you. At that time it was Uncle who paid for it for you. Qinze said, there was such a thing, so I paid for the bracelet. Uncle often bought him good things when he was a child. Qinze remembered this in his heart. If Uncle hadn't been so good to him, Qinze wouldn't have cared about him. Uncle, could it be that you've always wanted to raise me up? I didn't mean that. Su Guang said, why should a child want a toy, but the adults don't buy it because it's too expensive and beat people? When the adults are old, they want to buy some expensive things and the children have to grit their teeth and buy it for them. Because we have to respect the elders, Chinze said. Don't you have to love the young? Uncle asked. Chinze was speechless. You have to repay the kindness of your parents for raising you. Suyu interrupted. Your parents gave birth to you and raised you. When they are old, you have to raise them. Uncle said. Oh. Suyu was speechless. Chinze thought that Uncle must have been beaten by Grandpa for the same reason when he was a child. Some parents were reluctant to spend money on toys for their children. When the children cried, they would beat them. They just had to be responsible for raising them. In the future, when they were old, the children just had to be responsible for their retirement. It made sense. He was speechless. What Boss Su said makes sense, ha ha ha. Boss Go echoed on the side. I'm just saying. Su Guang said. But my mother isn't like that. She doted on me since I was a child. I still have to buy what should be bought. After a pause, he said, wait a little longer. Chinze's heart moved. After saying so much, he actually wanted to buy a bracelet for his old mother out of his own pocket. He didn't want to use the Qin family's money anymore. He didn't want to owe them. Although he was still supported by his nephew, it was still his own labor. Ding! The elevator opened. The layout of the 21st floor was good. The lights were bright but not dazzling. The decoration was new, and there were many guests. As soon as he entered, he could see the guests around the square black crystal table, eating and chatting. Waiters in uniforms came and went. Because of his identity, Chinze wore a mask and sunglasses when he got off the car. It wasn't good to turn the shop into a fan meeting. They entered a very spacious private room. There was only one table and it was almost full. Several leaders of the VR equipment factory and 2 leaders of the inspection team that Chinze hired. Beside each man, there was a young and beautiful woman accompanying them. Sit down, don't be surprised. It was normal. What was this? The big shots were talking about business at the table, and there were female celebrities accompanying them. Chinze looked at the scene in the private room and cursed in his heart. Sister owes me the identity of a big shot. The main character was here. Chinze took off his sunglasses and mask. Many people in the private room were shocked. The only people present who knew that Chinze was coming were the 2 leaders of the exam team, as well as the CEO and vice president of the VR factory. The others probably didn't know about Chinze, especially the girl who was drinking with him. Her eyes lit up. She was surprised and excited. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, she would probably scream. Except for one girl. When she saw Chinze, she was stunned. Chinze looked around and found her in the next moment. He was slightly stunned. Boss Chin, come here, sit here. A half-bald middle-aged man got up enthusiastically and greeted Chinze to take a seat. He was the boss of the VR equipment factory, surnamed Liu. You 2 boss who also sit together, waiting for you to start the banquet. Chinze took back his gaze, responded, and couldn't help but look at the girl. It's a small world. Remember, she said before that she was from Shancheng. Suyu frowned slightly. Flirting in front of me? After taking their seats, Chinze and the VR equipment factory's CEO drank and talked happily. The enthusiasm was high. Every man was accompanied by a woman, who was responsible for pouring wine. Occasionally, they were hugged by a shoulder and waist. Their job. Suyu sat next to Chinze. Of course, Suyu didn't sit here as a hostess. She attended in the name of one of the purchasers, but she was happy to have Chinze hug her waist. However, Chinze didn't. It wasn't because he was pretentious but because of his identity. Even if they were a couple, he couldn't hug Suyu like other men hugged hostesses. After 3 rounds of wine, Lu Zong said with emotion, I entered this industry in 2014. At that time, the entire VR industry had just started. If you wanted to buy better equipment, you had to go abroad. Now, domestic manufacturers are not as numerous as the hairs on a cow, but at least they're not rare. VR experience halls are everywhere in big cities, and the application prospects are getting better and better. It's suitable for almost all industries, and is one of the trends of future technology. His brother was very talkative, and he was a professional, so he praised the VR industry to the sky. These words were for Chinze and the others to hear. It was a bit like bragging. He definitely couldn't say things like, oh, this industry is very competitive. I can't see the future for the time being. I can't do it anymore. Qinze clinked glasses with him and smiled. Since you can't bear to part with it, why did Lu Zong sell it? Lu Zong sighed. The investors withdrew their investment. They don't have the money to do research. Vice President Go immediately said. Lu Zong refused to sell it first and wanted to get more investors, but you didn't agree to invest and only wanted to buy it. We only decided to sell it because of CEO Su. Lu Zong continued. We're also tight on money. Unlike CEO Qin, who has such great achievements at such a young age and doesn't have to worry about funds. We're just small businesses. Once we stop investing, haha, let's drink. He seemed to realize that he had said too much and quickly stopped. While everyone was still tipsy and drinking to their heart's content, Boss Lu rubbed his hands and said, It's like this, Boss Qin. Previously, we agreed on a 50% discount for all the equipment, but I feel that more than half of the equipment in the factory was newly purchased last year, so I want to add 10% to the original price. Qinze did some mental calculations. 10% was a few million. Su Yao frowned. Without waiting for Qinze to speak, he said unhappily, Lu Zong, didn't we agree? Lu Zong smiled and didn't say anything. Vice President Go said, CEO Su, didn't we come here to talk about this? This isn't a one-time deal, and we're not buying groceries. We have to talk more. Qinze smiled. Let's drink, let's drink. The group raised their glasses. After drinking, Qinze picked up a mouthful of food, chewed slowly, swallowed and said slowly, Lu Zong, let's talk. Chapter 580. Go ahead, Boss Qin. Lu Zong was all ears. This was called retreating in order to advance. Listen to what the other party had to say first. Many times it was not the person who spoke who held the initiative. Experts did not just listen and not speak, but they would catch other people's flaws. Moreover, Qinze's songwriting skills were known to everyone, but different professions were worlds apart. As for how good his skills were, they had to listen to what he had to say first. Since you're talking about the prospects of VR technology, let's talk about this first. Actually, before we decided to buy it, we did market research. VR experience halls are indeed everywhere, but for this thing, some shops lose money and some shops earn money. To put it bluntly, it's like the Kaisha County Grand Hotel. If you choose a good location, you'll naturally earn money. If you choose a bad location, you'll definitely lose money. That's why it's been popular in recent years, but it hasn't been popular. Why? Because the technology is not mature and can't be popularized. And since the concept of VR was proposed until now, it can't be said that it has reached a bottleneck, but at least in the next 5 to 10 years, it will be difficult to have a new breakthrough. Actually, there's no point in saying all this. Since I want to buy it, I naturally like its prospects. It's just that I have the money to spend, but you don't. It's just that I have to make it clear that it's not as good as you praise it to be. Lu Zong chuckled. It's like buying clothes. The shop owner said, My clothes are high-quality goods and are very expensive. The buyer said, Your clothes don't feel good. This material will wrinkle after washing for a long time. One praises it, while the other belittles it. Since it's so bad, you might as well not buy it. However, the seller would not say such things because they still wanted to sell it no matter what. Let's talk about profits. The reason why I like your factory is because it's taking the high-end route. It's the kind of business that doesn't run for half a month and runs for 3 months. Your factory's main source of income now is the maintenance and repair of the VR experience hall's equipment. Occasionally, you'll sell a few large-scale VR equipment. The profits are not bad. However, in our line of work, the real loss is in the research and development area. It's too expensive. However, if you don't innovate and only sell equipment to survive, you won't be able to catch up with the times in a few years. Look at the high-end VR developers now. They all have big financial backers behind them. Lu Zong. It's precisely because it's taking the high-end route, isn't it? Value is relative. Qinze said, Let's put it this way. The demand for equipment in the experience centers is already saturated. It's not like the big hotels in Shaxian which are everywhere. One street can have 2. It would be considered good if there were 10 VR experience halls in the entire CBD area. And these 10 families might not even buy a new set of equipment for an entire year. It was precisely because he encountered such a development bottleneck that Lu Zong gave up the idea of continuing to wade in muddy waters. Am I right? Lu Zong and Mr. Go looked at each other and gasped. He was an expert. He had done some research on it. He had earned quite a bit of money over the years, but his development had indeed reached a bottleneck. If he continued in this line of work, it would only become more and more difficult. To them, the peak of their strength had already passed, and the next step was a long downhill slope. Thus, they had the idea of retreating safely. Qinzhe said, "Actually, the best choice for us is to directly transport the equipment back to Shanghai and set up the factory in Shanghai. You also know that my roots are in Shanghai. Shunqing is too far away, and it's not easy to manage. So, you'll have to pay for the severance of your employees yourself." Lu Zong's expression changed slightly. This was a huge expense. There was a contract. If he did not pay the severance, he would be sued. He could not be like Huang He and run away with his sister-in-law, right? And this sister-in-law of his wife. He could not help but look at the delicate woman beside him. His sister-in-law was a top graduate from Shanghai. She had worked in Shanghai for half a year. After breaking up with her boyfriend, she returned to Shunqing and was currently his secretary in his office. His wife had specially arranged for her to be his secretary. His wife gave her sister to him, killing two birds with one stone. Not only did he remove the threat of the secretary, but he also arranged for a spy. Lu Zong often had dinner parties, and he would bring his sister-in-law along. However, considering the trouble of hiring in the future, the current decision is based on the situation, Qinzhe said. His meaning was clear. Don't raise the price or we'll hurt each other. I'll give you the extra money. You can use it as severance pay. Lu Zong's expression did not change. He smiled and said, let's drink, let's drink. Come to my office tomorrow to talk about business matters." They would continue to wrangle tomorrow, but Qinzhe planned to see how the factory was doing. Su Yao watched silently with a smile on his face. There was a fatherly relief in his eyes. Perhaps in some aspects he was still immature in front of him, a senior who had been in the business world for more than 10 years, but his mentality and tone were unusually calm. This was worthy of praise. When Su Yao first negotiated with others, his legs were trembling. The meal was at 9:30 in the evening. Lu Zong proposed to sing. The social activities of adults were basically this process: dinner, nightclub, and sex. Everything could be settled over a wine table. Not good. Okay, on the woman's thigh. Still not good. Then in the body. After singing later, Lu Zong planned to put women in Qinzhe's room. He had not figured out the relationship between Qinzhe and Su Yu, so he thought he was an ordinary partner. But Qinzhe was a big star and should have seen a lot of beautiful women. He was thinking about where to find the best quality women. He had to choose the best Korean semi-permanent, or he would not be able to serve this great god. I'm singing, so I won't go. Qinzhe smiled and said, it's not convenient with my identity. Then okay. Lu Zong said, I'll send you upstairs. Thank you. The hotel room was upstairs. By the way, this was a 5-star hotel. This kind of hotel did not have flirtatious men calling at night, because those who could afford to stay in a 5-star hotel had plenty of partners. After sending Qinzhe and the others to their rooms, Lu Zong, Mr. Go, and the others went downstairs together. In Lu Zong's Mercedes-Benz, his sister-in-law was sitting in the back seat looking at her mobile phone. The driver saw him come down and quickly got out of the car to open the door. Brother-in-law, the sister-in-law suddenly shouted, and then there was no follow-up. She looked a little confused. Lu Zong looked at her blankly. She drank a lot with him during the dinner and probably got a little drunk. She asked, which room is Qinzhe in? Lu Zong was stunned. Room 2208. Hey Dandan, where are you going? Let's go home. I'll be right back. The sister-in-law hurried back to the hotel. The hotel room was decorated very well, worthy of the 5-star title. There was a fruit plate on the table that the waiter had just sent up, free of charge. There was a small fridge in the cabinet with wine and drinks. Most importantly, there was a river outside the hotel. When he opened the window, the night breeze blew on his face, very comfortable. Qinzhe washed his face, wiped it clean, and ate a few pieces of watermelon. There was a knock on the door. He walked over to open the door. Siyu was standing at the door looking around. He, Qinzhe said grumpily. Hubby, he. Suyu's beautiful face was full of mischief. She narrowed her eyes, and her long eyelashes brushed into a black shadow. Just the two of them, how wonderful. Come on, fair-weather friend, Qinzhe said. Fair-weather friend? Suyu did not understand. A friend who has physical relations after drinking. Huh, so I'm just a fair-weather friend? When you endure the humiliation of being under my crotch, we'll upgrade to a bosom friend. The two of them looked at each other like a married couple looking at each other. The whole world turned yellow just like that. Qinzhe pulled Suyu into the room, carried her in his arms, and threw her on the bed without any pity. A hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. Wash, shower, Suyu panted. Shower first. Shower after you're done. No, don't. Then let's shower together. There's a bathtub anyway. I'll go fill the water. Qinzhe went into the toilet and turned on the tap. At this time there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Qinzhe walked out of the toilet and opened the door. Seeing the person at the door, he was stunned. A little cabbage, his little cabbage from back then. Qinzhe, can we talk? Little cabbage said. Who is it? Suyu sat on the edge of the bed and looked out the window. Little cabbage's gaze swept over Qinzhe's shoulder, and the two women's eyes met. Little cabbage said, I haven't seen you in many years. Can we talk alone? Qinzhe looked at her subtle and complicated expression, sighed in his heart, and nodded. Okay. Chapter 581. Suyu, who was temporarily sent away, made a face at the door and then went back to her own room. The ordinary-looking woman in the room seemed to be an old acquaintance of A's. She didn't ask about their relationship. She looked ordinary and was a hostess, so you didn't put her in her eyes at all. As for why she sent her away when she met an old acquaintance, so you didn't think about it for the time being. She went back to her room to brush her teeth. She didn't want to take a shower. There would be a couple bath later. Business trips were the happiest. Without the two ferocious women, Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao, she was relaxed and carefree. In the room, Qinzhe sat on the bed and Xiao Baikai sat on the sofa. They said they wanted to talk, but when it came to it, they didn't know how to start. Xiao Baikai was called Wang Dandan. She and Wang Zijin were from the same family 500 years ago. Qinzhe always felt that he had an inseparable relationship with old Wang next door. Wang Dandan used to be from next door. It was a little awkward. He suddenly remembered a joke on the internet. A few years later, he met his first girlfriend in Dongguan. For only 500 yuan, he could kiss her and have sex with her. This was an absurd reality. Since Wang Dandan was a hostess, there was nothing wrong with this analogy. So Qinzhe didn't say hello to her. After the banquet, they went their separate ways. It wasn't that his eyes grew on his head and he looked down on his old acquaintances because he was worth 10 billion yuan. It was purely for her dignity. Do you want to eat fruit? Qinzhe broke the silence and pushed the fruit plate in front of her. Wang Dandan shook her head and stared at him. You're more handsome than before. Did you have plastic surgery? Qinzhe said. It's a genetic mutation. Wang Dandan laughed. You're still as naughty as before. How have you been these years? Qinzhe hesitated for a moment. Why did you go back to Shancheng? After breaking up with you, I had another boyfriend. After breaking up with him, I went back to Shancheng. It's not worse than Shanghai, and my family is here. Wang Dandan said. Qinzhe remembered that she used to like going to Shanghai. When he was chasing her, she said that her house was 150 square meters. Time always changed people and things. Perhaps she had changed. Now that he looked at this little cabbage again, it was even more beautiful than before. She had put on some light makeup, and the charm between her brows was a little alluring. I used to be a little cabbage, but I've become so flirtatious in the eyes of others. Maybe it's not just one person. Qinzhe was a little melancholy. Although the two of them were only in a pure relationship, after all, she was my first love. She was my first love who I had eaten together with, watched movies with, and held hands with. His girlfriend from junior high was not counted. Right now Qinzhe hesitated, not sure if he should say it. I'm working in my brother-in-law's factory now. Wang Dandan said. Lu Zong is my brother-in-law. Coming to a realization, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, a joke was still a joke. That's your girlfriend, Wang Dandan said. Yes. Qinzhe said jokingly. Don't spread it, or I'll be in the headlines tomorrow. Even if I say that I'm Qinzhe's first love, no one will believe me. Wang Dandan smiled. However, there was something very complicated in her smile. What about you now? Do you have a boyfriend now? Qinzhe asked. No. Qinzhe said. Oh. That was all he could do. After a short silence, Wang Dandan finally revealed her true intentions. Why don't you explain? There was a strong sense of unwillingness in her voice. Wang Dandan probably liked Qinzhe before. Otherwise, she would not have agreed to be his girlfriend. When Qinzhe chased her, she also felt that although this boy was not particularly handsome, he was worth looking at. He was a local of Shanghai and he was also interesting. She had originally planned to find a Prince Charming in university, but for some reason she agreed to be his girlfriend. They had been together for about a month. Although Qinzhe was not particularly outstanding, he was quite good in all aspects. He especially knew how to take care of people, was very considerate, and doted on her. Then out of nowhere a flirtatious slut popped out. It was too flirtatious, and Wang Dandan was so ashamed that she did not say anything at that time. She turned around and left. She deleted his friend list, blocked his call and blocked his call. Wang Dandan was sad for a few days. Her roommates in the dormitory said that her boyfriend was not handsome and his grades were average. If they broke up, they could find someone better. Wang Dandan thought that it made sense and she was not sad anymore. Later, she dated a new boyfriend. He was more handsome than Qinzhe, and his grades were better than Qinzhe's. Unfortunately, he was not from Shanghai, and he did not have a 150 square meter house. But at least he had potential. 2 years later in the summer, a female artist in the entertainment industry suddenly rose to fame. She became the darling of the music industry, and because of her, the most famous fast shooter in history was born, Qinzhe, her ex-boyfriend. She watched him build a skyscraper, entertain guests, and be worth tens of billions. Wang Dandan's heart ached so much that she could not breathe. Looking at her current situation after graduation, she found a job that was neither good nor bad. She went to work every day and spent the rest of her time at home playing games. Potential stock? Haha. When she found out that the flirtatious slut was Qinzhe's sister, Wang Dandan's mentality completely collapsed. Not long after, they broke up and returned to Shen City. Today, she met the man who helped her with her homework, brought her breakfast, and went on a date with her. She looked at him and it was like looking at the living world from the netherworld. They were worlds apart. Just now in the car, she had held it in for a long time. She could not hold it in anymore and rushed up to him. Qinzhe understood what she meant. Why not explain? He did not want his sister to be sad, of course. This was not something he could say. He smiled awkwardly. My sister said to help me check. At that time, both of them were in a state of cowardice. If Wang Dandan was not so arrogant and did not leave without any reluctance, then when they sat down for a meal, his sister would naturally not be able to continue acting and would come clean. Then with Qinzhe's character, if Wang Dandan did not say that she wanted to break up, he would not take the initiative to do so. Wang Dandan choked, and her expression dimmed. I'm leaving, she said. I'll send you. No need. She walked to the door silently, opened it and a few seconds later closed the door. Wang Dandan left the hotel, and her brother-in-law's Mercedes-Benz was still parked outside. She got into the car without saying a word. Her brother-in-law asked her where she was going, but she did not say anything. It was not until the driver changed the CD that Qin Baobao's legend floated in the car that Wang Dandan roared like a furious lioness. Change the song. The driver and Lu Zong were stunned. The furious Wang Dandan rushed to the front seat, took out the CD, gritted her teeth, broke it, threw it on the ground and stomped on it. The driver kept quiet out of fear. Lu Zong frowned and looked at his sister-in-law, who had almost never lost her temper. Dandan? Wang Dandan's eyes reddened, and she gritted her teeth. Qin Baobao. Lu Zong. She was not convinced. She had left impulsively, but the key to the problem should be Qin Baobao. Without Qin Baobao, she and Qinzhe would not have broken up. A woman's sensitive intuition could always hit the nail on the head. If Suyu had a chance to talk to her current ex, they would definitely find a common topic to talk about, dissing Qin Baobao. In fact, whether it was the two of them or Wang Zijin, As long as she was Qin Zhe's girlfriend, she would deeply feel Qin Baobao's hostility and threat. At this time, Suyu was in Qin Zhe's room. After hearing the sound of the opposite door closing, she came out and happened to see Wang Dandan's back. Suyu changed into pajamas and came over, lying lazily on the bed, revealing her white and slender calves. Her 10 toes were bent, holding the quilt, and she was being molested by someone's hands. Who was that woman just now? Suyu asked while enjoying herself. My first love. Suyu was stunned. She held down Qin Zhe's hand on her chest and glared at him. Make it clear, what first love? Wasn't your first love me? Didn't I consecrate your little brother? Are you lying to me? It's just a first love that is limited to holding hands. You didn't even give out your first kiss. Qin Zhe said. Hey, no, my first kiss has long been taken away by some unscrupulous sister. If I had known, I would have stayed or driven her away. Suyu's intestines were green with regret. What did you do in 10 minutes? Why did she come to you? Is she still attached to you? It is said that men are particularly concerned about their first love. First love is a kind of feeling that is difficult to give up. Under the feelings, the appearance can be ignored. 10 minutes, it's not enough for me to warm up. Qin Zhe said angrily. You didn't exchange contact information, did you? In Shengqing, you are not allowed to contact her these days. Suyu was half tough and half pleading. Qin Zhe pinched her little face. You are different from her. Suyu giggled. Every man says this about his ex in front of his current wife. Qin Zhe thought about it and said seriously. Suyu, let's break up. Suyu's little face suddenly turned white. Suyu grasped his hand tightly and felt heartache. Break up? Break up. Suyu cried. Then I'll die for you to see. Well, I said it's not the same. Qin Zhe held her in his arms. That year my sister tested her and she turned away. Qin Zhe told her what had happened. Suyu was stunned at first and then laughed. Qin Baobao, this little bitch, finally did a good thing. You are the little bitch. Qin Zhe slapped her ass. Is the water ready? Suyu twisted her body in his arms. I forgot. Qin Zhe was adjusting the water temperature in the toilet. When he was chatting with Wang Dandan, he turned off the water. He went into the toilet, turned on the hot water, and thought about the activities in a while. He was quite excited. Counting the time, he didn't make a baby with Suyu for about half a month. Suddenly, a huge sense of weakness came, as if his body was hollowed out in an instant. Qin Zhe's knees were soft and he knelt on the ground. This familiar feeling. It was like the first time the system drew his energy. Is it time to charge again? Yes, host, it's time to charge. The system's voice sounded in time. Qin Zhe held the bathtub, his arms trembling. Why do you draw so much? As his physique became stronger, every time the system charged at most, he would feel weak, and it would not affect his normal life. But this time he felt that his body was hollowed out. Didn't you follow the news? The system said. Recently the tax policy has changed. The individual tax point has been raised, but for you middle class and above, the tax has risen to 30% to 40%. In response to the government's call, the system will also adopt such a charging mode in the future. The final details have not come out, and they are still in a meeting to discuss, so I can't guarantee that it will not be raised or lowered in the future. In short, it's like this for now. 30% to 40%. Draw so much energy, why don't you go rob? Qin Zhe leaned on the edge of the bathtub weakly and yelled, I beep 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 beep. Day. Can't curse. Beep 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 beep. The system said considerately. Host, I automatically blocked it for you. You can curse as much as you want. The river crab beast can't hear it. Beep 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 beep. Qin Zhe cursed happily. Chapter 582. I've never seen such a shameless system. We agreed to just take a little energy, but now it's increased to 40%, and nearly half of the energy has been taken away. There's no contract spirit at all. And I can't resist using my sister's catchphrase to describe it. A black-hearted maggot. This low level, it's okay if the functions are outdated, but it still has the heart to follow the trend. Then, Qin Zhe mourned for the middle class and himself for 3 seconds. A 30% to 40% tax, he was so distressed that he couldn't breathe. He had paid attention to this policy, and it was still being implemented. It would be a long time before it was officially released, but it would come sooner or later. If you earn 100,000 a month, you have to pay 30,000 to 40,000. That's awesome. To contribute to the motherland and build a harmonious society, we should all be determined to lay down our lives and shed our blood. Let's attack and offer our hearts. TT. System, we agreed. How can you suddenly increase the tax? Do you want me to live? Chinze's hands and feet were trembling, just like the 1000 MP exam. Host, with your current physique, you can recover half of it by tomorrow after a night's rest. You'll be fully recovered in 3 days at most. The system said. Damn, what is this, a woman's period? Chinze was indignant. The system ignored him. Chinze shouted a few times, but the system still ignored him. F***ck. Doubt. This feeling is so painful, so uncomfortable. Beep 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 beep. I still can't curse. Chinze thought for a while. Prosperity, democracy, harmony, justice. F***ck beep beep beep. Chinze, the system said. Host, you're so naughty, luckily I muted you in time. Chinze said. Damn you, let's discuss it again. The system ignored him. So you wore cotton slippers and ran to the toilet door? What are you blabbering about? Why are you sitting on the ground? It's so dirty. Help me up. Chinze was in his weakest state. Did you fall? So you hugged Chinze's arm and pulled him up, and then Chinze lay on her back. Don't move. Take off your clothes and take a shower. Chinze said. Suyu blushed. Even though she had done this many times, she still couldn't help but blush. It was just like how Laozi was clearly an experienced driver, but he would always call her Yamit. Yes, the logic is the same. Suyu took off her clothes with a red face. She was tall, and although she wasn't as hot as her sister, her proportions were very good. Especially her slender, round and white long legs, it made Chinze, who had been drooling at the sight of his sister wearing pleated miniskirts since he was young, was very aroused. But today the chickens were on holiday. Why don't you take off your clothes? Suyu felt Chinze's burning gaze. She closed her eyes in shame and felt a little good. Help me take it off, Chinze said. Suyu. His little heart thumped wildly. Was it that exciting? Ace really knew how to have fun. Her cheeks were flushed, and her hands were trembling with excitement. They stepped into the bathtub. Chinze and Suyu sat in the big bathtub. Suyu sat behind him and was hugging Chinze from behind. It was still Chinze's order. He wanted to try a bath lotion for the first time. He mainly wanted to see if he could rise again today, but the ending was a little miserable. His little brother couldn't recover. Suyu didn't know what he was planning. She just felt that today was so exciting. She even hoped that he would continue to make more excessive requests. After soaking for half an hour, it was over. Suyu was a little confused. According to the previous rhythm, this should be bathtub. They put on bath towels, dried their hair, and the exhausted Chinze fell asleep on the bed. Suyu's hair was long. When she dried her hair and came out, Chinze was lying on the bed, snoring slightly. Suyu. She climbed into bed, sat like a duck, and woke up Chinze angrily. Chinze opened his eyes and looked at her blankly. What are you doing? It's not easy to come out. Suyu bit her lip, and her beautiful face was full of blame and resentment. I'm tired. I want to sleep. Chinze frowned and said in an impatient tone. Sleep your ass, get up. Suyu pushed him hard. Chinze pondered for a moment. Well, how about this, you come up by yourself, move by yourself and lie on it yourself. You do your thing and I'll sleep mine. Suyu thought about it and that was the only way. Chinze was so unreliable that she had to do it herself. So she sat on Chinze. Left hand and right hand in slow motion. No response. Right hand and left hand in slow motion replay. Still no response. Suyu said angrily. What's the matter with you? Chinze said. Men, there are always a few days of inconvenience every month. Suyu. Suyu's mentality collapsed. At this moment she was neither up nor down, and she was very uncomfortable. She had been looking forward to it for a long time. Even the posture and the sound of the decibel were rehearsed in her mind. Her heart moved and her beautiful face changed slightly. Did you do something indescribable with that first love? No. Yes, or why can't you stand up? Suyu held 20,000 miles under the sea and said fiercely. If you dare to lie to me, I'll break it. You know my length best. What can I do in 10 minutes? But. So you thought it made sense, but she couldn't explain the situation in front of her. She said, Can't you stand up? Qinze was angry. How can a scholar's matter not stand up? This is called restraint. Ha! Like his impulse, love is restraint. Qinze found an excuse for himself. I don't love, so I restrain, no problem. No problem. Then sleep. I have to go to the factory for inspection tomorrow. He pulled Suyu into his arms and pulled the quilt. Late at night. The room's soundproofing effect was very good. Qinze fell asleep quickly and made a slight snoring sound. Suyu lay in his arms, smelling the masculine smell and the fragrance of the shower gel. Qinze's chest was uncomfortable because it was too hard, but because of this it seemed particularly masculine. Women with big breasts, buttocks, and long legs can make men appreciate them with relish. Men with strong figures can also make women obsessed. In the darkness, the outline of Qinze's side face could be vaguely seen. Handsome and worth looking at. He was handsome, had a good figure, was talented, and was rich. Any of these could make a woman fall in love with him. What's more, so many advantages are gathered in one body. Suyu began to reflect and introspect. Did she usually ask for too much? Or he was young and didn't know how to control himself. She was several years older than him. She should persuade him to control himself instead of gritting her teeth. Such an excellent man can't be lost to her. Suyu took out the mobile phone under the pillow, opened the online shopping platform, and searched Baojitang Luwei Dihuang pills. Love him, then strengthen his yang. The next morning, Qinze didn't wake up at 5:30 as usual. He opened his eyes, the room was dark, and the blackout curtain blocked the sun outside. Suyu was beside the pillow, with one hand on his chest and one leg on his lower abdomen. The morning crab erection that used to happen every day was gone today. What a good-for-nothing. There was still a sense of emptiness in the limbs, and there was no strength in clenching his fists, but it was not as uncomfortable as yesterday. Sleep was really the best rest. Qinze gently hugged her small waist, and the other hand slid along her thigh to her buttocks. Suyu was awakened by him, took a long breath, stretched, and then pressed the hand on her chest and said angrily, Your body is tired and your hands should be honest. Don't tease me. Qinze turned on the bedside lamp and looked at his mobile phone. It was 8:30 in the morning. It was not too late, and he could still make it in time for breakfast. He got dressed, washed his face and brushed his teeth. Suyu went back to her room to get dressed and knocked on the door. The two stood in front of the sink and brushed their teeth side by side. It was not the toothbrush and toothcup in the hotel. They had their own towel, toothbrush, bathrobe, and pajamas. The other person had a set of clothes. He didn't intend to stay in Chongqing for a long time, at most 2 days. If it went well, they could return to Shanghai tomorrow morning. She looked at them in the mirror, smiled, squinted, and was very happy. Do we look like husband and wife? Foam sprayed from her mouth and splashed on the mirror. Yes. Qinze also splashed foam on the mirror. Chapter 583. The breakfast in a 5-star hotel is very sumptuous. Unfortunately, it is not a buffet breakfast, otherwise it can be a higher grade. Qinze and Suyu came to have breakfast at 9 o'clock, and it was already past the time with the most guests. He took the amount of 3 people by himself, sat by the window, took off his mask, didn't take off his sunglasses, and gobbled up the food. Suya was also there, eating alone. Seeing Qinze and Suyu go upstairs, he silently moved his breakfast plate over. Do you mind if I sit here? Qinze ignored him and buried himself in eating. He urgently needed to replenish his energy. Suyu smiled and said, Mr. Su, sit down. Suyao sat down and sat next to Qinze. His eyes did not fall on the face of the beautiful and refined Suyu, but on the handsome face of Qinze. He said, Mr. Qin, you can't eat too much breakfast. It's not good for your stomach and liver. Qinze vaguely replied with an "oh" and continued to eat as usual. Suyao smiled. A pampered smile. Suyu suddenly sounded an alarm in her heart. I'm so beautiful, but you don't even look at me. Instead, you keep staring at my man, and your eyes are almost glued to my man's face. This is very abnormal. If the sentence "he is gay" last night was a joke, then Suyu is a little uncertain now. Flattery and flattery are not in such a way of looking and speaking. This man gives her a strange feeling. The way he looked at Qin Zhe inexplicably made a sentence appear in Su Yu's mind. A father's love is like a mountain. Damn, a father's love is like a mountain. Don't you have any special hobbies? Like the old bacon of little fresh meat? She has been abroad for many years and has seen a lot of chrysanthemums blooming in the evening breeze. She is not surprised, and even when she looks at the beautiful literature, she feels it's quite beautiful. But when there is such a suspected gay old man coveting her man, she can't accept it. If he is not gay, how do you explain this man's unreasonable affection for Qin Zhe? Eat an egg. Su Yao handed a boiled egg to Qin Zhe. Thank you. Qin Zhe took it. Boiled eggs are good. They are nutritious and the most suitable for men in the holy ground. Su Yao smiled. Su Yu frowned. Here it comes again, and he smiled. Perhaps he felt that he had neglected Su Yu. Su Yao reluctantly withdrew his gaze from Qin Zhe and said, Mr. Su is young. It's not easy for him to do this. This sentence actually has a lot of connotations. Although Su Yao and Su Yu have met once, they didn't even say a word last time. This time it can be said that they officially know each other for the first time, but the tone in his words seems to be familiar with Su Yu. It meant that his idiot uncle had told him everything. Su Yu smiled modestly. President Su, the one who graduated from the university. Yale. An overseas returnee. Su Yao smiled gently. Back then, it was already extremely difficult for us to get into a university. We even dreamt of going abroad. Perhaps the conditions didn't allow us to do so. Times are getting better and better. Many young people are under a lot of pressure and it's hard for them to make a name for themselves. But they can't imagine how we lived in that era. Your era? Qin Ma used to say that in her time, people were happy as long as they could eat their fill. Those who went to junior high school were cultured people. At that time, life in the city began to get better, but life in the countryside was still poor and backward. They worked to eat, not to make money. Qin Zhe couldn't imagine what life was like in the 1970s, and he couldn't understand Su Yao's expression at this time. It was very complicated, like regret, like reminiscence, like pain, like nostalgia. Damn, how can he be so sentimental? Did he touch that sensitive nerve? Su Yao and Su Yu chatted while eating. Unexpectedly, Su Yao could talk with Su Yu for a long time in finance. In terms of business, Su Yu was not afraid of Su Yao, who started from scratch. This scene had a strong sense of déjà vu, like when Su Yu and the old man were chatting. Only she had this kind of background. Replaced by Wang Zijin. What do you think of the industry recently? Follow the policy closely. Follow the pace of the party. The government will lead us to prosperity. What do you think of finance? Follow the policy closely. Follow the pace of the party. The government will lead us to prosperity. Replaced by his sister. What do you think of the industry? Huh. What about finance? Huh. She killed the conversation in minutes. My uncle hasn't woken up yet, right? Qin Zhe smoothly finished all the food and let out a comfortable burp in satisfaction. He should still be sleeping. Last night he drank a lot. Su Yao said. Qin Zhe took out his mobile phone and dialed his number. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. Su Guang's voice was a bit hoarse. It's almost 9:30 now, we have to go to the factory. Get up quickly and come up for breakfast. At this point Qin Zhe paused. He could hear a woman on the other end of the line complaining after being woken up. Last night, Uncle slept with a woman. Qin Zhe felt sad at first. He could have had fun last night. Then there was anger, which was a subtle feeling. He knew a lot of experienced drivers such as Huang Yizong and Zhao Taizhu. Both of them had families, but when it came to this kind of thing, Qin Zhe could dance with them. But his uncle was his family, and Qin Zhe felt uncomfortable seeing him fooling around. Who sent him the woman, Lu? Qin Zhe said with slight anger. It should be. Su Yao smiled bitterly. About 10 minutes later, Su Guang came up with a tired face. The dark circles under his eyes were obvious. Why don't you just die on the bed? Qin Zhe was so angry that he couldn't vent his anger. Su Guang said, Uncle was tired last night. Qin Zhe sneered. That's all you've got. Su Guang paused and said awkwardly, Lu Zong forced me to come to my room. I couldn't refuse. Don't tell your aunt. Let's eat. Then lead the way for me after eating. Qin Zhe was too lazy to talk to him. How should he put it? Nowadays, when it came to business dealings and social interactions, it was definitely not something that could be settled by just going to a coffee shop for a chat or reading some documents in the office. Otherwise, where would the culture of dining come from? Where would the bosses come from? Every time a small leader of the bank came over, Li Linfeng would receive them. The first thing he did was to transfer the money to the employee's account in advance, and then let the employee go to the bank to withdraw the money. At least 100,000, at most hundreds of thousands. Send them to the hotel, and then have a dinner party in the evening. Eat and drink well, call a few quality women and send them to the room. This was the basic operation of business dealings. Uncle would encounter more such incidents in the future, and Qin Zhe would not be able to watch over him all the time. However, when this matter is settled, Uncle doesn't have to travel long distances, and then Aunt will be around, and there will be no need for these flirtatious women. Suyu bowed her head and looked at the mobile phone silently. She was clear about this kind of thing, but she never touched it. It was inconvenient for her identity, so unless she met a particularly important client, she would personally receive it. Generally, she would hand over the general clients to the managers under her. When it came to the clients that Suyu needed to meet in person, they didn't look at the basic operation. After all, it was a basic operation. The headlines on Weibo attracted her attention. A video on the plane was the video of Qin Zhe teaching a foreigner a lesson in the cabin yesterday. Unsurprisingly, it was in the headlines again. The video was posted last night, and it went viral this morning. Search keywords. Qin Zhe plane fighting. More than a dozen videos can be searched. The video that Suyu saw was the most comprehensive, with the most comments and forwards. In addition, she found that Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin had at her in the chat software. Click on it. Qin Baobao. Why did Ace fight again? Did he get hurt, Suyu? Wang Zijin. He said no, but did he really not fight again after that? Suyu. Suyu curled her lips. No wonder he had been holding his mobile phone to reply to messages in the elevator just now. It turned out that he was sending messages to his sisters. Suyu. Little treasure, little fairy. Little fairy, don't worry, everything is fine. After a while, Qin Baobao. You want to be beaten. Wang Zijin. Little fairy. Little fairy. What the hell, anger? Suyu imagined the eyes of the two old enemies gnashing their teeth, smiled, happily closed the chat software, returned to Weibo, and clicked on the video. She was watching from a distance and didn't see the whole process. It was good to watch the replay. The hotel's Wi-Fi was not good, and it buffered for a few seconds before it was officially played. In the picture there was a quarrel. It was the man who had a conflict with the foreigner. The air hostess and the air hostess were persuading him. I just went to the toilet, he kept knocking on the door. After I came out I said a few words to him, he pushed me. Through the quarrel the audience probably knew what had happened. Because of a trivial matter that may be insignificant in the eyes of countless viewers, but the development of the matter made countless people angry. Can't you just apologize? It's not a big deal. He's not a woman. Is it so hard to say sorry? It's annoying. Pretentious, what's wrong with apologizing? The attitude of the passengers around was angry. They didn't blame the foreigner, but asked the middle-aged man to apologize. And then, fuck. *CK your mother. Chinese pig. Suyu witnessed this scene with her own eyes at the time. Looking at it now, she still felt uncomfortable. No one stood up, not even refuted, let alone quarrel. It was probably better to have less trouble. Everyone didn't want to make trouble, and they weren't the ones scolding. Finally, at this time someone stood up. I think you should take back what you said just now and apologize to us. In the picture, a man wearing a mask and sunglasses appeared. It's none of your business. Chinese pig. The kick that came out of nowhere caused a commotion in the crowd. Then the sunglasses fell. Even if they knew that he was Qin Zhe, the netizens watching the video were still very excited. Just now this foreigner scolded Chinese pig. Chinese are pigs. I don't know how you feel, but I feel very uncomfortable. But what makes me feel the most uncomfortable is not his insults but your silence. I'm a public figure. I know that hitting people will bring me a lot of negative impact, and even be classified as a banned artist and banned, but I still have to do it because someone has to stand up. After watching the video, Suyu first cast a starry look at Qin Zhe opposite her. Then she looked at the comments. That kick made my blood boil. I want to say, let go of that foreigner and let me do it. This comment had the most likes. She scrolled down. Good fight, too excited. If I was there, I would definitely go up and fight with him. There are so many people, why didn't anyone stand up to refute? It's so uncomfortable to watch, being scolded by foreigners as pigs. Fortunately, Qinze is here. Fortunately, I'll be his fan for life. Haha, the foreigner was beaten until he doubted his life. One punch KO, now he knows what Chinese Kung Fu is. It's so satisfying, so satisfying. I've been gnashing my teeth until Qinze kicked, and I was relieved. That's the way to fight. Let him know who's the pig. I'm a woman and I've always hated violence, but today is an exception. Hubby, I really love you the most. So you snorted twice in her heart, your husband? No, it's my husband. There were also some who condemned Qinze, saying that he should be kind to foreign friends. So you felt uncomfortable looking at these comments, but she didn't need to say more. There were too many people who scolded them. What are you looking at? Qinze asked. Looking at my husband. Suyu threw a happy little look. Then she found that two people surnamed Su were looking at her silently. Suyu was embarrassed. Chapter 584. After dinner, Qinze and the others left the hotel and went to their destination. In the car, Suyu was still reading the comments with relish. Qinze asked, "Is it that good?" Suyu whispered, "Most of them are positive and appreciative, but a small number of people are criticizing you. I feel very happy to see the people who criticize you being besieged by netizens." She wrinkled her nose, and her cold and beautiful face showed a naive look that only appeared in front of him. There are even people who criticize you. What kind of mentality is that? I think of those weeboo people on the internet. Qinze commented. That kind of person is generally a loser in life. They don't work hard, they don't see hope, but they don't reflect on themselves, so they blame society and the government. In fact, they don't necessarily like Japan that much. They haven't even been to Japan. They just vent their anger and dissatisfaction with society and the government in this way. Except for those who have lived in Japan for a while. Oh, Qinze has acquired a total of 3 companies since his meteoric rise last year, and merged them into Tianfeng Entertainment and Amethyst Technology Company, Limited. The process is probably to send a test team to collect data, and then he or Suyu will do field inspection and one-on-one transactions, which greatly reduces the process and the transaction cost is low. After several experiences, Qinze is familiar with it. In this regard, Suyu taught him a lot. Shenzhen Dongfeng Virtual Reality Technology Company, Limited. The address is in an industrial park far away from the city center. There are almost no residential areas here, factories are located, and occasionally there are bank buildings in the middle. Unlike the low-end processing plants in other cities, the manufacturers here are more high-end. Dongfeng Technology does not cover a large area. Finance, sales, research and development, and production line employees. All departments add up to a total of 328 people. Entering the gate, there is a large office building. Behind the office building, there are factories, staff dormitories, and a 2-story small building that integrates equipment experience and research and development. It's already a very good scale. Virtual reality technology has only begun to become popular and rise in recent years. In daily life, there are actually a lot of it, such as the 3D glasses we wear when watching 3D movies. And 3D movies and 3D projection can actually be regarded as branches of virtual reality technology. It doesn't simply refer to the gaming equipment in the VR experience hall. Virtual reality technology was the general direction of future technology. It would change people's lives. Because of the slow development of technology, it was difficult for it to become a hit. It has been changing society and life in a subtle way. On the 4th floor of the office building, in a large conference room, Qinze and the Dongfeng leaders led by Lu Zong began to negotiate. Both sides argued for a long time, and both sides were very naughty. Splitting a company into many segments and bargaining one by one was probably the result of Dongfeng's leaders boasting and Qinze's side finding fault and loopholes. In fact, it was quite boring. Qinze talked for a while in the early stage, and the middle and later stage was handed over to Suyu. He watched as she battled the group of Confucian scholars with words, and was not at a disadvantage. Su Yao listened from the side and became a bystander. Su Guang wanted to speak, but before he entered, he was warned by Qin Zhe not to speak. He wasn't afraid of godly opponents, but he was afraid of lousy teammates. His uncle wasn't very reliable. Everyone with the surname Qin and the surname Su knew that he was unreliable. Qin Zhe whispered in Su Yu's ear, got up and left the conference room. After sitting in the conference room for nearly an hour, he felt like his bladder was about to explode. He drank a cup of soy milk and a cup of coffee for breakfast. Because of his strong kidney, he had never gone to the toilet. Now he couldn't hold it in. After Qin Zhe went to the toilet, he didn't go back to the conference room. He put on a mask and sunglasses and wandered around the office building. Unknowingly, he came to the sales department. In the big office of the sales department, half of the seats were empty. A dozen people sat listlessly. Some were lying on the table and dozing off, some were watching movies, and some were playing games. In the seat by the door, a young man leaned comfortably on the chair. The computer was on, showing the desktop, and he was playing a mobile game. Oh, it was a primitive world. The mobile game copied by Zijin's programmers, a pirated version of Deceased Pesticide. You play this game too? Qin Zhe laughed. The young man just died and was resurrected. He heard the sound and looked up at him. You are? Old Chun brought me here to see the equipment. I want to open a VR experience hall, but he seems to have something to do. He went to a meeting. I wandered around and waited for him. Qin Zhe said. Old Chun was the sales manager. He was in the conference room and was qualified to participate in the negotiation, but he had no right to speak. When he introduced himself, Qin Zhe remembered it. His memory was very strong. It turned out to be a customer. The young man immediately cheered up. Shall I take you to the back to see the equipment? Qin Zhe showed an embarrassed look. I'll wait for Old Chun. The young man said. Our company is going to be sold. If you want to buy equipment, you better slow down. There may be a discount after a while. If you buy now, the price Old Chun will give you will definitely be 10% higher than the original price. So blatantly digging in the corner of his direct superior? Qin Zhe said in his heart, even if the company is sold, your boss is still your boss, your leader is still your leader. The young man said in a low voice. Old Chun is Lu Zong's relative. If the company is sold, he will definitely leave too. Qin Zhe's heart jumped. Your company is all about connections? The young man nodded. Many connections take the money but don't work. But the buyer doesn't know about this, so the connections can continue to stay here. Even if they are fired, they have to pay a severance fee. After all, they have signed a contract. If they buy the company, they have to inherit a lot of things. It has legal effect. I can't just deny it. You won't understand. But Old Chun is the leader. He definitely can't continue to stay in this position. Qin Zhe said. Oh, which area are you in? I play this game too. Let's play together. The young man reported his ID name. Qin Zhe logged into the game. Other than the young man, there were 3 salespeople in the office who were also playing this game. 5 people in total. I remember a few days ago when I played this game, the popularity of this game wasn't very high. It took a long time to find a match. Qin Zhe said. The advertisements are good. The web-based game is Blue Moon, and the mobile game is Chaos World. The young man said. What do you mean? Qin Zhe didn't understand. 10 mobile apps, 10 of them have advertisements for it. Video apps and movies also have advertisements for it. If you go online, you will see its advertisements in less than half a minute. It's as crazy as Blue Moon. The young man said. I was brainwashed by the advertisements. Then I downloaded it to try it out. Hey, I found it quite interesting. The graphics are good, and there are many experts. It's not like Pesticide, where there are elementary school students everywhere. The 5 of them played together. It was quite interesting. The office was filled with slogans like, the opposite side is red, gather at the river, and mid-lane team fight. Qin Zhe placed the cigarettes on the table and gave one to each person. Almost half a pack was gone. Can I smoke? He could already smell the faint smell of smoke. It meant that someone had smoked before, but he still had to ask. Big Chicken Tyrant, good smoke. The young man's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Qin Zhe to be a rich person. He handed Qin Zhe a business card. If you want to buy gaming equipment in the future, give me a call. I'll give you a discount. It's definitely lower than the market price. Qinzhe took the business card and said thanks. He looked at it. Oingqi. He's so awesome. He's actually a boss with 2 surnames. After giving out the cigarettes, Qinzhe remembered that it was inconvenient to smoke. He took off his mask. I'm not bragging, but the whole office will explode in an instant. After a round, Qinzhe said, I'm not playing anymore. I'm going out to get some fresh air. Oningqi shouted, I'm waiting for you. Qinzhe waved his hand and left the sales department. After that, he moved to the finance department. The finance department's office was much smaller. There were about 7 or 8 people in the finance department. They were all dressed in office lady suits. They were chatting and laughing. What's the matter? A big sister at the door asked when she saw Qinzhe. Qinzhe hesitated and asked, Are you guys usually free? The woman looked at him strangely. Who are you? I'm just asking. Crazy. What does it have to do with you? Qinzhe could only turn and leave. Behind him, he vaguely heard a conversation. Who is it? I don't know. He's wearing sunglasses and a mask. I can't see clearly. It's not the buyer, right? Impossible. He's in a meeting. Right, you're going to South Korea this month, right? Help me buy a set of cosmetics. No problem. It would take a few hours to negotiate. After dinner, they would probably have to continue chatting. Qinzhe planned to take a look at the factory. Lu Zong claimed that the equipment was top-notch and the most advanced in the country. He had to see for himself what it was like. The factory was similar to many other industrial factories. It had a triangular steel roof. The only difference was that the environment inside was very clean. There were many pieces of equipment that Qinzhe couldn't understand. There was a processing center, a welding machine, and even a CNC machine. With so many processing equipment, it meant that Dongfeng could indeed build a VR game equipment independently and did not need to find other factories to process it. However, he did not see the real core technology, the display, motion sensor, processor, wireless connection, etc. That piece was the real soul of VR technology. Of course, it was impossible for any tourist to see it. Qinzhe saw a group of uniformed employees squatting at the entrance of the factory. They were smoking and chatting. Qinzhe went up to them and gave each of them a stick of chicken. Why aren't you working? He asked curiously. What work? A middle-aged man asked. Qinzhe was stunned. It's not like it's based on the piece, another middle-aged man said. There's a lot of equipment in the factory. They're all stored in the warehouse just opposite. There are fewer people buying them now. We're usually quite free. Oh right, what are you doing? I'm here to buy equipment. I came to take a look first, Qinzhe said. Oh. Qinzhe chatted with them for a while and roughly knew their work situation. They were not too free usually. They still had work to do. In addition to their own factory production, they also took on outside work to help process a part, such as a seat, equipment frame, and so on. They were not based on the piece and time, so they could often get together to smoke and brag. They did not care about their lives and time was shameless. It really made sense. Qinzhe returned to the conference room and heard Suyu's faint voice. Lu Zong, Dongfeng is not our only choice. I believe that we are not your only choice. It's best if we can reach an agreement. If not, we can only meet again, right? Lu Zong laughed a few times. President Su is right. Oh, President Qin is back. You took a long time in the bathroom. Qinzhe smiled casually. I ate too much breakfast. Lu Zong, it's getting late. Why don't we visit Dongfeng first, then have lunch and talk in the afternoon? Lu Zong looked at his phone. It was 11 o'clock, so he nodded. Okay. Qinzhe noticed that as soon as he finished speaking, a leader of Dongfeng took out his phone and sent a message. Chapter 585. The visiting team was very spectacular. Qinzhe and Suyu walked in front, with Manager Lu on the right and Manager Go on the left. Behind them were the leaders of Dongfeng and the review team. Qinzhe was wearing a mask and sunglasses. Suyu, who was walking beside him, gave him a helpless look. Qinzhe immediately understood. This was because they had not reached an agreement yet. There was still a dispute about the price. Lu Zong was shocked by him last night. But now he realized that Qinzhe really wanted to buy his company. When we were young, our mother must have told you this. When you see something you like, don't show that you want it. This would make the seller fearless and difficult to bargain. Small business and big business were the same. Along the way, he went to a few departments. The employees were all sitting upright and still, immersed in their work. Su Guang sighed. Not bad, the atmosphere is good. Lu Zong said happily. Although the company is not big, they are all of one mind and are all good employees. Uncle was very satisfied and smiled. Not bad, not bad. Soon they went to the sales department. They must have been notified in the company group. In the sales department's big office, the salespeople were talking on the phone. Their voices were sonorous and powerful. All of them looked very serious and hard-working. They were working so hard that they did not seem to notice the arrival of Qin Zhe and the others. Are they so serious? Did I come to the wrong place just now? Playing games, sleeping, chatting are all my illusions? Yes, it's you. You were so happy playing games just now. Qin Zhe patted Ouyangqi on the shoulder. Ouyangqi pretended to not care and said loudly on the phone. Can you come today? If you come today, I will give you a discount. It will definitely be lower than the market price. It's a pity that you can't come today. Let me tell you, our Dongfeng equipment is absolutely first class. It's not worse than imported foreign equipment. The sales manager, Old Chun, coughed and said, Ouyangqi, I know you are working hard. Stop calling, Mr. Qin is calling you. Ouyangqi. Okay. Then come another day. I will personally introduce you. Tomorrow you. As he spoke, he turned his head and suddenly his voice stopped. Ouyangqi looked at Qin Zhe and then at the leaders of Dongfeng. He had a mental breakdown. Manager Chan smiled and said, although this kid's performance is average, he's really hardworking. He makes phone calls for 9 hours a day and often goes on business trips. But there are more than a dozen people like him in our office. Ouyangqi was speechless. The portrayal of his inner thoughts. The cold icy rain was randomly slapping his face. His face hurt. Not only him, but the other salespeople in the office also looked back. Just because they took an extra look in the crowd, their mentality collapsed. The man wearing sunglasses and a mask, wasn't he having a good time playing games with them just now? He even sent them a chicken overlord. Don't tell me this is the acquirer. This is President Qin, the purchaser of the company. Lu Zong clapped his hands. Then he realized that the air was suddenly quiet. Lu Zong frowned unhappily. Although these salespeople's performance was average, they were all old foxes. At this moment, they should have stood up and enthusiastically shouted, Boss Qin, why are you in a daze? Qin Zhe smiled and said, hello everyone. Everyone was speechless. Qin Zhe said, everyone's skills are good. In the future, let's play games when you're free. Anyway, we've added each other as friends. Everyone was speechless. Ouyangqi covered his face and thought desperately, will I be fired? Sob. Qin Zhe looked at Lu Zong. Then let's go to other places? The group of people left, but Manager Chan slowed down and didn't follow. He turned back to the office. His fingers knocked on the glass door, making a crisp sound. Manager Chen's tone was slightly angry. What's wrong with you guys? The strange reaction of his subordinates just now made him very unhappy. Lu Zong was definitely unhappy too. They were not sensible at all. No one answered his suffocating question. Manager Chan said angrily, with your performance when the company is acquired, it's still unknown whether you can stay. Who can you blame if you don't live up to expectations and lose your job? Ouyangqi said guiltily, Manager, that President Qin, he just came. Manager Chan was stunned at first, then his heart turned cold. He knew the group of people under him very well. Then what are you doing? Playing games. He even played a game with us, so we didn't know that he was. Ouyangqi's expression was ugly. Qin Zhe once again wandered to the finance department. The big sisters were sitting quietly in front of the computer, silent. There was no longer the chatter from before. The big sister at the door heard the footsteps and looked up first. She saw Qin Zhe with a mask and sunglasses at first glance. Her face with makeup was instantly stunned. The other finance people looked over with smiles on their faces. When they saw Qin Zhe, they were also stunned. They were dumbfounded. 10 faces were dumbfounded. Qin Zhe looked at her and asked again, are you guys usually free? Dongfeng's finance department manager said, yes, our finance department is very busy. After he finished speaking, He found that his subordinates all looked embarrassed. Lu Zong frowned and realized that things were not simple. It was too abnormal. Whether it was the sales department or the finance department. When they saw Qinze, they all looked like students who were caught by the teacher eating chicken with each other. They were embarrassed and scared. After that, they toured the factory. It was the same here. The employees were not working hard or slacking off. After all, they couldn't pretend because there was no work. It's currently in the idle stage because if we reach an agreement, we have to prepare for the liquidation of assets, so the factory is now in a half-stop state, Lu Zong said. When he said that, he imperceptibly created psychological pressure on Qinze's side. Look, because of your acquisition we have all stopped working. What a loss. If they were thin-skinned, they would feel a little guilty now. After the tour, Lu Zong treated them to lunch. They didn't go to the city center to find a high-end hotel because it was meaningless. If you drove there now, there would be a traffic jam all the way until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. In the industrial park, there were actually quite a few high-class restaurants. The restaurant that Lu Zong booked had an elegant layout. It had an antique style with screens, blue and white porcelain vases, carved tables and chairs, and a burning sandalwood in the corner of the private room. A beam of light shone down, and the smoke was straight like a line. This was called appreciating incense. The dishes were also very special. For example, a painting of the Qingming riverside was put together with various seafood, and a large ink slab was used to hold soup. During this period before the banquet started, Lu Zong went out to answer a phone call. When he came back, he didn't look good. Both sides were old foxes. They fought a war of words at the negotiation table, but didn't mention it at the dinner table. They were harmonious and called each other brothers. After a few glasses of wine, the uncle's face started to turn red. He almost put his arm around Lu Zong's shoulder. Qinze helped the uncle to the toilet to vomit. After his uncle finished vomiting, he washed his face and put a cigarette in his mouth. Looking at his bloodshot eyes in the mirror, he chuckled. That old brat kept forcing me to drink. Yesterday he even sent me a woman. He's hoping that I can help him. Qinze said in a bad mood. You still know. You don't understand. The uncle put his arm around Qinze's shoulder. Don't look down on me. After all, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. You guys can talk. Look at how red your faces are in the meeting. At this time, I'm the lubricant in the middle to mediate. It's just like how every main character needs a comedic supporting character. Isn't that the logic? I'm the same as Jispin lubricant. Super effective. Qinze thought to himself, Durex might be able to give you 10 times the advertising fee. The uncle was obviously drunk and didn't think through his words. The lubricant was for the convenience of friction. If there's friction between us again, the acquisition will most likely fail. From this, it can be concluded that friction equals yellow. Actually, I think that 5% is not a big deal. You don't need that much money. The uncle said. You don't understand. This company actually has a lot of flaws that you can't see. Besides, 5% is more than 1 million. So much? Then let's continue to argue. The uncle was shocked. The uncle and nephew stood in front of the urinal, comfortably relieving the pressure in their bladder. They both shook their bodies and their little brothers. Su Guang laughed and said, we're sworn brothers now. Sworn brothers? Qinze said angrily. Get out, can't you be more like an uncle? He felt that he could no longer look directly at the word sworn brothers. No, it should be said that he finally understood the word officially. The banquet gradually came to an end. Boss Qin, there are a lot of fun places in Shun City. I'll get someone to take you around these few days. Lu Zong proposed a toast. He was preparing for a long battle. Lu Zong, Boss Su and I will return to Shanghai tomorrow. There are still some things there. Qinze raised his glass and said, let's put the acquisition of Dongfeng aside for now. I'll look again and you can also look again. Let's keep in touch, okay? Many people were confused, at least on Qinze's side, including Su Yu and Su Guang. They were all stunned. Most of the people on Dongfeng's side were also confused. Boss Qin, you're embarrassing your brother. Lu Zong hurriedly said. If you have any opinions, we can talk about it again. You just left without saying anything. Aren't you making fun of us? That's too much. Qinze said. How is it making fun of us? A good or bad product can't be judged by its appearance. And its quality can't be ignored, right? Many people were still confused, but Lu Zong understood. My flight is tomorrow night. We still have a day to talk. Let's call it a day. With the end of Qin Zhe's words, the banquet also ended. Chapter 586. On the way back to the hotel, Su Yu softly asked him what he planned to do. Su Guang and Su Yao looked over together. Qin Zhe's behavior just now was a bit similar to bargaining with a street vendor. Boss, how much is this silicone doll? 100 yuan. Is it for 10 yuan? Not for sale. I'll leave if you don't sell it. Then he turned around to leave, waiting for the boss behind him to shout. There is true love in the world. I'll sell the doll to you for 20 yuan. But this was not shopping. It didn't matter if it was a few yuan short. This was a company acquisition which could easily cost tens of millions or hundreds of millions of yuan. Qin Zhe's approach was particularly petty and self-righteous, making people laugh at him. Just now, when you were in the meeting, I didn't go to the toilet. I just walked around the factory, Qin Zhe said. And then, Su Yu and the others looked at him. I had a good chat with several employees in the sales department. Qin Zhe paused and said, I also played a game. Su Yu. Then I listened to the sisters in the finance department discussing Chanel bags, Estée Lauder's face cream, and Dior perfume. Finally, I discussed with the employees in the production line why the equipment in the warehouse can't be sold for the time being, Qin Zhe said. These things should have been known by Lu Zong just now. In other words, it was psychological warfare. Su Yu nodded and frowned. The inspection team didn't talk about these in detail. Su Yao said, the main responsibility of the inspection team is to evaluate. The details can be written or not written. You hired a professional inspection team. They should have received some benefits, so they didn't record it in the evaluation report. Qin Zhe said, in this way, tomorrow we will do a detailed evaluation of Dongfeng and asset inspection, and then consider whether to buy it or not. Whether we buy it or not, we will leave at night. Qin Zhe's original plan was indeed to return to Shanghai on the third night. He and Su Yu would only stay in Shanxing for 2 days, regardless of whether the acquisition was successful or not. If it was successful, at most they would sign the agreement first. There were a lot of processes in the middle which could not be solved in 1 or 2 days, so they still had to come to Shanxing again after a while. If he didn't succeed, then everything would come to an end. Naturally, he would have to return. When they arrived at the entrance of the hotel, Qin Zhe did not get out of the car. Instead, he asked Su Yao, Mr. Su, can I borrow your car? Su Yao looked at him. Su Yu said, we want to go and play. Su Yao nodded. It was rare for them to come to Shanxing City, so it would be too boring to only talk about business. As one of the few first-tier cities in the country, it had too much to eat. Whether it was the prosperity of the modern city or its historical significance, it was worth visiting. Qin Zhe remembered that a manager of Baozi Investment once told him an interesting story. When he was young, he found a girlfriend in Beijing. Because of the long-distance relationship, they only met once a month. Every time they met, they would eat, drink, and sleep together. 3 years later, they broke up. His impression of Beijing was only which hotel was comfortable to sleep in, which hotel had the best facilities, and which hotel had the best breakfast. He had never been to the Great Wall or Fragrant Hill. He had only seen Tiananmen Square from afar a few times. A city is like a woman. If you only go in and out of one place, how can you appreciate her beauty? He had to change places to explore. The first stop was the overseas Chinese town in the east of Yantian district. On Saturday, there were more people. After the two got off the car, they asked the driver to wait in place, or they could go and play by themselves. Qin Zhe said that they could play by themselves, and all the expenses could be reimbursed by Mr. Su. In the hot summer, Su Yu bought a woman's hat to shade her face, neck, and white slender arms with a layer of sunscreen. Then she held Qin Zhe's hand and began to wander aimlessly. Su Yu looked at the map at the entrance of the scenic spot and said, let's go to Tiaxi Valley first. The scenery there is good and there are few people, so we don't have to line up. After that, we can go to the theme park. She said, there is a wet program. Who are you wet for? Qin Zhe said angrily, I'm not going. Tiaxi Valley was an ecological park, a place to enjoy the natural scenery. For the two of them, Tiaxi Valley was the best choice. Looking at the colorful flower fields and watching the blue sky and white clouds was far more interesting than waiting in a long line in the theme park. If you want to play, it's better to go back to Shanghai and go to Disneyland. Suyu stood by the colorful flower field and took a deep breath. She held Qinzhe in one hand and opened the other hand, pretending to be facing a cool wind. In fact, both of them were hot and wet in their crotches. Suddenly, there is an impulse to live in seclusion in a beautiful place, plant a few acres of flower fields, and live a hermit's life. Suyu sighed. Leisurely see Nanshan Mountain. Qinzhe nodded. You can't ignore the very important chrysanthemum picking under the eastern fence, and the maple forest evening. The ancients have told us that the leisurely life of a hermit is comfortable. Suyu sighed. It's a pity that it's not convenient for you to take photos, otherwise, let's take a good photo together, and sister will not waste this trip. Qinzhe laughed. Then you post to your circle of friends. Today I came here for a date with my husband and it's so cool. Suyu pretended not to understand. Yeah, there's a KFC over there. Let's go and have a drink. She took Qinzhe and trotted all the way. They ordered 4 egg tarts, 2 mashed potatoes, 2 cups of iced cola, and a hamburger. The KFC was overcrowded, and the air conditioning in the hot summer brought tourists the motivation to live. Qinzhe glanced at the KFC, and then observed the tourists outside through the glass wall. For the time being, he did not find any suspected paparazzi. It's not that he is sensitive. As an artist, he should always be vigilant. In unknown corners there are always cameras pointing at you. Wasn't there a female star who went to Thailand to taste the sausages of a foreign country, and then was caught by the paparazzi? The candid photography business has developed abroad. Are you afraid? Unlike that female artist, Qinzhe's only advantage is that he is unmarried. Therefore, the scale of his wave can be a little bigger. So you took out a paper towel from the bag, wiped the sweat on her hands, grabbed Qinzhe's hand like a careful little wife, and helped him wipe the sweat on his hands. Qinzhe took back his gaze blankly, and his eyes fell on Suyu, and he suddenly understood. He can feel Suyu's care and gentleness. From childhood to now, he still plays the role of a house husband, and there is a little soft emotion in his heart. In this situation, replace Suyu with his sister. His sister will wipe her sweaty little hands on his clothes, and then with a little pride in the corner of her eyes and eyebrows, which is in line with their playful style, Wang Zijin will be more pretentious. She will stretch out her small hand and let Qinzhe help her wipe the sweat on her hands, and enjoy the love of her boyfriend. Only Suyu has the lowest requirements, but she is sincere to him. Suyu crumpled the paper towel into a ball, put it aside and took a sip of cola. Let's eat. In fact, he didn't eat much at noon. Entertainment is the main body, and eating is subsidiary. Suyu drank a few glasses of wine, took a few mouthfuls of food and didn't eat much. Moreover, things like big meals, if you eat too much, you will get tired of it and can't raise your appetite. On the contrary, it is not as attractive as the junk fast food in front of you. If I take off my mask, it will cause a sensation. Qinzhe said tiredly. He turned to face the glass wall, stuffed an egg tart into it, then put on his mask again and chewed silently. Suyu. Puff? So it's very tiring to be a celebrity. The more famous you are, the more tired you are. My sister now wears a mask when she goes out, and she rarely meets with her former classmates and friends. Before, she would eat with her best friends every 2 or 3 days, go shopping and walk the road. Now when she has a rest, she only dares to stay at home, but now she has no energy to play. Although it was tiring to go to work before, it is different from being a boss. Qinzhe said. Sister, you only have sister in your mouth. Suyu was full of jealousy. We finally come out to date. Can you not mention her? It's disgusting. Qinzhe, he said in his heart, my sister raised me with a handful of shit and urine. He blamed himself for saying so. In the years of college, his living expenses were indeed paid by his sister. At that time, his sister's salary was not bad, with a monthly income of more than 10,000 yuan. But she was a spendthrift. When Qinzhe asked her for money, she would give him hundreds or thousands of yuan. At the beginning of every month, the siblings were very extravagant. In the first half of the month, Qinzhe didn't cook and went to restaurants every day. Watching movies, eating Western food, buying clothes. What was milk tea? He didn't drink that kind of low-grade drink. It had to be dozens of yuan for a cup of coffee and hundreds of yuan for a pot of black tea. In the middle of the month, his sister found that her monthly salary of more than 10,000 yuan was only left with a little more than 2,000 yuan. Oh no, I can't be extravagant. I have to buy vegetables and start a fire to eat at home. She also began to use face masks, applied once every 2 days, and couldn't use too expensive ones. But even so, Qinze occasionally invited his roommates to dinner, and his sister would still give him the money she saved. A 25-year-old girl working for more than 2 years moonlight. So Yingying often said that Qinze was raised by her with a handful of shit and urine. Chapter 587. They were chatting, and a young woman was holding a little boy of 5 or 6 years old, holding a plate with Coke, fries, hamburgers and chicken wings in her left hand. The woman apologized. Can we sit here? There are no seats. Yes. Qinze nodded. He refused in his heart. Elder sister, if you sit here, I won't be able to eat for a while. But KFC is not owned by his family. They just asked out of politeness. And the mother with the child can't let the child stand and eat. So Qinze didn't eat. Suyu ate with relish and took his share. They chatted for a while and became familiar with each other. The mother and son are from Hujianren. The man can barely be regarded as a small entrepreneur. He started a company in Shancheng. The mother and son have been in Shancheng for more than a year. Today they took their son out to play. Fortunately, this is Shancheng. If it was Guangdong, the mother and son would be in danger. During this period, the mother had to go to the toilet and gently warned her son. You sit here and don't move, wait for your mother to come back. Then she said to Qinze and Suyu, please help me. Qinze and Suyu's clothes are not ordinary people, and they talk well. Suyu's appearance has the buff of I am a cold goddess, so the young mother is quite assured of them. Auntie, do you want to eat? The little boy licked the ketchup on the corner of his mouth and handed Suyu a free. Call me elder sister doesn't eat. Suyu touched his head. The little boy blinked. How old is Auntie? Suyu answered truthfully, 28. The little boy counted his fingers. 26, 27, 28. Older than my mother. Does Auntie have a little brother? Suyu smiled and said, elder sister is not married yet. The little boy said, oh, I'm not married at such an old age, Auntie is a single dog. The affection on Suyu's face suddenly solidified. It hurts. Qinze. Children nowadays have a wide range of knowledge. They can listen and see a lot. They can also use their parents' iPads or mobile phones to surf the internet. When they were 5 or 6 years old, they were silly and snotty like uncivilized natives. Suyu smiled. Yes, I'm not married. The little boy said, no one wants it. Suyu? Heartbreaking +2. Suyu touched his head with a smile and replied kindly, because Auntie is afraid of giving birth to an ugly child like you. The little boy raised his head and looked at her in a daze. He cried out loud. Suyu's mouth curled up. At this time she didn't look like a 28-year-old woman, but an 8-year-old girl, as if she had grabbed the candy and was very proud. When a woman was petty, she was no better than a child. At this time the little boy's mother came back. Seeing her son crying, she looked at Qinze and Suyu blankly. Mom, am I ugly? He's not ugly. He's very handsome. Auntie said I'm ugly. The woman looked at Suyu again. Suyu smiled. The woman retracted her gaze and coaxed the child gently. Suyu stuck her tongue out at the child and made a face. After resting in the KFC for nearly half an hour, Suyu reluctantly left the air conditioner and opened the door of the store. The hot airflow hit his face. The peak season of tourism should be in spring and autumn. Winter and summer are not suitable for traveling. The former will freeze into a dog, and the latter will become a hot dog. Before leaving the KFC, Suyu went to the toilet, washed her face and added a layer of sunscreen. In fact, her face was okay, with a big brimmed hat to shade the sun, but her arms were troublesome. In such a big sun, even sunscreen was not guaranteed to withstand it. It was the hottest month of the year, which was a nightmare for girls who love makeup. Suyu had light makeup today. After all, she had to attend negotiations. It was best to wear makeup when attending meetings and meeting clients. While washing her face, she also washed off the makeup. It was clean and refreshing. Qinze said, your appearance has dropped a level. Suyu was stunned and turned to go back. Wait for me, I'm going to touch up my makeup. Hey, I'm kidding. Qinze pulled her and walked out with his arms around her shoulders. Just now if it was Qin Bao, she would definitely say, "Go away, sister never wears makeup, sister is a little fairy." Well, you are also a little fairy. Su Yu's expression was happy and pretended to be disdainful. Your sister is pretentious. It was too hot outside, and it was very uncomfortable to hold, so Qinze let go. Su Yu hurriedly hugged his arm and walked forward like a little bird. Instead of going to the theme park, they took a few landscape photos. Qinze was responsible for taking photos, Su Yu was responsible for being beautiful, and put a few posts by the way. Leaving contentedly, the driver was still in the same place and didn't go out. It seemed that he was a middle-aged man who was more at home. He lowered his seat, half-closed his eyes and slept. Qinze knocked on the window and woke him up. Go to Happy Valley, Qinze said. Opening the door, getting in the car, and enjoying the cool air conditioning, Qinze and Su Yu couldn't help but want to groan. Good parents are not as good as the air conditioning. Going to Happy Valley was suggested by Su Yu, because she felt that it was very romantic to sit on the Ferris wheel with the person she liked. The three artifacts of romance: fireworks, rails and Ferris wheel. Qinze, on the other hand, was imagining a lot of Ferris wheels in his head. Every cartoonist is a good person, and good people have a peaceful life. The Ferris wheel is a very conducive place for men and women to talk and communicate. But when they arrived at Happy Valley, they found that there was no Ferris wheel at all. Su Yu expressed disappointment, and even her enthusiasm was depressed. The Ferris wheel is actually not fun, it's boring, Qinze comforted her. There are a lot of fun things here, but there are more people. It's hard to stand in line on a hot day. Why don't we pick one or two to play with? Then I want to play with the pendulum and roller coaster, Su Yu said immediately. He looked at Su Yu with blaming eyes. You know I have acrophobia. You did it on purpose. Why are you so happy? But when she looked at him like a kitten, Qinze's heart softened. Gritting his teeth, he said, Okay. Really, can I? Su Yu was overjoyed. Qinze nodded hard. Su Yu hugged his neck and kissed him through the mask. Qinze said in his heart, I will close my eyes all the way. For a person with acrophobia, the most terrifying process of the roller coaster is not the sudden fall, nor the tortuous process, but the beginning of the slow rise. Looking at the ground getting farther and farther, watching the body slowly rising, the blue sky, white clouds, and the sun shining. Then suddenly you may fall to your death. Qinze's heart was pounding, his legs were soft, and there was an illusion of myocardial infarction. Coming down from the roller coaster, Qinze walked a little bit. He didn't look in the mirror, but he knew that his face must be pale. Are you okay? Are you okay? The excitement and stimulation on Su Yu's face have not faded. While she was happy, she casually cared for Qinze. Qinze shook his head. After that, they came to the pendulum line. There were a lot of people, but it was much better than the mine car in the drop tower. Su Yu listened to the screams from the drop tower and was quite moved. Let's go to the drop tower? I will jump now for you. Qinze stared fiercely. 15 minutes later, it was their turn. The pendulum was more exciting than the roller coaster. Even if Qinze closed his eyes, he could feel his body being thrown up again and again. It seemed that he would be thrown out by the huge inertia at any time. Trembling, he came down from the pendulum. He was tired and did not like it. At this time it was already dusk. Su Yu was in high spirits. Hey husband, let's go to the drop tower? Qinze did not even have the mood to scold her. He dragged her away. When passing by the drop tower, he hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. I'm going all out today. If his sister asked for it, she would not ask for it. She also had acrophobia. Wang Zijin did not like this kind of exciting game. Only Su Yu he could not refuse today. Thinking of Su Yu's careful and gentle movements when wiping his hands, thinking of her kitten-like eager and timid eyes, in this world, only strong wine and beautiful women can't be ignored. Like the roller coaster, the drop tower slowly rose into the sky, and it was higher than the roller coaster. Qinze looked at the crowd under his feet, which was as small as ants, and his heart was fiercely clenched. He felt that he was crazy today to play this kind of thing with Su Yu. He was higher than the third floor, and when he looked down his legs would be soft. Su held Qinzai's hand and said, "A's today. Let's jump together and die for love." With that, she looked like she was going to die tragically. Qinzai, you wait for me at night. In fact, I'm very scared. Su glanced down a little timidly and said, "I'm actually afraid of playing this kind of exciting game. I always feel that it's so high. What if there's a malfunction? I'll really fall to my death." Qinzai's face turned white. "Don't put the flag in my face, Teddy. But the more scared I am, the more I want to play. It's like watching a horror movie. I'm obviously scared to death, but I can't help but watch it." Su said, "No problem, you're a masochist. Don't think about it." Ah! Qinzai just wanted to speak, and the elevator suddenly fell straight down, free falling. "Mom, save me!" Qinzai shouted. When he returned to the hotel, it was already dark. Su laughed at him all the way. "Mom, save me!" After Qinzai became angry, she hugged Qinzai's head to her chest and said, "Good son, Mom loves you." Unfortunately, her breast size was not big enough to give her son a facial cleanser. Facial cleanser. Sister's brand is the most powerful. At 7 o'clock in the evening, his uncle came over and said that he would take Qinzai to eat Chongqing specialties. But Qinzai had no appetite and sent him away. Su did not go, saying that she did not want to eat and stayed with him. "Husband, it's time to eat. I asked the hotel to cook a few dishes and they'll be sent right away." At 8:30 in the evening, Su was hungry. She found the menu in the room and called to order food. "You eat by yourself, I have no appetite." Qinzai lay on the bed, two thick black eyebrows wrinkled. Dizziness, nausea, loss of appetite. These symptoms of acrophobia have been with him. "Eat some." Su stroked his cheek and said, "If you don't eat, you'll feel worse tomorrow. I ordered a dish for you." "What dish?" "Leek is a good thing, also known as yang grass." Chapter 588. About 20 minutes later, the hotel staff brought the food up, pushing the dining cart, and the food was covered with plates. For dishes, 1 soup, 2 bowls of rice, stewed pork ribs with winter melon, scrambled eggs with leeks, small yellow croaker, and sliced meat with bracken. "Isn't this thing carcinogenic?" Qinzai pointed to the bracken and said, "When he was a child, he liked to eat this kind of wild vegetable. Every year when he went to Su Town, Aunt Su would go to the mountains to help him pick some. If he couldn't finish it, she would dry it and bring it home for him to eat." Later, when he heard that this thing was carcinogenic, Qinzai didn't dare to eat it. "It's a rumor," Su said. "Smoking also causes cancer. Didn't you smoke with relish? This thing is said to cause cancer, but in fact it's fine even if you eat it until you're 70 or 80 years old. Ah, delicious, try it." I was so scared that I quickly smoked a cigarette to calm down. Qinzai opened his mouth and took a bite of the bracken she handed to his mouth. "How do you know?" "You're a returnee who studied abroad for a long time. I like to eat this kind of wild vegetable, so I specifically went to learn about it." Su said, "This kind of vegetable was sold at a high price a few years ago. I've eaten it." "Well, I'll give you a bite and the rest is mine." As she said, she took the vegetables in front of her and pushed the plate of leek fried rice to Qinzai. "You eat this, eat more, and your body will be good." Qinzai was speechless. Have I been reduced to the embarrassing situation of relying on leeks to regain my masculinity? Are you kidding me? Do I need to nourish my teddy kidney? I'm Qin Ritian. Do I need things like leeks? Even if I starve to death, I won't eat this kind of thing. Eat, it's delicious, although it's not as good as your cooking. Su ate in small bites. Her eating posture was very elegant, very ladylike, and very goddess-like. Qinzai picked up the chopsticks and ate a few mouthfuls. "Hey, it's really delicious. There's some kind of seasoning in it, but he can't taste it for the time being." Su asked, "How is it?" "Delicious." Qinzai ate the rice. It doesn't matter what the kidney is, he mainly likes to eat leeks. Well, he just likes to eat it. Su didn't eat much. He ate half a bowl of rice and didn't eat much. He kept saying that his favorite food was fern, but he just picked up a few more chopsticks. She usually didn't exercise as much as Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao. She only went to the gym or the club on weekends to exercise and recuperate, so she could only rely on controlling her food intake to maintain her figure. Therefore, those girls who relied on dieting to lose weight were, without a doubt, only someone like Big Sister, who ate and drank as much as she wanted without a care in the world, refusing all kinds of high-calorie food, and persisting in dancing for an hour every day, could have such a low breast volume. The large breasts of foreign women were due to their high-calorie diet and their love of fitness. Actually, I don't quite understand why you're so passionate about virtual reality technology. At the moment, this field isn't suitable for us. Only corporations with hundreds of billions of assets have the ability to research it. Suyu unscrewed the thermos flask and took a sip of wolfberry tea. But the actual progress and breakthroughs will depend on the situation overseas. In terms of science and technology, whether we admit it or not, foreign countries are always ahead of us. The technologies that our country is more advanced are all supported by the state. It's unrealistic to rely on the domestic business circle to develop their own. What she meant was that the current potential of this industry was almost overdrawn. Any industry has ups and downs, and the next stage of development will be relatively flat, not only in terms of technological development but also in terms of market demand. Therefore, she felt that to acquire a virtual technology company now from an investor's point of view was a failure. We are the successors of socialism, we have to dream of a big country, and we have to work hard for the rise of our motherland. Qinze said, as long as I enter this industry, it will instantly lead the world and dominate the world. Suyu, then what are you going to do? Wait. Qinze got up, squatted in the suitcase, took out a USB flash drive from the inner zipper bag, and put it in front of Suyu. The things inside will bring us endless wealth, even beyond Baozi, beyond Amethyst, beyond Tianfang. What is it? The design. I spent a week making it with software. Suyu looked at the USB flash drive, and then raised her face to look at him, her eyes dull. Let's have some face, otherwise how can we go out and meet people? Suyu curled her lips. No, it's illegal to sell organs, Qinze said. People who cared about their reputation were all criminals. Only those who did not care about their reputation were good law-abiding citizens. Even if Suyu was his little fan sister, she just thought he was joking. The things in the USB flash drive were copied from the mall. The system was so low that everything needed Qinze to do it himself because there was only data, there was no substance. Qinze, an undergraduate student in the Department of Finance, became a semi-professional drawing student. He was proficient in 3 different computer drawing software. He was so tired. The value of this thing was unimaginable for ordinary people. If he just threw it out, he could create a leading company in the field of virtual reality technology in a short time. It also made up for one of Qinze's wishes. Virtual technology, although called virtual, was considered an industry. The industrial tycoons were the ones who should be respected. Qinze, as an undergraduate student in the Department of Finance, had a deep understanding of this. If China's industry was as prosperous as it was 10 years ago, the country would not be overwhelmed by the pressure of the economic downturn. The simple truth was that wealth was always linked to material objects. Those internet tycoons who made money by games and software were not ashamed. Especially Brother Ma, who was condemned by thousands of people, were not ashamed. Hurry up and sell the company to me. Let me bear thousands of curses. The current Qinze, compared with those top tycoons, was a lot worse. But in terms of net assets, he was very good. He had no debt and did not have much cost, and those tycoons only relied on cash. The gap between the two sides was not that big. But in terms of capital, Qinze could only type GG now. Are you full? Call the waiter to come up and clean up. Qinze said. I want another bite. So you had an idea. Let's eat. Suyu came over. Her red lips were printed on Qinze's face and she took a bite. I'm full. She touched her belly. Qinze was stunned and reacted, thinking that Suyu was flirting with him. Oh, they were an old couple who were familiar with each other's depth, and she was still doing this. Too cute. So Qinze threw a big tablet hand over. You smeared oil on my face and I have to wash my face. My head hurts. Suyu. Specialty restaurant. Su Yao and Su Guang, the two brothers, drank and talked happily. One was happy and carefree. The other was silent and serious. They were 2 years apart, and Su Yao was 7 years younger than Qin Ma. He was only 40 this year and Su Guang was 38. But he looked at least 10 years older than Su Guang. His mature and restrained temperament was one reason, and the main reason was that he had a vertical line between his eyebrows. It was caused by long-term frowning, so Su Yao looked bitter and hateful. Come on, let's toast. Su Guang raised his glass and touched Su Yao's. A small glass of white wine drained in one gulp. His uncle had been wandering outside in the past few years, and he didn't learn any great skills, but his alcohol tolerance was really good. Su Yao was even more so. He used to drink without caring about his life when socializing. He would vomit after drinking and then drink after vomiting. He spat out tens of billions of assets. After he became successful, he rarely drank. Arong, do you think the acquisition will be successful this time? Su Guang picked up the food and was worried. If it doesn't work, I have to continue to run around. When I worked in Guangdong, I knew a lot of bosses. If it doesn't work, I'll go there and try. Su Guang had mixed in almost all the first-tier cities. He once went to Guangdong to look for business opportunities. He did make some money in Guangdong, but it was only 100,000. Before 2005, 100,000 was a huge sum, but 10 years later 100,000 was a drizzle. It couldn't satisfy him at all. And later, a well-known industry in Guangdong was declared dead. And Su Guang had no reason to save the woman who lost her footing, so he had to leave. I heard that this industry is not very profitable, and it can't be compared with Asia's companies at all, Su Guang said. In business, it's not about entering the industry that makes money. It's the same principle as not chasing the stock market. It's more important to play it safe. Su Yao commented concisely. Don't scare me. Isn't business about entering the industry that makes money? Su Guang was not convinced. That's why you can only earn fast money at most, Su Yao concluded. Su Guang couldn't win against him and was a little depressed. Come on, let's drink. After 3 rounds of drinking, Su Yao said. Su Yu, is she really not your girlfriend? Su Guang. Anyway, my sister told me that Aza's girlfriend is not her. It's also possible that my nephew is two-timing. Who is his girlfriend? Called Wang Zijin. I haven't seen her. Su Yao's face was slightly gloomy, and he was silent. After a while, it doesn't matter if you don't play with feelings, but it's troublesome to play with feelings. Hey, you rich people have wives at home and mistresses outside. It's a basic operation. What's there to worry about? Su Guang said. Tomorrow when things are settled, you go back to your Wencheng. As for me, I'll go back to Shanghai with A's. Remember, don't contact me in the future, and don't let my sister know. Su Guang said seriously. Su Yao was in a trance for a moment and nodded. Hotel room. Qinze lit a cigarette after dinner and leaned comfortably on the chair. The sound of water came from the bathroom. Through the frosted glass, Su Yu's figure was vaguely seen, slender and tall. Qinze didn't take a bath. At this time, a man should hold on. First, put on the work hat with bumps, take the blue pills, mix the wine, light the candles, and then lay on the ground with his back to the sky. All the above were crossed out. A real man should go to the battlefield bare-chested. A real man should hold on for 5 seconds. Chapter 589. The mobile phone dinged and a message came in. Wang Zijin sent him a message. When will you come back? Qinze typed in a message. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. How are things going? There are some obstacles, but it can be stabilized for the time being. Wang Zijin also knew that the acquisition of the company was not a business trip, and it would not be so fast. She said very considerately, Okay, you pay attention to rest and go to bed early at night. Qinze replied, Okay. Wang Zijin sent a message. Love you, moi. A few minutes later, Wang Zijin sent another message. Aren't you going to reply angry? Qinze. Innocent. W. Wang Zijin. Qinze. Look at it upside down. A few seconds later, Wang Zijin sent a series of blushing pictures. So good, wait for you to come back, sister will cook for you. In fact, I not only have a way to coax my sister, but I'm best at flirting with my sister. Qinze was floating. Wang Zijin, like Qin Baobao, began to try to cook. Oh, it's impossible to cook, only cooking can be done because it's simple. So you took a bath, washed her hair, washed her face and brushed her teeth, which took a total of 30 minutes. Women took a particularly long bath, whether it was Su Yu, his sister, or Wang Zijin. It was as short as 10 minutes and as long as half an hour. Qinze was bored and logged into the corporate chat software that he hadn't used for a long time. Most of the chat records were from the chat group, so he didn't need to look at them. But a friend sent him a message. How is the company recently? ID Human Filth Warehouse. This was a friend he met when he was trading stocks last year. This guy was twice as old as Qin Zhe. Now he was an uncle. It was said that he was also a god of stocks when he was young, so he chatted very well with Qin Zhe. They didn't have much contact, but Qin Zhe found that this guy was very rich and he was a hidden rich man. But this is nothing. After all, Hei's king have the system, and sooner or later I will be richer than him. How could a person without cheats compare to a cheater? In addition, he was also a person who had a foot in several boats. Qin Zhe typed in a message to ask him for advice on how to make his beloved concubines live in harmony. The other party's answer was, rely on your face. Degree? Oh. Qin Zhe told him to stop fooling around. The other party then said, relying on a man's bastard aura. Qin Zhe didn't reply to him. He didn't want to expose the fact that he was a salted fish that didn't have the aura of a king. He silently exited the chat program. Heavens, what should I do? At first, Qin Zhe was sitting at the table with his legs crossed, smoking like a big shot. Now he was lying on the bed like a salted fish, playing with his phone while waiting. He also smoked while he was at it. He thought to himself, F***ck, if you continue to shower, I'm going to sleep. We are having a proper exchange. The car is on the national highway, not the narrow and winding roads. Why are you washing so seriously? At this moment he felt a little urinating. He pinched out the cigarette and went to the bathroom door. Suyu, have you finished washing? Not yet. Give me 2 more minutes, Suyu said softly, and then I'll give you 5 minutes to dry your hair. Qin Zhe's mouth twitched. But I want to go to the bathroom. Then come in. Right, what am I waiting for? My wife is bathing inside. I'll just go in and pee. I'm not an outsider. Cameraman, go away first. Don't follow me in. He pushed the door and entered. Suyu's beautiful figure was shrouded in the mist. She raised her head and welcomed the hot water from the showerhead. Qin Zhe tilted his head to admire the beauty bathing. He lifted the seat and took out the salted fish in the grass to pee. Suyu finished showering and turned off the showerhead. She found that Qin Zhe was still standing in front of the toilet. Aren't you going to the bathroom? Why are you standing there? Qin Zhe lowered his head and glanced at the I want a life in full bloom needle. How can I pee? After awakening, I can't pee at all. Damn it, I shouldn't have looked around. He silently put the bird into the file, careful not to let the zipper clip, and said, you dry your hair first, I'll pee later. Ooh. It only took Qin Zhe 5 minutes to wash his face, brush his teeth, and take a shower. He put on a bathrobe and went out of the bathroom. Suyu sat at the head of the bed, also wearing a bathrobe. The white color of her chest was particularly attractive. She was stroking her hair. Her movements and expressions had the unique charm of a woman of this age. Qin Zhe threw Suyu down on the bed. She pushed Qin Zhe's chest with both hands. You're not feeling well. Forget it. I don't have to do it these few days. She was afraid that Qin Zhe was young and didn't know how to control himself. Last night, her left and right hands kept moving slowly. Qin Zhe didn't respond. This was not ordinary tiredness. When they returned to Shanghai, the Luwei Dihuang pills had also arrived. Qin Zhe had to recuperate for a while. After all, the future was long. He couldn't lose money at such a young age. Qin Zhe was stung by her gentle eyes and concerned tone. Don't do anything. Lie down. I will take you flying. Qin Zhe said. Then okay. After all, she couldn't bear to refuse him. So you thought, let's try it first. 2 bathrobes were thrown on the ground. Qin Zhe held Suyu's 2 legs. Little rabbit, open the door. I want to come in. Wait a minute. Suyu stopped. You don't want to open the door? No, I want to be on top. Qin Zhe frowned and said, just lie down. He liked to take the initiative in this kind of thing. Unless he was in sage mode, he would let Suyu come up by herself. I'm a man. I'm on top. Nonsense, Suyu refused to accept. How do you write the word man? Go up to Tian Xiaoli. Then who is Tian? As expected of a big man with a doctorate degree. I lost. I'm willing to submit to others. Qin Zhe lay down and made a hole with the stem. The air was full of a happy atmosphere. After a long in-depth communication, Suyu's kindness to Qinze was repaid with a spring. To use a sentence that everyone was familiar with, they both reached the peak of pleasure. Next was the time for smoking. Qinze was surprised. He found half a cigarette burning slowly in the ashtray at the head of the bed. At 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, there was a slight breathing sound in the room, only one. Qinze had fallen asleep. Suyu curled up in the quilt, thinking of today's experience, and cried a little. On the plane. Husband, would you like to bungee jump with me? Psycho. You really love Wang Zijin more. If she asks, you will definitely agree. That's not going to happen. I won't agree to her request. What if I die suddenly? She remembered Qinze's nervousness when he rode the roller coaster during the day. When he climbed high, he subconsciously held her hand. It hurt, but Suyu didn't say it because she knew that he was scared. In fact, she regretted it at that time, regretted her sudden willfulness. She remembered Qinze's hesitation when he passed the drop tower and his eyes after he decided to die. She remembered Qinze's slightly trembling voice and his tense body. She remembered Qinze's "Mom, save me." Tears couldn't help but burst out. In life, I can meet someone I like and like me. Fortunately. The next day, Qinze woke up first. His waist was not sore and his legs were not painful. He was full of energy. Suyu was next to him, sleeping soundly. Her hair was fluffy and messy, covering her face. She was tossed around last night. Finally, she knew that Qinze's body was not in deficit at all. It was still the familiar strength and the original size. At 1 o'clock in the morning, she slept without taking a shower. He pushed aside Suyu's hair and kissed her on the face. Her smooth skin. A woman of her age can have such good skin. She worked hard to maintain it. For women who don't know how to take care of themselves, 30 or 40 is the most attractive age for women who know how to cultivate themselves and increase their internal and external cultivation. For example, Sister Manba, I can't think about other women at this time, or I will be particularly bad. Qinze put on casual pants, t-shirt and tiptoed to close the door. He ran 10 laps around the hotel. The sun at 8:30 was already a little scorching. Sweat fell like rain. Qinze sent a text message to Suyu and asked her if she got up. If Suyu replied, he would go upstairs and wait for a few minutes. There was no news. So he continued to run around the hotel. After running 2 laps, Qinze couldn't bear the sultry heat. He returned to the hotel lobby, found a soft chair to sit down, and browsed the news in Weibo. Today's hot topic #XX died at 76 #. I just woke up. Are you still running? Chapter 590. Qinze was taken aback and was caught off guard. How could such a famous person just disappear like that? It was not that Qinze had never seen the news of a great scientist passing away. He had seen a lot of them in China. It was only when the news of their passing came out that Qinze said, "Oh, so there was such a great scientist." Actually, he did not feel anything because he had never heard of it. It was as if he had seen an unrelated stranger pass away. But this paralyzed scientist, Qinze had known him since junior high school. He was in his physics textbook. In his ignorant heart at that time, this was an existence that was on par with Madame Curie and Einstein, although he later found out that it was not the case. Another mark of that era was gone. He felt an inexplicable melancholy in his heart, as if he saw his youth passing away. When Qinze was looking at Hu Jing's life story and academic contributions, the system suddenly said, "Oh, the great physicist, the universe researcher. In front of me, there is someone who dares to call himself a universe researcher. In all the worlds, if I say that my research and understanding of the universe is average, then those flirtatious systems will have to kneel down and say, 'What is the universe?' I don't know. Look at how proud you are, you lowlife who was kicked out of the group." Qinze said, "Oh right, what is your real name again?" The system, Universe Calculation System, hit the blackboard and highlight the key points. The system's voice was slightly annoyed. "Lowlife system, you are a professional. Tell me, are there really aliens?" Qinze said, "Stupid question, the universe is vast and boundless. Earth is as small as a speck of dust. Life is not exclusive to Earth." The system corrected, "From now on, please call me by my real name." Then, the Great Universe Calculation System, please tell me, how big is the universe? Qinze said, Another stupid question. It is time for you to see the real world. As the system's voice fell, a 3D projection interface automatically popped up in front of Qin Zhe. This was the first time the system actively turned on a 3D projection. In the entire lobby, the guests coming and going, the lobby manager, and the staff at the front desk did not see a magnificent picture floating in midair. In front of Qin Zhe was a whirlpool-like sea of stars. In this picture, Earth is here. The system's voice sounded at the same time. In the star map, a tiny star that was almost unrecognizable by the naked eye lit up. It was shrouded in a layer of light. It was too small. Compared to the sea of stars in front of him, Earth was as small as a speck of dust. This is the universe, Qin Zhe exclaimed. Universe? The system sneered. Do you see that faint light? That's the range of the Earth's magnetic field. This meant that any aliens that might exist in the universe would not be able to discover Earth if they lived outside this range. Beyond the reach of human beings, everything is silent. The diameter of the Milky Way is about 100,000 light-years. In the Milky Way, there were more than 100 billion celestial bodies and planets. What was Earth in the Milky Way? But even such a big galaxy can't be compared to other galaxies. After saying that, the 3D projection image changed. The lens zoomed out, and the Milky Way disappeared, replaced by another galaxy that was even wider. This galaxy, I named it the Salted Fish Galaxy. Its diameter is about 10 million light-years, 100 times that of the Milky Way. Compared to the Salted Fish Galaxy group, what was the Milky Way? Let's zoom out again. The 3D projection image changed again. The lens zoomed out, and the Salted Fish Galaxy disappeared, replaced by another galaxy that was even wider. This galaxy, I named it the Baobao Galaxy. In the Baobao Galaxy group, there are 100 salted fish galaxies. Its diameter is a terrifying 110 million light-years. Don't be shocked, keep watching. The lens zoomed out again, and the Baobao Galaxy disappeared. Another galaxy appeared. This galaxy, I named it the Your Grandfather Galaxy. The Baobao Galaxy is just the tip of the iceberg of the Your Grandfather Galaxy. Its diameter is a terrifying 560 million light-years. Qin Zhe said, I don't know what to say about the way you name things. The name is just a title to give you a deeper impression. So in your eyes, salted fish is inferior to Baobao? The system ignored him. The system said, even if it's your grandfather galaxy, it's only an insignificant part of the entire universe. There are countless galaxies as big as his, and according to my calculations, there are at least 2 trillion your grandfather galaxies. There are more galaxies than there are grains of sand on Earth. The diameter between Earth and any observable edge of the universe is a shocking 65. For billion light-years. Earth is not even a molecule in the universe. However, do you know what else is in the observable universe? Qin Zhe's eyes were blank. What? The system said. Unknown. Unknown? Even with my ability, I can't explore deeper unless I level up. What's interesting is that the observable universe is not the entire world. Don't overlook the existence of parallel space. I don't belong to this universe. Space and time are not singular. Theoretically speaking, space can be stacked infinitely, but time has countless parallel lines. You Earthlings once said, a grain of sand, a world. The person who said this was right by accident. From a scientific point of view, it is indeed so. Maybe every cell in your body is a universe, and every universe has an Earth. Nonsense. It's not nonsense, it's just that the dimensions of existence are different. I feel like you're talking nonsense with a straight face. It's normal for you to think so. With the wisdom of mortals, of course, they can't understand. Just like the creatures in the 3-dimensional world, they can't imagine the scenery in the 4-dimensional world. Because they are not in the same dimension, it's impossible for you to tell ants how wonderful the human world is. Even if you did, with the intelligence of ants, they can't imagine it. Alright, stop showing off. You're awesome, okay? I don't want to talk about this topic. Qin Zhe was very uncomfortable, or rather he felt that the world was empty. The system revealed the tip of the iceberg of the universe for him to understand the vastness of the world. What was Earth? What was the Milky Way? When humans understood their insignificance, everything became dull. Earning money boring. Papa boring. Games boring. Life boring. People who stood at the top of the mountain and looked at the distant mountains could hardly squat at the foot of the mountain and look at a wildflower. You're so awesome, why can't you beat those flirtatious systems? This question is not easy to answer. The astronomical telescope can't beat the bumper cars. It makes sense. At this time the phone dinged, a message notification. See you. I just woke up, where are you? The time was 9:30 in the morning. Qinze replied. I just finished my morning run, I'll be right there. Oh. The acquisition project of Dongfeng Virtual Reality Technology Company, Limited, after another tug-of-war, was relatively smooth. In the negotiation meeting, Qinze seemed to be a different person. He attacked frequently and fiercely, and Dongfeng's side was defeated. Finally, the deal was closed at the originally agreed price. The two sides signed a preliminary contract and entered the long acquisition process. The leaders of Dongfeng, including Lu Zong, sent Qinze and the others out of the factory gate. The people of the test team drove away. The MPV was parked at the door. Su Yu and Su Yao opened the door and got in, but the uncle stopped in place. He looked at the sky and whispered, Do you know what I want to do now? Qinze was beside him. He heard the words and shook his head. Su Guang whispered, Burn incense for your grandfather. Qinze said that in the future, Dongfeng would be managed by him. After wandering for more than 10 years, he finally got what he wanted today. Qinze followed his gaze. It was the direction of Shanghai. Get in the car. After returning to Shanghai, we'll pay our respects to grandfather together. Qinze patted his uncle's shoulder. The two got in the car together. It's my first time doing business, Mr. Su. Do you have any suggestions? In the MPV, Qinze was drinking whiskey. He withdrew his gaze from the window and fell on Su Yao. Your uncle is actually experienced in the management of the factory, and the original staff of Dongfeng will not change, so as long as it's the same, it's fine. Su Yao said. There are too many connections in Dongfeng. What should be cleaned up should be cleaned up. In addition, the manager position needs to be re-recruited. The original staff of Dongfeng will all be dismissed. Su Yu said. What about the core technology? Qinze asked. Su Yao was stunned. Although Dongfeng took the high-tech route, it was not a research institute. How could the core technology be kept secret? However, he still answered seriously. You can learn from lazy mobile phone and register patents crazily. From the core technology to the software icon, register patents for everything. And the production and R&D personnel of the core technology will sign a long-term labor contract. Those who leak will bear the legal consequences, starting from 3 years. Qinze answered subconsciously. The death penalty is not a loss. Su Yao. Su Yu and Su Guang also looked at him. Qinze smiled awkwardly. Sorry, it was a slip of the tongue. Is Mr. Su interested in investing? With your participation, we will be able to move faster and more steadily. Qinze said. Su Yu was stunned. Su Guang and Su Yao had different expressions. The former's face changed slightly, while the latter was excited. Su Yao, who had experienced great storms, couldn't help but tremble at this time. He quickly took a sip of wine and took the opportunity to stabilize his mood. Then he said, You say. Qinze said, You will pay a part of the acquisition money and take shares according to the proportion. Then I will send my uncle to manage and operate Dongfeng. You will also send a professional team. Su Yao. I didn't ask. Cough. Su Guang interrupted with a heavy cough and said, We will talk about cooperation when we have time. Ace, did you buy a ticket? Qinze said, Yes, 11 o'clock at noon, Shaoshan Airport. I asked Su Yu to buy it for you. Shaoshan Airport? Su Guang was stunned. You bought the wrong ticket. We should go to Hongqiao or Pudong Airport. I didn't buy the wrong ticket. Qinze looked at the wine in the glass. Uncle, I want to go back to Su Town. Mr. Su, why don't you go together? Chapter 591. What scares me the most is the sudden silence. Qinze asked, and the lyrics of the song appeared in his mind. The two men sat there like clay statues, their expressions frozen. Their eyes were fixed on Qinze. Some of them were in a daze while others were in shock. Su Yao's hands were trembling slightly, while his uncle's mouth was slightly agape. The same lyrics could be used to describe their feelings at the moment. What scares me the most is the sudden tumbling of memories. Why do you suddenly want to go back to Shujia town? Su Guang suppressed his emotions and laughed to cover up his loss of composure. It's not Qingming Festival or the New Year. It's too early to visit the grave, isn't it, Su Yao? Su Yao nodded slightly. His emotions were far more turbulent than Su Guang's, but he was more composed. Even if he wanted to say, "Go, let's go together." Every year, when he visited the grave, he stood alone in front of it. No one knew how cold his heart was. I haven't visited Auntie Su in years. I don't have time for the New Year or Qingming Festival. I'll be busier in the future, so I want to visit her today. Qin Zai's tone was gentle and calm. Mr. Su, you're also from Shujia town. Do you know Auntie Su? After hesitating for a while, Su Yao finally nodded with difficulty and said, "All right. What's so good about that?" Su Guang touched Su Yao's ankle with the back of his foot and coughed. "How about this? Go back to Shanghai first and ask your mom to come with you another day." Qin Zai shook his head. Su Guang gritted his teeth. "Then you go." "I won't go. I'll go back to Shanghai first." He couldn't go back to Shujia town. No matter what Qin Zai was up to, he couldn't go back, and he couldn't let Su Yao go with him. When they separated, he would text Su Yao and ask him to find an excuse. "I can't be the general manager," Qin Zai said lightly. Su Guang was speechless. "You win." At the airport, Qin Zai and the other three sat in the seats of Starbucks with a cup of coffee in front of each of them. This thing could only be considered a high-class drink. There was less coffee and more milk, and there was also a mess of flavors and other flavorings. There was a coffee machine at home. Qin Baobao asked a friend to bring some high-quality coffee beans from abroad for Qin Zai to drink when he stayed up late. His sister would usually drink it too. When she first bought it, she would brew coffee every day. Once the novelty wore off, she would not do it herself anymore. If she wanted to drink it, she would ask Qin Zai to brew a cup for her. At this time, Wang Zijin would say, "Ace, help me take out the tea tray. I'll make Jun Mei for you." Qin Zai didn't like this kind of tea. He felt that it had been hyped up by the Wui Mountain black tea, just like those shameless articles on the internet that followed the trend and even more shamelessly plagiarized articles. After drinking a few mouthfuls of coffee, Su Guang said that he needed to go to the toilet, and Su Yao went with him. At the airport, he could always see a few graceful women. In the summer, they wore denim shorts, and their white and tender legs were pleasing to the eye. Especially a long-haired girl with an oval face who had walked past before. With those two legs, Qin Zai's harsh vision, which had been influenced by his sister for years, could not find fault with them. So you pinched his earlobe and said, "Do you want me to dig out your eyes and send them to that girl?" If Suyu got up and walked around, she could also harvest a cluster of amazing eyes, which would only be more amazing than the girl just now. Sitting here at this time, there were several young people and uncles on the side who peeped at her intentionally or unintentionally. "Do you know why this society is dirty and ugly everywhere?" Qin Zai said helplessly. "I don't know. It's because there are too many narrow-minded women like you, blocking men's eyes to find beauty." So you hit him and asked, "Who is Aunt Sue?" It sounded like a relative of Qin Zai, and the relationship was very good. As his wife, Sue thought so. She should also go to worship. And where did Aunt Sue's family live? In the future, it would be easy to find the door to send gifts for the new year. At least, she should meet them first and brush her face. Suyu knew that Shujia town was Qin Ma's hometown, and the Su family came from there. A very important person. Qin Zai paused when he spoke, probably not knowing how to say it. Suyu did not ask and obediently said, "Oh," then leaned sideways and hugged Qin Zai's arm, playing with her mobile phone, and leaned her head on his shoulder. Qin Zai keenly found that several young people who were peeping at Suyu's eyes were dim. Their inner activities did not need to be deliberately guessed, and they could be categorized into 4 words. MMP. Qin Zai had seen this kind of eyes before. When his sister took him out to play, the eyes of the men around him were like this. At that time, the passers-by's inner activities were, "Oh, beautiful women love salted fish." In the toilet, Su Guang and Su Yao stood in front of the urinal, stepping on both sides of the Yellow River. The two of them were true sworn brothers who had grown up together since they were young. When the 2 spillers beside him shook their bodies comfortably and left, Su Guang whispered. I'm very weak now. You said that A suddenly wanted to worship Sister Ru. What happened? Did he know something? Su Yao said. Little. Sister Lan confessed? Confess my ass. Su Guang looked at the direction of the door and lowered his voice again. She will never confess. Su Yao nodded and calmly said. That's all right. Let's not talk about what happened more than 20 years ago. Under the premise of no files and records, the government can't find out, let alone him. That's the truth, but why did he propose to go to the tomb now and drag you in? Su Guang was worried. 2 reasons. Su Yao left the urinal, went to the sink, washed his hands slowly, and then took out a tissue to wipe. First, it was a coincidence. He himself had the idea of going to the tomb and I happened to be there. I'm also from Shujia town, and he intended to take this opportunity to improve our relationship. Second, he found something and wanted to verify his conjecture. Su Yao threw the tissue into the trash can. Su Guang trembled. What did he find? Su Yao patted him on the shoulder. It's just my guess. Don't think too much. If you really have any guesses, the panic you show will only make people sure of their thoughts. He took the opportunity to wipe the remaining water stains. Su Guang murmured. If that's the case, I will be killed by my sister. Su Yao nodded seriously. I will plant you in the land of Shujia town. It seems that a new Su Guang will not grow up in this year. Get out. The two returned to the Starbucks seat. It was 10 o'clock in the morning, and the flight was at 11:30. It was a very awkward time. They definitely couldn't eat lunch here, but there would be free lunch on the plane, but it was a bit unpalatable. Uncle, what's the matter? Qinze asked. After Su Guang came back, the worry between his eyebrows was even stronger. He didn't drink coffee and just sat there in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. Hearing this, Su Guang pretended to be relaxed. I didn't sleep well last night. I'm a bit tired today. Oh, Su Yu, who was leaning on Qinze's shoulder, suddenly retched. What's wrong? Qinze hugged her. Su Yu held her chest with her small hand and lowered her voice happily. I must be pregnant. Qinze took her pulse and nodded. Well, your child is in your stomach again. Su Yu didn't believe it. Nonsense, I haven't had gastric problems for a long time. Are you feeling a little nauseous now? So I'm pregnant. It's really not. It's probably because of the coffee. You were tired last night and didn't have a good rest. Qinze explained. Gastric problems are difficult to pull out. Takes a long time to recuperate. It won't recover so quickly. Su Yu gently bit her lip with her pearly white teeth and was disappointed. I can't get pregnant. Don't worry, take your time. Qinze held her hand. Where were we just now? They were just discussing the acquisition of Dongfeng. How should we calculate Sister Man's shares? How much should we give? Su Yu said. Nan Man Pei generously gave 100 million. But only 50 million was credited to Bao's investment account. The rest of the money was deducted from the dividends. For 100 million, 50% of the shares would be no problem. So Qinze and Su Yu were discussing how much shares should be given. 50% was definitely not enough. Qinze's bottom line was 10%. Su Yao's side also had 10% at most. Qinze took 15% of the remaining shares, and then divided it equally among the 3 companies. Then 8%. I'll talk to Sister Man about this. We have a good relationship. Su Yu said. Qinze said in his heart, maybe it's better for me to talk. If we fight, Sister Man may not help us. Wang Zijin's side is fine. After all, we also need her company to do software support. Why should Qin Baobao also invest? Su Yu pouted. Think about it. Even if we put Baoza aside, Tianfeng and Purple Crystal can also complete this acquisition. Qinze said. A bowl of water is equal. Equal your sister. Su Yu said angrily. I'm your wife, she's your sister. Which is more important? Qinze. Sister. Su Yu was so angry that she looked up and bit his ear. Su Guang saw his nephew and the secretary flirting and secretly exchanged a look with Su Yao. Ace. Yes. Do you still remember your Aunt Su's family? Su Guang asked casually. Of course I remember. Then do you know that Sister Ru has a younger brother? I know a little, but I've never seen him. Su Guang stared hard at Qinze. as if trying to see something from his face. But there was nothing. However, he was relieved. Yes, how could he know what happened in the past? In that backward and poor era, in that ordinary town, many things could be buried easily. Chapter 592. The tallest and most exquisite villa in Wuxia town was located on the side of the road. Even in the town where skyscrapers had been built in recent years, it was still the undisputed leader. According to the owner of the house, it was designed by a famous designer. If it was in a first-tier city like Shanghai or Shenzhen City, it would cost more than 10 million each. The villa was built 6 years ago, but the person who paid for it was not the owner of the villa, but his brother-in-law. To be more precise, it was his younger brother. The owner of the villa was called Song Zhongji, a rotten man who was always idle and addicted to gambling. In that era where people relied on farming to make a living, a man who did not like to work in the field was a rotten man. Such a man was single until he married Su Ru, who was from the same village, when he was 25. Speaking of these two families, there was no difference between the two. Both of them were poor to the point of having nothing but four walls. After getting married, Song Zhongji was still addicted to gambling, but at least he knew how to work in the field and support his family. Su Ru was a woman who was used to working hard, so the couple had a good life. 20 years ago, this house was still a yellow mud house. Every year, Song Zhongji would be seen throwing mud at the outer wall of the yellow mud house. After all, it could not be compared to a brick house. As time passed, the outer wall of the yellow mud house would gradually peel off. At that time, there were already many brick houses in town. In 20 years, the yellow mud house became a brick house, and from a brick house, it became a villa. It really lived up to the old saying, "Every dog has its day." This Song Zhongji had unknowingly become the most heroic country bumpkin in town. Everything was thanks to his brother-in-law. It was said that he made money from doing business in other places and became a big boss. Good fellow, he built a villa just like that. Song Zhongji's family's BMW, which was worth 300,000, was also given by his brother-in-law. Song Zhongji had two sons. The eldest son was left behind by Su Ru, and the younger son was born with his second wife. The eldest son was studying abroad, and his living expenses and tuition were all paid by his uncle. Su Yao, the people in town, was said to be the golden phoenix that flew out of Wuxia town. Unfortunately, Su Ru was unlucky. She died early after a few years of happiness. Such a big villa was taken advantage of by another woman. Su Yao rarely returned to Su town. After Su Ru passed away, he would never come back. He would only drive to visit his sister's grave during Qingming Festival and Chinese New Year. However, he was very generous. A few years ago, when the town was getting richer, more and more people were buying cars. However, the roads were not good, so he went to Song Zhongji and asked Su Yao about it. The next year, the road was repaired. Because of this, Song Zhongji's status in the town rose layer by layer and was unshakable. How could an idle gambler have such a good life? How could he be so lucky? In the end, it was probably because he couldn't find a wife. Because he couldn't find a wife, he married Su Ru. Relay, are you home? An old man stood in front of the villa's wrought iron gate and shouted with all his might. Soon, a pot-bellied middle-aged man came out of the villa. Song Zhongji turned 50 this year. His face was rosy, and he dyed his hair every year. His hair was thick and black. Years of living like a prince made him look more like a successful businessman than a bumpkin. Your brother-in-law is back, Sir said. Why is he here? It's not like it's a holiday. Song Zhongji was confused. He looked around at the door. Where is he? He's at the entrance of the town. When he came back from the fields, I saw his car parked there, Sir said. He's rich again, right? I'll give him some money later. Song Zhongji patted his chest. Come find me tomorrow. Things that were easily obtained were hard to cherish. Therefore, Song Zhongji was famous for his generosity. Because of his generosity, there were fewer rumors and sarcastic remarks in the town. No matter what was said in private, in front of him, everyone had to give him a thumbs up and praise him for his generosity. After the old man left, Song Zhongji stood downstairs and shouted, Zhilong Zhilong. The window opened and a young man with glasses stuck his head out. He said irritably, What are you shouting for? You're like a country bumpkin. Song Zhongji didn't care. Instead, he smiled. Come down, your uncle is here. He's with your mother. Let's go. The young man quickly went downstairs. He was wearing short-sleeved pants and a pair of sandals. It was summer vacation. He came back from abroad. He was glamorous outside but slovenly at home. He complained as he walked. Uncle, why did you come at this time? I'm playing with a 98K. I feel like I can eat chicken today. But he respected and was afraid of his serious uncle. He could only endure not eating chicken. After the father and son left, a woman came out of the house. She was eating melon seeds. She spat out the shell far away and said sarcastically, "Dead for more than 10 years, still haunting." Ooh! Qinzhe and the other 3 walked on the yellow road in the mountains. On both sides were rolling tea forests. The cemetery of Shujia town was in the tea forest. It was the hottest time of the day. No one picked tea. The green tea leaves reflected the sun. The mountains were silent and far away from the hustle and bustle. Coupled with the cemetery, it was a bit like a horror movie. Suyu was wearing a big brimmed hat. He was sweating from the heat and his hair was stuck to his cheeks. "Why don't you sweat?" Suyu wiped his sweat with a tissue. "If I don't exercise, I generally don't sweat," Qinzhe said. The weaker the body, the easier it is to sweat. For example, a man with kidney deficiency will sweat a few pounds after eating soup noodles. "Boss Su, you haven't been back for a long time." Under the sun, Qinzhe squinted and looked at the cemetery. "It's been a long time. Even if I come back, I'll stop here." Su Yao also squinted. Qinzhe laughed. "Not returning to your hometown is like walking at night." Su Yao said in a deep voice, "I don't have the face to come back." Interesting. Qinzhe retracted his gaze and stared at him. Boss Su, who built an industrial empire in Wencheng, and whose industry almost covered half of the south. If you don't have the face, who has the face? Su Yao did not answer. In front of the grave, Qinzhe silently cleaned up the weeds around Su Ru's grave and burned some tin foil and yellow paper brought from Hangzhou. Su Yu and Su Guang watched from the side. Su Yao wanted to do something several times, but he restrained himself. "I bought a little too much. Help burn it together." Qinzhe took the initiative to hand the underworld goods to him. Su Yao nodded. After burning the things, they lit the incense. The 4 held the incense and worshipped. The position was very interesting. Qinzhe stood at the front, Su Guang and Su Yao stood on his left and right, and Su Yu stood a little further away. Song Zhongji and Song Zhilong came under the hot sun with bright red plastic bags in their hands. Inside were the underworld goods bought in the town. "Arong, why didn't you call me today?" Song Zhongji's voice was full of energy, with a warm smile on his face, as if he did not come to visit the grave, but to welcome the distinguished guests. While speaking, he looked at Qinzhe and the others in confusion. He seemed to wonder why they were here to visit the grave of his deceased wife. Except for Su Yao, he did not know the people present. It was inevitable that he looked at Su Yu a few more times. Such a beautiful woman could not be found in Shujia town. Only the big stars on TV could compare to her. Song Zhilong's eyes were glued to Su Yu's face, like a magnet attached to iron, unable to move away. Su Yao just glanced at the father and son, and his attention returned to Qinzhe. "Sister, Ace is here to see you. With me. I've been dreaming of this day, even if he doesn't know anything." "You are a Guang?" Song Zhongji recognized Su Guang. Although they had not seen each other for more than 10 years, strictly speaking, he and Su Guang could be considered childhood playmates. When he was a teenager, he wandered around the town, fishing in the water, climbing trees to dig eggs, followed by a group of children. Su Guang and Su Yao were one of them. Shujia town was so big that there were no strangers. After so many years, Su Guang's appearance had not changed. It was hard not to recognize him. Song Zhongji hurriedly took out a big chicken and handed him a cigarette. Like himself, Su Lan's family was not what it used to be. He heard that Su Lan's son and daughter were now big stars. Stars, in the eyes of a small town like Shujia town, symbolized high-end class. Song Zhongji's age and living in a small town had no interest in the entertainment industry. If it were not for the people around him, he would not know that Su Lan's son and daughter had become big stars. Back then, Su Lan would bring her son to stay at his house for a while every summer vacation. Song Zhongji did not care. How much could a simple meal in the countryside be worth? Accommodation was not a problem. There was no shortage of rooms in the countryside. Su Lan would give him 1,000 yuan for food and accommodation every month. In the 2000s, this money was a lot. It was enough for him to smoke, drink, and play dice. But her son was a little naughty. He did not like it very much. He often used his age to bully Zhilong. For this reason, he often complained to Su Ru. Unexpectedly, the woman who had always been gentle was like an angry cat when it came to this kind of topic. Her reaction was particularly fierce. After quarreling a few times, Song Zhongji did not mention this again. Song Zhongji opened the plastic bag and took out the yellow paper and other things. Suddenly someone blocked him. He looked up and saw a very handsome young man who felt a little familiar. He smiled and said, "Uncle." "You are?" Song Zhongji looked at Su Yao. But Su Yao ignored him. His son behind him whispered, "Dad, he's Qin Zhe." "Qin Zhe? Oh my God." Song Zhongji was shocked. The young man in front of him was the average-looking naughty boy from back then? A certain assistant, F***CK. I've only heard that a girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Even a boy can do it? This is not a boy changing 18 times between childhood and womanhood. This is nuclear fission. He remembered one time when his son was beaten up by Qin Zhe again. He cried in front of him because calling for his mother was useless. He was also very helpless. He complained to Su Ru and wanted to quarrel. He complained to Su Lan, but she ignored him. So he patted his son's head and said, "This kind of city person has the dirtiest heart. He will definitely not be successful in the future. He will definitely not be as handsome as you." Now, when he looked at Qin Zhe and then at his slovenly son, he felt a pain in his face. "Eyes." Song Zhongji smiled awkwardly. He remembered that he used to glare at little Qin Zhe in private, trying to scare this little kid from the city. He wanted him to be more obedient and stop beating his son. He did not have the courage to beat him. It was $1,000. It's rare for me to visit Auntie Sue. There are some things I want to say to her alone. You two go back first. Or you can come back after we leave," Qin Zhe said. His voice was very gentle, but his tone was not gentle at all. It was not a negotiation, but an order. Song Zhongji did not mind. His experience when he was young had made this man abandon his so-called dignity. He was very smooth. These days, young people with a little bit of culture like to think highly of themselves and highlight their individuality. They despise things like celebrities the most. This sentence, in the ears of Song Zhilong, who studied abroad, was particularly harsh. It was especially high and mighty, crushing his dignity. At this moment he finally remembered the fear of being beaten by Qin Zhe, and the shame of being an obedient little brother. He did not have a good impression of Qin Zhe. Based on the unhappy memories of his childhood, not only was he often bullied by Qin Zhe, but also his mother's almost unreasonable favoritism. Every year, the city kid would come to his house, wearing beautiful clothes that made him envious. Between his words there was always a sense of superiority. "I never eat this kind of 2-cent popsicle. Rat poop, I've long been tired of eating it. Look at you with relish. I don't want to drink this kind of soda. I only drink AD calcium milk. Do you like that little flower next door? She's so ugly. My sister is much prettier than her." It was infuriating. And just now, when they were paying respects to their mother, this person stood at the front. Even his uncle was a position lower than him. Why? The way his uncle looked at him made Song Zhilong feel even more unbalanced. One had to know that his uncle was so good to him that even his cousins were not as good as him. But he had never seen his uncle look at him with that kind of eyes. "Why?" Song Zhilong said angrily. "Why? This is my mother's grave. Why should we leave? Who do you think you are? You're still as high and mighty as ever. Why? I'm a top student studying abroad. My uncle is a big boss with a net worth of tens of billions. I'm not worse than you. Get out." Qin Zhe seemed to have lost what little patience he had left and shouted. Song Zhilong felt a strange pressure that made him instinctively timid. But he stiffened his neck and did not move. Su Yao frowned and said in an unhappy tone, "You go first." Song Zhilong. He felt so sad. He was like a soldier charging at the front who suddenly turned around and found that his general had surrendered to the enemy. I'm your nephew. Am I not better than this guy? Uncle. Qinze called out as he watched the father and son walk further and further away from him. Su Guang nodded. Qinze ignored him. He turned to Su Yao and asked, "Should I call you uncle or should I call you something else?" Su Yao felt as if he was struck by lightning. Su Guang sat on the ground. Chapter 593. A bolt from the blue. To the two brothers, this was truly a bolt from the blue. The scorching sun shone on Su Guang's face, and his expression gradually twisted. His eyes and mouth widened as he stared blankly at Qinze. How did he know? How did he know? His heart felt like it was being squeezed by an invisible hand. It was the despair of a family on the brink of collapse after the mother found out that the father had a mistress. This analogy was not very appropriate, but it was very apparent. If Qinze really knew what happened back then, his sister Su Lan's family would fall apart. Su Guang panicked. He felt that he was to blame. No matter when Qinze found out, he had contributed greatly to this confession. If his sister knew, she would never forgive him. How much do you know? Su Yao asked in a trembling voice. This man who had always been stern and expressionless, known for his strictness in the business circle of Lin Hai, could not control his trembling body and trembling lips. His expression changed rapidly. Shock, agitation, guilt, sadness. A storm of emotions raged on his face. She is my birth mother. Qinze turned to look at the tombstone. But I don't know who my birth father is. As he said this, he stared at Su Yao. Su Yao, Su Guang. Su Guang's face turned pale. The secret that he had kept for half his life was revealed by Qinze so easily. How did you know? Impossible, impossible. Su Guang murmured. Qinze looked at him and thought, although my IQ is not online sometimes, I know what I'm talking about. I brought you here today to confess. I hope you won't hide anything from me. Because there's no point in hiding it anymore, Qinze said. Yes, she is your birth mother. Su Yao nodded. Qinze's heart suddenly felt empty. Melancholy and sadness surged in his heart. I really am a freebie. Son, your father picked you up from the trash can. 100% of people were played by their parents when they were children, but 99% of them were their biological children. I am that 1%. Life isn't just about what's in front of you. There's also heart-wrenching old friends like you. Qinze's reaction was relatively calm. He didn't have the family members who had been separated for many years hugging each other and crying, or hugging each other's heads and shouting, I won't listen, I won't forgive you for the rest of my life. After all, this was something he had known for a long time. When he was young, he felt that he was the only male descendant of the Qin family. How could he not be his biological son? His sister must have been adopted. She was so pretty, she deserved to be picked up. I'm his biological son, so the old man beats me with all his might. The more Papa hits me, the deeper he loves me. It was all an illusion. Later on, as he grew older, there were some things that he had to face. Qinze began to investigate this matter. Were you the one who hinted to him? Was it you? Su Guang was like an enraged lion as he pounced on Su Yao and tightened his collar as he roared. Su Yao, who did you do all this for? Who was the one who selfishly sacrificed himself for his own future? Fuck. He punched Su Yao in the face. Su Yao staggered back a few steps and fell to the ground. Qinze. No way, is it really what I think? Su Yu was stunned the whole time. She was stunned. Qinze's biological mother was not Auntie Qin? Then was he born to Uncle Qin and this Auntie Su? Or was he adopted at all? Then he and Qin Bao Bao were not biological siblings. Su Yu didn't know why she was so flustered. She loved Qinze deeply and was eager to know everything about him, his likes, his dislikes, his family, his relatives and friends. But the scene in front of her came too suddenly, as if she was shooting a TV series, and she was caught off guard. Su Yu found that she could do nothing but be a spectator, and it was inconvenient for her to say anything. Uncle, it's not him, Qinze said. When I was very young, I once heard my mother on the phone and heard her say that one of my sister and I were not biological. If I didn't guess wrong, she should be on the phone with you, so I took this opportunity to bring you two here for a showdown. Why do you know that I'm not biological? There are too many reasons. If one of my sister and I are not biological, it must be me. She's so beautiful and she looks more like you. But I'm not handsome at all. Although it was very heart-wrenching just looking at appearance, my sister obviously inherited some of the good genes of the old Su family. I also have the genes of the old Su family, but why am I not handsome at all? Suyu listened on the side and had a big opinion in her heart. You're lying, you're obviously very handsome. Auntie Su is too good to me, so good that it doesn't make sense. Even if she has a good relationship with my mother, how can she favor other people's children more? There's only one possibility, I was born to her, and she feels guilty about me. And my mother comes back every year. Grandfather moved out of Shujia town for many years. Her hometown is here, but her family is in Shanghai. Why does she come back every year? In fact, she brought me back to see her. She was referring to Su Ru. One last thing, last October I saw my mother and Su Yao together at Hongqiao Airport. I didn't know him at that time, so I sent someone to investigate. Only then did I know that there was such a person in his relationship with Auntie Su. Nan Man Pei helped him investigate. That day, Qinze really confirmed his identity as a phone charger. His mentality collapsed for a long time and he almost had sex. Su Yao was stunned. He did go to Shanghai last year, but he only contacted Xiaolan. It turned out that Qinze was also there that day. Su Guang stood there, his face full of disappointment, like a defeated dog at a dead end. Then, who is my biological father? Qinze stared at Su Yao. Su Guang looked at Su Yao silently. In an instant it was as if the eyes of the whole world fell on him. Su Yao looked sad. He opened his mouth and said bitterly, I don't know. Qinze. You don't know? How could you not know? You must be lying. Su Yao said, I'm your uncle, but I really don't know who your biological father is. I don't believe you, Qinze said. He didn't know why, but he felt very disappointed. It was as if a shining role model had collapsed. However, when he thought of his biological mother's ending and the current Su Yao, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine if he didn't want a failed role model. But it didn't make sense. If it was just his uncle, many of his actions didn't make sense. What's with your knot in your heart? What's with your obsession? Why did you come all the way to find my mother? You're just my uncle. You're not my father. Why are you in such a hurry to let me acknowledge my ancestors? Qinze saw the small actions of his uncle and Su Yao these few days, but he pretended not to know. Su Yao wanted to lay his cards on the table and let him know who his biological mother was. His uncle tried to stop him and threaten him with all kinds of eyes. When Qinze exposed this layer of window paper, this man's expression was especially agitated. It was just that his uncle's words couldn't be justified. If Arong doesn't know who your biological father is, then no one does. Sister Ru never said that when she was pregnant, Arong threw a tantrum and forced her to ask who the man was, but she didn't say. Your mother also asked. The two of them talked for an entire night, but Sister Ru refused to say a word about the man's identity. Su Guang looked at the tombstone and said, even if it would destroy her, even if she didn't have the ability to support you at that time, even if her eyes were swollen from crying. Su Yao gritted his teeth. Qinze fell silent when he heard this. He stood under the scorching sun and lit a cigarette. He stared at his biological mother's tombstone and didn't speak for a long time. Memories rolled through his mind with an irresistible force, like a tidal wave and a landslide. Her mother said that Shujia town was a very beautiful place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Nature always produced endless delicacies and beautiful scenery. There were good sisters who grew up with her there. Every summer vacation, her mother would bring Qinze back to Shujia town for a vacation. The old bus drove on the bumpy asphalt road, raising a cloud of dust. Qinze sat on his mother's lap and looked out of the window. The sun was shining brightly, and the trees on both sides of the road were dense. The continuous fields were divided into squares, and the crops in the fields were lush. There was no air conditioning, no streetlights, no supermarket, and no high-rise buildings. But there were mountains, fields, birds, flowers, clear mountain springs, and a reservoir with rippling blue waves. He and his friends in the town ran wildly on the black ridges of the fields, catching frogs and digging out bird eggs. At night they sneaked into the fields to steal watermelons and eels. During the day they climbed over the hills to swim in the reservoir. In Qinze's memory, Auntie Su would wear a long floral dress that day and stand by the bus stop with only a sign, eagerly looking forward to it. She wasn't beautiful because hard work had worn away her beauty, and the sun had darkened her skin. She was only 2 years older than his mother, but she looked much older and rougher. When they first met, Qinzhe came to Shujiao town for the first time. He wasn't used to the sultry heat and flying dust in the countryside, and his small brows were tightly furrowed. The car stopped at the bus stop, and Qinma held Qinzhe's hand and got off the car. Suru's eyes were fixed on Qinzhe's face, and she couldn't move them away. "You must be A's. Can Auntie hug you?" This was the first sentence Suru said to him when they first met. Qinzhe looked up at the unfamiliar auntie who was smiling like a flower. She was wearing a floral dress, and there was a tenderness between her eyebrows. The sun was too bright, and Auntie Sue's head was covered in sweat. She stood under the hot sun for half an hour, and her wet hair stuck to her forehead and temples. She was so dirty. So little Qinzhe shook his head reservedly. "A's call Auntie. Auntie. Hey A's, be a good boy. Auntie will buy you some popsicles?" Suru's face bloomed with a dazzling smile, but deep in her eyes there was deep sorrow. But Qinzhe didn't understand at that time. The summer vacation ended quickly, and the night before he went back, Auntie Sue came to his room secretly to see him. She sat by the bed, touched his head and cried. The low sobs woke Qinzhe up, and he was startled. "You're awake." Suru quickly wiped the tears from her face. Little Qinzhe instinctively called for his mother, but his mother wasn't sleeping beside him. He curled up in the blanket and peeked his head out, looking at her timidly. "Auntie just thought that you're going back, and I can't bear to," Suru explained. Qinzhe didn't say anything. "A's, can you come back next year?" Qinzhe still didn't answer her. "Then you sleep. Auntie is leaving." Watching her leave and the door close, Qinzhe breathed a sigh of relief. The next day on the bus to the county, "Auntie Sue is crazy." Qinzhe, who was sitting on his mother's lap, complained. "Why?" "She came to our room secretly at night to cry." Qinma stared out of the window with a complicated expression. Suddenly, Qinzhe's fingertip hurt. His hand trembled, and the cigarette butt fell to the ground. "What happened back then?" Qinzhe looked at Su Yao. "Can you tell me?" Su Yao nodded. "Okay." As his voice fell, time reversed at this moment, and the chaotic past flashed past like a merry-go-round.